Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Velkommen til en ny, vakker vårdag i Bratislava, og hvilken dag dette kommer til å bli! Vi skal ha fixed limit finale, vi skal ha starten av main event, vi skal ha semifinaler i heads up, og vi skal avgjøre hvem som blir norgesmester i 8 game. Det blir helt sinnssykt. Men det bare blir ikke en vakker dag. Det en vakker dag, for vi har Sverre Krogh Sundby, legenden, europamesteren i studio. Witajte Bratislava, Sverre.
Witajte Bratislava til deg også, Mattis. Det herlig å være tilbake, det herlig å være i det som jeg kaller, du sa det i innledningen din, vårens vakreste eventyr. Dette her poker på aller høyeste nivå, men det en stemning, det elektrisk her, og det deilig å være på plass.
Du kom i går, og ble sendt rett inn i kommenteringsbua sammen med Stig Moen fikk lov til å oppleve de siste 4-5 timene, og ikke bare oppleve, men være en del av de siste 4-5 timene av PLO-en. Hvordan var det som en start på NM for deg, Sverre?
Fantastisk start på NM. Jeg synes det er gøy å få lov til å komme ganske umiddelbart inn i det som er fantastisk poker. For at finalebord spiller sitt helt egne liv. Av og til så har man at det spilles kort, at det spilles situasjoner, at det kan gå fort, det kan gå sakte. Men i går så kommer du inn på det som er ordentlig bra, fundamentert PLO, og det til tross for at de satt ganske short. Det var små stacker. Likevel så hadde de spillerom, og når man sitter i en finale, Tom Bedell mot Øystein Stae, altså fundamentert poker mot galskaps av en utflyttet Bergenshelt. Dette her, det var et eventyr, og det er akkurat det jeg drømmer om når jeg er på plass.
Og det er jo det som er så gøy også, når man liksom kan sitte ved et pokerbord, eller følge med på pokersendingene, og så ser man 2 spillere som uten tvil er av topp klasse, men som spiller på helt forskjellige måter.
Altså, jeg sier jo med Tom Bedell, han burde kommet med en sånn advarsel på «Do not try this at home». Fordi at, spillet hans er jo totalt ikke fundamentert i de pokerbøkene vi leser. Men det er jo klart at når du tar med deg et pokerliv, når du tar med deg en erfaring som går utenpå det meste, når du spiller Potlimit Omahas og turneringer som vanligvis koster 50 000 euro i innkjøp, da har du en spillforståelse som går utenpå det meste. Jeg tror ikke Torstein Iversen hadde stått i pokerbøker heller, men god poker, godt spill og en helt alternativ teknikk, det funker. Og jeg mener fast bestemt, vi må slutte å kritisere folk som har resultater, fordi resultater trumfer alt.
Resultater trumfer alt, men vi kommer til å få noen resultater i løpet av dagen i dag også.
Jeg gleder meg jo veldig til kanskje spesielt å få lov å se heads up. Grunnen er jo at ikke bare så har vi alltid de beste spillerne i feltet nesten, som er igjen til slutt. Fantastisk struktur.
Feltet i år er nok det beste vi noensinne har sett i et NM.
Ja, men det er også en mulighet til å få lov å komme litt mer under huden på disse pokergutta og forstå hvordan de tenker i sterkere grad. For at et full ring-bord, et bord med 8 spillere og litt shorte stacker, da blir det jo ofte det at man spiller det man får, og at situasjonen ofte preger det i stor grad. I heads-up så er vi garantert å få lov å se personlighet, vi er garantert å se spillestyrke, og ikke minst hvordan de velger å bruke press eller bruke motstanderens tanker mot dem selv. Altså det er så utrolig ABC-pokerferdigheter på display da.
Ja, jeg var jo så heldig at jeg var jo her på fredag og fulgte turneringen gjennom de 4 første nivåene. Og de 2 semifinalene vi får i kveld, fra 9:30 er det vel. Petter Solli Berg mot Thomas Syversen, main event-vinneren fra 2019. Tore Arne Fenes mot Christian, som slo ut nevnte Torstein Iversen i kvartfinalen. Altså, det kommer til å bli et fyrverkeri av 2 semifinaler. Vi skal sende en på TV-bordet, og du skal følge den andre live samtidig som du følger topp 3 på 8-gamen.
Jeg vet at jeg har verdens beste jobb i dag. Jeg får lov til å være ute på plass, kanskje snakke direkte med dere som er hjemme, snakke direkte med deg, Mattis, og viderebringe alt det som ikke dere ser på skjermen gjennom et kamera og egentlig fri tilgang til eteren.
Ja, men det er jo en ting vi ikke kommer utenom i dag. Det er tirsdag, det er dag 1, den eneste dag 1 av main event. Vi har jo hatt Norgesmesterskap, og vi har hatt dag 1A, B, C, D, E. I år er det 1 første dag. I dag er det storinnrykk av nordmenn til Bratislava. Turneringen starter nå klokka 12, men det er late-tracken noen timer, så vi kommer til å sige inn folk hele veien. Du skal ned i pokerrommet og følge og gi oss litt sånn pulsen på main event. Men det er jo dette som er den store dagen for veldig mange.
Det er litt sånn tilbake, altså hvis vi setter dette i et historisk perspektiv, når vikingene inntok dro til Østerled og inntok Øst-Europa og plyndra og tokta, så tror jeg vi er tilbake til de dagene nå, fordi det inntoget som kommer i Bratislava disse dager, det er ikke slovakerne forberedt på, og det er ingen egentlig forberedt på, og jeg vet at det kommer til å bli forferdelig moro.
Du skal jo ned og følge og snakke med folk. Hva kan vi forvente oss av Sverre spesialreportasjer?
Altså, vi må jo tilbake til disse hendene som har preget turneringene, hvor vi kan ta en liten prat, ikke bare for å fortelle om en bad beat eller noe som har skjedd spesielt, men kanskje gå litt inn i huet på de som har spilt i hendene der, og få litt den følelsen av hva tenkte de da de gjorde det valget, hva tenkte de da de gjorde det valget, og hvis vi i tillegg har det bildematerialet på TV-bordet, at seerne har fått lov å se det i forkant, og jeg kan få lov å gå inn på psykologien i bakkant, så det en måte å bli bedre til å spille poker på. Det har jeg veldig lyst til. Så har jeg lyst til å snakke med kjendisene som her og spiller. Så jeg har lyst til å snakke med toppspillerne. Og så har jeg lyst til å egentlig bare kjenne litt på pulsen på Bratislava, NM 2024, vårens vakreste eventyr.
Kjenne på pulsen, Sverre Sonnhjørne. Det høres ut som Sverre Sonnhjørne kommer tilbake i år.
Jeg tror det en stor sjanse for at den kommer tilbake. Det høres mer skittent ut enn det der.
Vi får se på det. Vi lover ingenting, men vi selger ikke mer enn vi kan love heller. Fikslimit. Vi har sett på det TV-bordet. Vi har 2 bord. Vi skal ned til et finalebord relativt fort. Det 12 spillere igjen. TV-bordet vi starter med. Vi har en pokerpresident som klar chipleader. Men han ikke sikret noen titel ennå.
Nei, for all del ikke. Fixed limit ganske gøy å gå litt i dybden på når det gjelder nye spillere som ikke har spilt like mye fiks som det vi gjorde i gamle dager. Fordi da jeg
for det var et spill som var veldig populært for kanskje 20-25 år siden.
Ja, altså jeg fikk jo min pokerintroduksjon i stor grad gjennom fiks. Jeg husker første pokerboken jeg leste, var Doyle Brunson sitt Supersystem.
Ja.
Det var jo bare fixed limit hele boken nesten.
Ja.
Men det vi skal se etter i dag hvordan få ut det ekstra big bettet av motstanderen sin. Hvordan finte på bakgrunn, hvordan man kan bløffe når man kun har et gitt beløp å bløffe med. Det veldig mye mer innkløkt og krever mye mer smartness og finesse enn kanskje No Limit Hold'em.
Men sånn helt grunnleggende, vi så jo Pot Limit Omaha i går. Vi tror vel at de fleste seerne våre i hvert fall kjenner til Texas No Limit Hold'em. Dette jo Texas, men med fixed limit. Hva det som skiller, sånn helt grunnleggende, hva det som skiller, hvordan spiller man fixed limit kontra no limit?
Nei, altså hvis man tenker da at man har det som heter bets, man har kun lov til å by et gitt.
Og det forhåndsbestemt hvor mye man kan by.
Det følger blindene. Så si at først så det da blindene som setter et intervall. Du kan kun doble fra start. Altså,
det 15 000, 30 000 ser jeg på skjermen som start.
Ikke sant? Det første budet du kan gjøre at du kan kun høyne til 60.
Ja.
Samme gjelder når du går på flopp, der det samme beløpet, men på turn og river så dobles det beløpet. Så de budene blir enda mer verdt ved at de dobbelt så mye verdt som de budene som preflopp og på flopp.
Ja.
Så der handler det om, kanskje det et small bet, som det da kalles, et lite bet, å få kanskje gi bort det på floppen for å få det ekstra på turn, så har du tjent plutselig et small bet ekstra, fordi du får inn et big bet i stedet for et small bet. Altså disse småtingene, de kommer til å spille hele veien, og det krever at man manøvrerer godt, og man kan ikke falle inn i situasjoner i samme grad som man gjør i no limit.
Så det jo en del uttrykk som for de som ikke så bevandret i pokerverdenen som florerer. Pre-floppspill, floppspill, turnspill. Hva fixed limit? Hvor i verden passerer dette seg?
Absolutt alt. Altså dette handler om at du må ha en totalforståelse. I No Limit Hold'em så kan du være en veldig god pre-floppspiller, altså før det kommer kort på bordet, og klare å sette alt presset ditt der, eller at du setter det tidlig i hånda. Her må du klare å manøvrere på 4. og 5. gate, eller 4. og 5. kort i bordet også. Hvis ikke, så du helt sjanseløs.
Hvor viktig stacken du har stående foran deg? Det viktig i fixed limit å ha altså det jo alltid viktig å ha skjetonger, men hvor mye betyr stackstørrelsen for spillerne i fixed limit?
Du kan bruke stackstørrelsen din som en trygghet for å involvere deg i flere potter, men du kan ikke bruke den som et direkte pressmiddel for motstanderen i samme grad som man kan ellers, fordi du kan aldri bare si all in, din avgjørelse, turneringslivet ditt står på spill.
Ja, sant. Og hvordan endrer det psykologien i spillet, tenker du?
Det skaper en annen dynamikk, og det gjør at det vanskeligere for mindre rutinerte spillere å hevde seg, fordi at deres måte å utjevne oddsen jo alltid å få på penger så tidlig som mulig, hvor det mest mulig tilfeldigheter som med å prege pottene. Her kan man manøvrere seg inn og sørge for at flest mulige avgjørelsene tas når mest mulig informasjon tilgjengelig, og det den beste spilleren som kommer godt ut av det da.
Jeg føler at jeg skal følge nøye med, og så skal jeg lære mer gjennom dagen. Jeg skjønner en del av hva du sier, Sverre, og så tenker jeg at jeg kommer til å skjønne veldig mye mer når vi kårer en vinner på litt utover ettermiddagen, tenker jeg.
Du kan tro at dette mangler et underholdningsaspekt. Glem det. Dette her er noe av det morsomste dere kommer til å se. Jeg lover deg. Bare tro meg på det, og ikke bruk det mot meg senere.
Vi skal ikke bruke det mot deg senere. Nå ser vi at det begynner... TV-bordet rett bak oss her. TV-bordet rett bak oss her. Baggene med skjetonger klare. Spillerne begynner å komme. Sette seg ned, gjøre seg klare. Hva sitter de og føler på nå? Du har jo vært i den situasjonen selv, Sverre. Du har sittet på store finalebord.
Jeg kan jo si at jeg har jo sittet på et fixed limit finalebord hvor jeg ble nummer 2 en gang i NM. Hvor det mer bevegelse i chipstackene på et finalebord i fixed limit enn det man tror, fordi betsene blir så høye at også her kommer du til å ha den samme dynamikken som du ser på no limit. Ting skjer fort, det skjer veldig, og det kommer til å bli store svingninger, kanskje nesten, paradoksalt nok, større svingninger enn du får på no limit.
Nå skal vi veldig snart over til sending fra bordet. Hvilke andre spillere, hvem skal seerne følge med på rundt finalebordet, bortsett fra Tobias Leknes som chipleader?
Snu meg litt bak også og titter her. Jeg ser jo selvfølgelig Leknes. Det et veldig sterkt bord. Jeg veldig glad for å se Ragnar Dysvik på plass her. Ragge, som vi kaller han. En spiller vi så veldig mye til tidligere. En av disse gutta som beviser at gamle kunster i poker holder fortsatt. Fordi det var jo kanskje et paradoks at Ragnar Dysvik var bak meg, og han som skulle være litt sånn kamerakrabat bak deg og vinket til kamera, være Kristiansen. Annen Drøbakut som vokste opp å spille sammen med Ragnar Dysvik. For de to har jo virkelig lært pokeren sin sammen og har blitt drevne spillere. Vi har... Det flust av kvalitet.
Dette får Stig ta videre for oss, for nå spillet i gang. Stig, take it away.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage here at the Norwegian Poker Championships in Bratislava. Today we have day 2 of the fixed limit hold'em event, one that might take you back a few years. Not so popular online these days, but we're going to see how these guys fare in this format and maybe learn something from a format that's potentially slightly dated in terms of the modern era, focusing on bigger bet games such as No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha, but this is where a lot of these guys would have cut their teeth as they started out playing in the late 90s and early 2000s when Jason, who's joining me in the booth, just dealing with a microphone issue right now, where he cut his teeth. And actually he said that the Sunday majors on the major sites used to be Limit Hold'em, which was before my time. So let's see what these guys are up to. Tobias is the chip leader and one of the obviously more esteemed mixed game players in the field, opening it up with the King 9. Gets a defend out of the pocket 3s. And I guess he's going to bet one big blind here on the flop with the 9 of spades, targeting some ace high, even hands like a 4 or pocket 3s to fold. And he does get the job done there, picking it up nicely with the c-bet. Gets the worst hand out of there. The better hand out of there, I beg my pardon. So far so good for Mr. Senkel, his online name, one of the legends of the online mixed game tournament scene. having won 18 scoop titles, did you say yes? 19, wow, insane. I'm guessing he'll have quite a lot of experience in the fixed limit hold'em streets, as that comes up on a lot of the 8/10 game rotors. So Disfic on the button, Queen 9 suited, nice playable hand in no limit hold'em, and also the same in limit. Interesting to see if we can kind of work things out on the fly. It's not really a format that I play. Jason does have a good amount of experience in it, so wondering how it differs with this kind of course, fixed limit post-flop function. Less ability to size up, obviously no overbetting, you just kind of cap by the amount that you can bet on each street, so it makes things a little trickier. Bluffing becomes, of course, a little more difficult as well, because you don't gain so much fold equity with your bluffs. And as you can see here, Geore taking off a turn with the ace high, and usually you'd be seeing your opponent size up here on the turn, and it'd be quite an easy fold with the ace high, but now only able to bet one big blind, and he still does fold, so not sticking around for a river card there with the ace high, looking to turn a diamond or a pair. Sure, we'll see Carlsen here open the button with the Queen 9. So Queen 9 versus Ace 3 is not going to be able to get a fold on the flop here, as Geore has improved to 2-pair on the flop. And let's see how aggressively the Queen 9 decides to play. Turning great equity here, open ender on the jack. Can potentially rep some hands like King Queen, Ace Jack, Queen 10, 9-10. Got some interaction with those hands as well. And Geore going absolutely nowhere. So you're able to bet one big blind on the flop, two big blinds on the turn and river. 6 on the river. Does Carlsen go for the full triple barrel here? Giving his opponent such a great price, and unfortunately unable to fold for that price. Looking just to put some pressure on hands like maybe 6s, 7s, sorry, 7s, 8s, 9s that could be sticking around that didn't 3-bet pre-flop. Getting an ace to fold, giving 7-1, very unlikely. Getting a jack to fold might be possible. What type of opponent you're up against? But a valiant effort there with the Queen 9 nonetheless, and if you are going to have bluffs, it seemed like a good candidate, blocking some 10x, blocking some ace-x. Some opponents may just flat ace-queen in the small blind there because you're unable to 3-bet to a reasonable size. You can only just click it back, and then out of position, that's going to incur some issues for you later on. Just playing the whole hand out of position. Here we go. So Disvik folding fives under the gun. Interesting.
I've been watching along, George, and I'm glad now to finally have my microphone working. So thank you for carrying the action in the beginning.
No problem. Leknas going for the steal and enter back. An easy call with the ace in the big blind. So from your perspective, how does fixed limit differ from no limit hold'em, and what are the key kind of areas that we should look at as with the action develops over the next few hours?
I mean, a lot of it is player dependent and stack dependent, but obviously you alluded to that there's far fewer bluffs that you can get away with. You can get away with some in-position bluffs, like Tobias should be continuing on pretty much any kind of flop once he opens up, and being that Tobias has a lot of chips and there's a lot of ICM pressure, basically a lot of defending shouldn't happen necessarily from the medium short stacks with speculative holdings. They should have a tighter range because of the fact that there's not really this implied odds type of thing going on. So set mining shouldn't happen as much, et cetera, et cetera. Hands like Jack 10 suited, of course, are still raisable and playable. But hands like pocket fives, if you have a short stack and you're going to get it in, okay. But if you're raising that from early position, it's not necessarily a good idea.
I see, because you just have to play. You kind of avoid playing that guessing game post flop where you've got a pair and you kind of get forced into calling the 1BB, 2BB, and yeah, so you're kind of avoiding the guessing game, I guess. And he also did have the chip leader on the button when he folded the fives, so maybe he didn't want to get into some kind of awkward confrontation there where he's just going to have a pair. Whoa! Calling the 3 streets with the ace-5.
There must have been some table dynamics between the two, too. As we mentioned, Tobias would likely be betting at least the flop. If he's going to bet the turn, he's probably going to bet the river. But it'd be interesting to see how he plays. That's very player dependent. You have players that will only bet when they have something, and you have players like Tobias who I expect to be betting his range more than betting his hands. And his range can be all over the place, you know, from the button especially. When you have chips, you can get away with a lot more in a hold'em tournament. Hold'em cash, completely different. I haven't played that in many years, except for in an 8-game format, and typically in those formats, I'm just pretty tight in my hold'em, except for on the button.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Carlsen now folding the 7s from under the gun, so another pretty tight fold there in the context of no limit hold'em.
Tobias absolutely loving this table.
Yeah, this works nicely for him. He's got stacks from between 10 and 20 big blinds at his mercy, right?
I mean, all he has to do is pop in a bet, and he'll take down this pot.
Exactly. Just the old serve and volley routine seems like it's going to be quite a common strategy.
And it's much cheaper than in no limit.
Yeah.
You could see he bet 30 into 135. I mean, you could use that sizing also in no limit hold'em on a flop, obviously.
Yeah, it's become a lot more popular these days, sort of a 20-25% c-bet sizing, especially when ICM or there's a situation where you get a little more fold equity for the smaller size, so the efficiency goes up. But it seems like limit hold'em players will be quite sensitive to these small changes, because it's all about defending your range and taking the price, right? And there's not really going to be an awful lot of check raise bluffing, I guess. I did speak to Tobias earlier today about a hand that he played yesterday in this limit event where he check raised a bluff and followed through and did end up getting paid in the end, backdooring a flush. But it's interesting just in terms of the hand selection or how people... Whoa, ace-9.
It gets actually worse when it's full ring. You know, the percentage of what you're betting into the pot, you're basically priced in if it's like a 3 or 4-way pot. But that's less often in 5 or 6 max.
Would that be a standard fold there for you, ace-9, when you're going to realize a decent amount of your equity, you're up against a button range? Or is it just because there's 2 short stacks here, you'd rather let those 2 guys tangle with each other?
Yeah, I can't say that I'm adept with the ICM implications at this stage of the game. It was probably an ICM fold.
Yeah.
Maybe Carlsen also hasn't been playing a lot of hands and giving him a little credit, but I think it's more just let me stick around a little bit and let other people hit the rail, which will inevitably happen.
Yeah, and now 2-pair versus a pair with a flush draw. Now we get the natural size up to 2 big blinds from Anibak. I don't think he's going to be too worried about the flush or the straight, and he's not going to be worried about anything now because he backdoors a boat.
And it's good that the ace-9 folded here, because the ace-9's never getting away.
No, that would have been a nasty one. I even think that they might have had the 9 of diamonds with it as well. Can't quite remember, but Anibak now going for the full 2 big blind bet on the river. Tricky spot for Carlsen, because he's thinking, well, wouldn't you just bet the turn with your strong ace-x hands, like ace-king, ace-queen? Doesn't really make sense to have much value in this line. King-queen, flushes, all would have bet the turn, trying to set up another 2 big blinds of value on the river. So kind of a tricky little play there.
Do we know how many players are left? I know we started the day with 12 players. We don't have the graphic today, it doesn't seem, but maybe we can get that later on. But we do know that the 12 players came back with a payout of 1,185 euros for their 400 euro buy-in. And tonight's winner will walk away with 19,170 euros, which is amazing for a limit event with a 400 buy-in.
So how many runners did this get?
The
Like
tournament
300?
got 226 players.
Incredible.
It was a freeze-out affair, like all the championship events are. So it would have gone even more if re-entries were allowed.
Yeah, for sure. I guess they do that to level up the playing field a little bit. Otherwise, you'd get guys like Tobias having 5 to 10 bullets if needed, right? And that would potentially not be so great for the field.
It goes back to how poker should be, in my opinion. Like, and you look at the WSOP main event, and that's like
Always a freeze out.
Always a freeze out. And if that ever becomes a re-entry, a lot of people are going to complain. People have just gotten used to the fact that we need re-entries because people are traveling places, and you know, if they bust out in 5 minutes, you know, they should be allowed to re-enter. So it was done partially for that and partially because casinos need to make money. You know, operators need to make money. Otherwise, we won't have these amazing poker events. Re-entries mean more entries in the field. It means more money coming in to pay dealers, to pay floor, to pay for electricity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a choice of whether to raise the rake percentage or re-entry. I think most players will take the re-entry every day.
Yeah, absolutely. The rake has got to the stage in live poker where it's starting to edge on the side of a point of no return, I think. So it's up to sort of 15 to 20% in some places.
Yeah, it's kind of gone out of hand, but in a way, it's because the buy-ins haven't increased while costs have. So, you know, running a 100 euro event where you would maybe be able to charge 10 euros rake in the past, you're going to lose a bit of money running that event. You may have other reasons for running that event, but you're certainly not going to be making money on that event. So the solution is let's do away with the 100 euro events, in some cases even doing away with the 200 euro events, because in the past, those were the same buy-ins 20 years ago. Meanwhile, 100 euros 20 years ago is now 200 euros today. You know? So something has to give, and the buy-ins are a sensitive point because you want to bring new players into the game that maybe don't want to spend 300 euros on a buy-in.
Also, in some ways, maybe the disposable income with that inflation element as well over the years has actually worsened off in many places.
That's a good point, actually, because costs have gone up, but not always salaries following. There's always a bit of a lag, and sometimes it never catches up.
Yeah, exactly. So in terms of like the recreational landscape, especially here in Bratislava, where average working wage is somewhere between 1 to 1.2k per month, and then you look at all these Norwegians coming over and playing 800 euro events like they're going out of fashion. There is a little bit of a kind of a contrast there, you know.
But meanwhile, we have Carlsen on the button with 6s. I think he could open pretty much a lot of hands here with his stack size. I mean, there is some ICM. But this isn't the worst spot for him.
And then Gerhardsen comes along. I guess he just wants to try and get this short stack out of there.
A bit of a loose call with the king deuce. The ace-7 by Senkel, though, is fairly standard.
Yeah, and now what do you do with the 6s here? You've got an underpair to the board 3 ways. Yeah, I like the check. Let's take a free card. No need to No need to bet. And now it's one of those weird ones because you could be getting bluffed by a hand like this. King deuce of clubs, 10-8 of clubs, 5-6 of clubs, 5-3 of clubs, 10-9 of hearts, king 10 off. You know, there's just so many hands that you're actually ahead of and getting a pretty reasonable price here with the sixes. But when it goes bet and a call, which I imagine is going to happen, Senkel aware that there's so many draws here available for the small blind. He's not always just behind.
But the call from the small blind looks super strong. Like,
yeah.
It's stronger than even a 3-bet.
And a 5 on the river is no dice for Gerhardsson. Is he going to be able to just... Oh.
Showing no fear, and Senkel is likely going to call but not be happy about it. We could see that he is far ahead of King Deuce.
Yeah, it's a great hand to call, I think, because you unblock all these 10-9s, King 10s, King 9s. And that will be the winner.
The rich continue to get richer. Meanwhile, Frode had a lot of heart in that hand. I didn't like the call from the small blind, but once you do call from the small blind, you can be repping a lot of hands you don't have. The turn bet, after checks around, you have the flush draw. Even if you're called, you have some possibilities. And then the follow through on the river, if Senkel completely was on, let's say, a heart draw or something like that.
You will get him to fold a nut flush draw potentially, which is an ace high, right? So yeah, there is definitely some merit to the bet. And also the King Deuce would have gotten hands like King 10 and King 9 to fold. So I actually don't mind the line as played. But as we said, maybe pre-flop a little bit too ambitious, just trying to get the short stack out of there. But then you're out of position 3 ways with King Deuce, so it's like, and a really good player on your left, so it's like not the greatest spot, I guess. Disvik here, pretty happy to see the ace jack, very playable, of course, in any form of hold'em, but especially limit.
Disvik looks familiar. I'm not sure where I'm placing him, so I'm going to have to take a quick look at that. But
yeah, I agree. Might have seen him around.
Andreas, we've obviously had on the feature table before, and he needs no introduction in seat number 3. But and the other, and seat number 6 on Anders Carlsen, we saw earlier this week as well already. Trying to figure out, though, where I would know Ragnar Disvik from. He has 57,000 in cashes. Actually has 2 Hindemab profiles. And he took 4th place in the Irish Open and Norwegian Championships 800 euro Norwegian Open event for 38,000 euros. So maybe I recognize him from there. But that was back in 2017, and then in 2018 he took 85th place, so followed it back up with a nice result. But looks like a hold'em specialist. This is not the flop Blackness wanted to see, and it is the turn that Marius connects with, and sneaky checking after Tobias continued with his jacks on a King, Queen, 9 board, but now recognizes that there's 3 overcards to his jacks and checks it back wisely. And don't be surprised if Marius here tries to gain a little value from his top pair. Does fire in a bet. And Leknes now has a decision to make. The pot was not that built up, but he needs to think that his jacks are good 1 out of 4 times from a chip EV perspective and makes the fold. So well played there. It helped probably that that ace came on the turn, that he can get rid of it. I wonder what would have happened if that didn't come and the bet came on the river.
Yeah. Yeah, just electing to err on the side of caution there. Pretty difficult for him to be behind, ahead at that point, I guess. Does block Jack 10, but the relevance of that compared to in limit, I guess you can value bet any ace as played, right? And you would likely see bet the flop.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we lost 1 player so far, so Joachim Bach is out in 12th place for 1,185 euros. That'll be the same prize for 11th place before the laddering starts to happen at every payout. We have the nice graphic of the field, so we'll keep you updated as players bust out from the side table.
Yep, 11 out of 226, so we're down to the final 5% of the field. 5% of the field here, getting super deep, and everyone has locked up 1185. I'm playing for the top prize once again of 19,000 plus euros. So Enibak here, does he go for the 3-bet with the king queen? We've seen him slightly more on the passive side. He did check back the jack 10 2 pair. I'd have always bet that on the flush completing ace jack x 10 3 diamonds, and a good flop for Disvik here. Wonder if you ever lead here from the big blind with that 8, looking for some protection, looking for some value from hands that might check back, like exactly like this, like king queen and pocket 3s. So he does go for the lead, and he might get the 2 overcards to fold here from Enibak, who could be potentially worried about the big blind hitting that 9, where he'd be essentially dead. So he does make a discipline lay down, 2 overs, getting a price of 7 to 1.
And he wants Heuvel to fold too. I mean, we could see how far he is ahead, but he doesn't want those overcards to get there. If Heuvel did have the overcards, that's the reason he's betting.
Yeah, this is a great turn for the big blind. Our ace-8 is going to essentially be the nuts most of the time. You would imagine Heuvold would have raised the 10s, the jacks, the queens, the kings, the aces, the 9x sometimes. So you could be behind a 9, but for the most part, looking to gain value from hands like king 8, 10 8, queen 10, jack 10. Awkward river now, as we do lose to all of the ace 10, king 10s, but Heuvold happy to check that one back, thinking that he's got some showdown value with those 3s. We can see that he was behind the ace-8, and an unfortunate situation for him.
Yeah, it's a case where if either player bets, they know they're likely getting called, even on such a draw-heavy run out.
Yeah, whereas in No Limit Hold'em, Heuvold there could go with a big size and say, look, I'm repping a 10x and trying to get you to fold an 8, and maybe even a 9. So
or the flush, for that matter, because there were 3 hearts on the board as well.
Yeah, using that 3 of hearts blocker. So interesting how the post-flop action kind of differs in this format, where you're kind of caged, really. It's very difficult to find those bluffs because you just assume that you're going to get stationed in almost every time.
Yeah, and the big blind is never leading the... sometimes they are, but typically aren't leading a flop in No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
They may check raise it, but they're going to let the pre-flop aggressor potentially make an error.
Exactly. Gerhardsen with the jacks opens it up. Leknes out the way, Heuvold out the way. Enibak on the button with the 4s, going for the set mine.
That's a bit of a loose call with the 4s.
Yeah, don't quite have the price to set mine here, right? And you're going to have a lot of awkward flops, such as 5-5-6 and all of the middling ones where the overcards brick. This one should be a little easier for him. Looks like Gerhardsen fancies taking a stab at it. He is going to come along with these 4s by the looks of it. This is pretty loose.
It seems like, though, Gerhardsen likes to play a lot of hands, so he's not putting him on probably a strong hand, as we just saw with the king deuce that he played recently from the small blind.
Yeah, 10 on the turn. Gets a bit murky for both players now. Is Enibak going to be able to float the flop here and turn his hand into a bluff, trying to get a hand like king 10 to fold by the river? Doesn't elect to, and the 9 on the river now. Looking good for those jacks, but 2 overcards on the board.
If you're going to play those 4s, though, and not bet the turn or bet the river, you should have been potentially betting both once it's checked over to you.
Exactly. You've got to have some bluffs there, and it seems like if you do want to station the flop with an underpair to the board, maybe that would be the candidate to start firing versus checks. I think Gerhardsen is always going to continue betting an ace in limit on the turn, right?
Yeah, you have to keep trying to get money in the pot when you make hands.
Yeah. So these checking ranges out of position become a little bit underprotected, let's say, because they're just not really going to slow play very often when you're more incentivized to just bet 2 big blinds, and if you're beat, so be it. But you can get stationed by worse pairs so often.
Yes, of course. We have a few short stacks now.
Yeah, it's looking good for Tobias. He doesn't need to play every hand, as obviously with the limit function in no limit, he'd be open shoving a lot in this kind of situation and just taking down the blinds and the ante, but no big blind ante in limit as well. Is that something that was never really introduced to this format?
No, there was never any antes in any limit games other than the the draw and stud games. I don't even think in the draw games, but in the stud games there is. When I first began to play 5-card draw, it was an ante-only game actually, with just rotating, with friends on a kitchen table. But typically now you'll see that also with blinds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure which I like more actually. I want to see jacks or better 5-card draw instituted online. I used to love to play that.
So check, check, both players missing, but Gerhardsson comes up trumps on the river with the 2 pair. And he's going to take a stab at it and get snapped by the ace high. Lots of the draws missed, 5-6, 3-5, any kind of flush draw. So unfortunate there to run into the king, but that's going to get the job done for Gerhardsson. Decent start from him.
I'm trying to make out what his hat says. I see he has a Norwegian sticker.
Viking. Maybe a poker team that he's in, or some kind of... they don't have a leaderboard event here, right? Like they do in Tallinn, for example.
I think there is a leaderboard, but it's not a team competition leaderboard.
Oh, it's like an individual thing.
We can check on POKERNM now that we have one event in the books that we covered last night in the pot limit Omaha. I may have to check on the break though, because I need someone to either help me translate or figure out how to translate a little bit. And also, I believe the 8 game came to a conclusion last night, and it did. So congratulations to Thor Morstall for winning 24,000 in the 8-game championship last night. He faced off with the formidable Tarjei Flores, who is a very good mixed game player. Frode took 5th place in that, the founder of the festival. And Christian Arstad, who we've seen a lot of and is actually competing, I believe, in something else today, but we'll continue probably to see Christian took 6th place in that event for 4,000.
So do you have the overall...
I can't find it, but there's probably something here.
I guess it's all in Norwegian, right? So you're playing a bit of a guessing game.
Exactly. But we can ask during the break. That's a very good question. Meanwhile, it looks like blinds have gone up. No, they haven't. It's just that Carlson is actually all in with his full house. What a dream spot for Carlson here. 3-way, all in with this 7s. Flops a boat.
Wow.
Both players connecting with their 5 on the turn. They're going to chop up a side pot, assuming that one doesn't bet the other off. So Carlson goes immediately from 80,000 to 240,000, triples up.
Wow, what a spot for him. So he's back in the mix on 8 big blinds now.
And instead of Dave Trigg running the TV table like he did on day 1, we had him as an amazing floor. Now he is dealing the TV table. Multi-talented, this man.
Multi-talented, and also someone with a good understanding and experience of mixed games as well. So I don't think we're going to see him worry about the limit hold'em side too much.
No, he loves to deal the mixed games, but he's also a fairly decent player at mixed games. Both him and Russ Bowman, who he's friends with, they are sometimes...
Yeah, from the Hendon.
The two of them also The two of them like to battle it out in mixed games and love to deal it, where most dealers actually shy away from mixed games because you have to be thinking all the time. You're challenged with the games changing.
Yeah.
For Dave, this is what he lives for.
Absolutely. So good to have that kind of passion in the dealer seat, and we're lucky to have him in there, as he's been doing a great job of the tournament directing side of the work as well. So folds over to Tobias in the small blind with the Queen 5. And with the new blinds, he's going to put the pressure on the big blind here. 6-3 suited. I guess he comes along for the ride, sorry. Oh, he folds. Interesting. And that shows the power of the small blind open. If you can get players to fold a suited hand there, getting 4-1. Can't be too bad.
I'll see if Espen Sandvik is another player, WSOP bracelet winner in Europe a few years ago, I think in 2020 in the 8-game format.
Yep.
A good friend of mine, he's on the side table.
Okay.
So if he or Tobias, which we don't expect to be eliminated anytime soon, I think we should try to get one of those guys into the booth because they've played far more limit hold'em than I have, and I don't think that you should be folding your 6-3 suited, but I'm not 100% confident on that statement either.
And it's not just because of pre-flop, it's because you get such a good price to continue the flop as well. It's only one big blind on the flop, right? So you're going to get the same price to continue the flop and turn. So you see 4 cards very cheaply there in position as well, which gives you some options.
And Disvic defending with the 4-3 off. That's a little bit looser than a 6-3 suited, but
yeah.
We can see it's actually dominated by Tobias's open with the 6-4 suited.
Certainly is, and it's going to struggle to find a way to win this pot. 6-4 for Tobias, likely just to follow up with the one big blind bet. And that's, ooh, okay, goes for the check back.
Possibly thinking that the big blind is not going to be defending with hands like 4-3 offsuit.
Exactly, yeah. Worrying that he might not have the ability to get his opponent off on the flop. And also going for maybe the delayed bet. No, still no equity, just taking the 6-high to showdown at the moment. And they're going to chop it up, I believe.
Not if Disvic bets. It looks like he's reaching for some chips, recognizing that Leknes would have bet by now if he connected with the board. And this is going to be likely a fold, so there's no reason for Tobias to check raise there. I mean, not to raise the bet there, so he was certainly not calling.
Wouldn't have been representing an awful lot, that's for sure.
So I'm kind of curious about that, too. I think when you start opening the button, you have a lot of short stacks. You should at least, if you're not going to fire the flop, I can understand that because you can push people away more with that turn sizing bet because it's double the size of the flop bet. But he knows what he's doing a lot better than I do, so I'm not going to say that it was a mistake because it's Tobias.
Yeah, exactly. I guess he realizes that he's going to be betting that board so relentlessly that, you know, you want to have some kind of equity or board interaction rather than just relentlessly barreling with the 6-high there and just allowing his opponent to get one there. Maybe also goes into the psychological factor of, you know, I'm not going to always just bet here, which could strengthen the future situations in his perspective. So any back here, does it go for the 3-bet or does it go for the call? Goes for the call.
Yeah, 3-betting sometimes actually has less value because you don't have that fold equity that you do in Hold'em.
Yeah, it's kind of, I guess you get to 3-bet a lot more linear in the sense that you're just purely 3-betting for value. There's not really any bluffing going on. You're just like, if I'm slightly ahead of that opening range, I fancy putting more chips in the middle.
Yeah. And Gerd Hartson has shown to be a little bit loose. Maybe he doesn't know what hands he's opening with is kind of the issue, and it's an under-the-gun open, which you kind of have to factor in as well. But I think I'm 3-betting ace-10 and higher type of hands.
Me too. Check on the turn, so a 10 or a spade needed, and it's a 6. So I think Enneback should be quite happy with his ace-jack. Might even be able to go for a thin value bet if check-2 on the turn, on the river, sorry. Targeting some hands like ace-9, ace-10, ace-7, but just checks it back, and that's going to be a winner.
There's too many of those small pocket pairs probably for him to do that as well. I'm not sure he's getting the right odds to do that, and then if he's raised, He's not going to be raised there. I mean, that would be very strange if that happened. So, and we're down to 10 players. So we lost Eric Sonsteby. All the eliminations so far are happening on the outer table. He took 11th place for 1,185 euros, and now the top 10 have locked up 1,460 euros, with much more to come. One player will walk away with 19,170 euros, the trophy, the plaque, the star in their shirt on that sticker, and most importantly, the slippers.
Oh, yes. Those
Forget
cozy,
about the
cozy
money.
slippers.
Forget about the trophy, the slippers.
Exactly.
And like yesterday, the players are having fun at the table. This is something that isn't just because they're on TV. You can walk around the room during the Norwegian-only events, and every table there's at least a little bit of banter, some a lot more than others. But players are here to have fun and also, of course, try to win a trophy. But fun is the most important aspect for a lot of the players. It's a poker holiday for them.
Exactly, and I guess in a format like Fixed Limit, you're able to have a little bit more fun because there's a little bit less pressure. You know, there's not so much.
There's no bet sizings to be thinking of.
Exactly.
This Vic folding his ace-3. And if it was another player, I would say Tobias maybe would get a walk. He does get a walk. Gerhardsen folding his 9-5 suited, and Tobias with the king-6 suited, more than happy to collect some free chips there. Tobias in a prime situation to add a second star to that lovely Norwegian championship badge that he's sporting. Actually, a little surprised he only has one win under his belt. He seems to win everything he plays.
$500,000 on the mob.
Curious which event he won at the Norwegian Championship. And it was the 8 game back in 2016 when it was still in Dublin for 19,600 euros. It was an 1,100 euro buy-in event.
Won 2 events. That was that, or was that another time?
Oh yeah, because this was a side event actually. His sticker came. Yeah, he won 2 events, so he must have more than one sticker. These were both in Dublin. One in 2018 when he won the 6 Max Championship and Limit Hold'em. He won this very event in 2018, actually.
Oh.
He did not tell me that this morning. And he also has won the 8 game mix 1 year later.
He's got a lot of firsts on that Hendon mob, right?
Yeah.
Wow. 1, 2, 3, over 10 wins.
10,
yeah.
12, 13.
13 wins, yeah, and all in the mixed game formats, so really impressive.
He does have a No Limit Hold'em one, but it was in a very tiny knockout event during the festival series in Nottingham last year.
Yeah, for just over 1K. What was that? A deuce to 7 at the Summer Showdown in Tallinn.
Yeah, I love that event. It's the
great
only
event.
place it actually runs is a deuce 7 triple draw, but it's pot limit instead of fixed limit. I played it once and I bubbled it, but I had so much fun.
Was Alan Ayut in the field by any chance? He's usually there.
He wasn't in the one that I played, but he played in, I'm pretty sure, that one. But now Alan is quite busy with the Estonian Poker Federation.
Oh, yeah? Is he one of them?
He's one of the board people now.
Yeah.
And the board is full of a lot of industry people, so you need like someone like Alan to say this is what the players want.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like what Tobias does with the Norwegian Poker Association, where he's president.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we have Enbach raising with the ace-queen and a defend from Disvik, only to flop 2 pair here with his jack-5. Dream spot.
Wowzers.
It looks like he fast played it. It wasn't by any means a secure board with 2 spades and the 5-8, jack-8, creating a lot of draw possibilities.
I guess whatever the run out, you just raise flop, bet turn, bet river, and then if you get raised, then you've got to kind of decide. But
I'm more of a call the flop and then you check raise the turn when the bet is bigger. Not check raise, just raise the turn.
Ah, so you get more bets in, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Or he can, if he checks the turn, then you bet the turn. You know, however you want to look at it. But
Yeah.
that you're not giving away the strength of your hand
And
because
you
they're
get-
not going to be raising with air so much.
Yeah, and you get the opportunity for them to improve and then pay you off in a bigger pot.
Exactly.
Yeah, nice.
And we lost another player recently. So Andreas Højvold, who just left the TV table, was the latest player to hit the rail on the side table. So we've lost 3 players, all at the side table. But congratulations to Andreas, quite the ambassador of the game, finishing in 10th place for 1,460 euros. We'll probably see him again at the TV table later this week in another event. It's no shock when he runs deep.
Absolutely. He's got all the tricks and all the experience to boot. But unfortunately, we won't be seeing him on the streamed final table this time. But all of the best of luck to him. He had a semi-deep run in the PLO that we commentated on, and now also finding a cash in the limit hold'em. So looking forward to seeing what he does as the week develops. I'm guessing he'll be playing the no limit hold'em as well, because that was always his main game.
Yeah, he's probably hopping into the main event now, which had more than 250 entries already on day 1.
So how does that work? Because I saw the schedule, it's a 4-day event, right? Or 5-day event. So can they buy in on day 2 and day 3, or?
I don't believe so, but I'll
Yeah.
double check that. I think it's just one of those things that you know, they want to provide a very good structure.
Like a marathon event, yeah.
And that way the winner has a lot more prestige. You know, that they really earned that title.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how Espen Sandvik is doing. He's a good friend of mine. He came in with the shortest stack of the 12 players, but so far his name has not popped up on the payout list. So hopefully we get to see him at the final table.
Lovely. In a back folding, the 9-8 suited. Disvik in there with ace-jack suited. What a beautiful hand. Carlsen now, ace-5 suited. Do we take this versus the cutoff open? We've got 240k, which is 6 big blinds. Yeah, I quite like this decision. We're going to be having good equity against essentially everything. The cutoff should be opening hands like Jack-10 off, King-5 suited, Queen-10 off, Queen-Jack off, Queen-9 off. So I think that we're marginally ahead of that range. You can see here that he's unfortunately somewhere behind, but it's not over. Got a suit, got some wheel interaction, and of course the 5. And yeah, 4-bet. And how many bets can go in? Is it 4 or 5?
4 is the max.
4, yeah.
But the problem with the 3-bet isn't the 4-bet. The problem is if you're called on the 3-bet, all of a sudden your flop and turn bets are such like a smaller percentage of the pot that when you don't hit your ace-5, which is going to be quite often, you're not going to have that much fold equity in your bets.
Yeah, I guess so.
Ooh, dangerous.
Ouch.
Quite unfortunate. Anders made a move, but it didn't quite work out for him. And we just had Eirik Presterud eliminated in 9th place, so this could be bubble time for the final table for Carlsen. Needs a 5.
So 8 left, and we're going to go to an unofficial final table of 7 if he is eliminated right now. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So he needs a 5 and a 5 only to stay alive. No spades are on either player, so we're looking for the lone 5. 3 outs once. Can he find it? Nope, that's the side door. 4 of spades, and that marks the elimination of Carlsen. Good run, coming in 8th for 2,370 euros. Thank you, Jason. And all remaining players have locked up over 3,000 euros, playing for that top prize of 19,200 euros. So well done to the remaining contestants. 7 left here at the Fixed Limit Championship at the Norwegian Poker event in Bratislava. We'll be with you very shortly.
jeg kommer der østers, jeg.
Da sitter jeg og kommenterer mer attraktivt, ja.
Da tror jeg
Du har feil prioriteringer.
Jeg skal ha min tredje fjerdeplass.
Okay, gents, just want to check the board. Your name's on there. Your new seat number. Please move to the correct seat on this table. That there. Can you speak to them on the mic and just inform them that?
Nei, ja, det var rett. Jeg bare så at du sto rett etter meg. Jeg trodde det stod med direkte på siden. Det blir 4. Nei, nei.
I believe it's the same seat.
So they're open to murder. And one of them should come down 7. The official bar there will be 6.
Is this 4? Or do you want the 4 here?
Yeah, should come. Leave your chips in the tray, please, gents. Chips in the tray for a minute, gents. Meat count.
Jeg blir så sikker. Jeg sitter og spiser.
Okay, hold on. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay, gentlemen. I know it says you're in seat number 1, but you're actually going to be in box number 2. So we're going to use 2 and above. So if you're in seat number 2, you're in seat number 3. If you're in seat number 3, you're in seat number 4, etc. Are you in seat number 4?
Yeah.
You're in 5. Bang in the middle. Thank you.
Yeah, you want me here?
Yes.
Yeah. Så mest fortjente
It's the same boxes we're using, but we're adding the middle one. Okay.
Var det først da?
Har du ble på folka?
Jeg gjorde det på mens intervjuet.
Leave your chips in the tray for 1 minute, please, gents. Just makes me easier to count your chips.
Tilbake på start. Jeg hadde 180 på 10 minutter. Kom med mat. Det er ikke noe prøve over.
Yeah. Take the chips out of your rack, please, sir.
Det er ikke innenfor å høre på musikk. Det er for...
We're going to be doing an exact count anyway, so
Espen, vi fikk beskjed om å holde deg i rørverket. Det er mulig å følge med. Men han skal telle ditt, så du må
that's
etterpå.
720.
Gjør det litt mer tellbart at du har noe gule inni der.
Julebrynene, ja. Mest sulete fyren, så var det på TV-banen til siden.
We have to count them out, buddy.
Has to do your thing. Don't trust me.
It's not personal, mate. You really tell me off it's wrong, don't you?
We're going to be updating you on Kenny Orban.
Hvor har janten stigen, da?
One mil 70.
1,070,000.
Ask your racks, please, gentlemen. Any double quick?
You do the rollback now or on 6?
We roll back on 6, the official final. I'll send it over to you right now.
Så det er 50% rollback. Økning i
Nei, det er 20.
No, you should have the
20 big blinds.
chip count on
Average.
okay, holding that.
Skal over 20 big blinds.
Ja, nå har vi en.
Ja, nå er det på 20 big blinds. Må du rulle tilbake til starten av det nivået vi er på nå.
Ok.
Eller nei, kanskje det blir, hvis han går på 6, så kanskje det blir neste faktisk. Ja, det blir 50, det blir neste nivå hvis det skal på 6.
And here we go, guys. The unofficial final table of 7 for the Norwegian Poker Limit Hold'em Championship.
And it looks like Espen Sandvik, who, I mean, I like Tobias as well, but Espen is also a friend. He came in as the short stack among the 12 players, and now he's a chip millionaire in 3rd place with 1,070,000 in chips, so that is good to see. We have, though, Marius Enbach, who we saw quite a bit of earlier, in seat 1. We have Henrik Tollefsen in seat 2 with 720,000. Espen, who we just mentioned, in seat 3. In seat 5 is Magnus Eidshog with slightly less than Espen with 1,030,000. Ragnar Disvik, who was already on this table, 1.11 million. And Tobias has chipped up to 1.76 million and is the table captain to start things off.
Absolutely right.
They have locked up already 3,040 euros. They're playing for much more. The next pay jump is to 3830. It keeps going up from there until the winner will walk away with 19,170 euros. Not a bad payday at all for 400 euros. Possibly the biggest limit poker event in Europe outside of maybe if the WSOP Europe is hosting one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do have a fixed limit tournament. Maybe they do. They definitely do a decent amount of mixed games, right? There's a PLO 8 event at the circuit that I played. I think there's also a bigger PLO event at the WSOP because there's kind of 2 brands, circuit and the main. But regardless of that, a huge bumper prize pool for these limit hold'em players nonetheless. And it's nice to see that that format is not completely gone with the times as so many others have.
Yeah, and I don't like this, you know, like for online, as we mentioned yesterday, it's a fairly solved game.
Yeah.
But for live, you can't have your solvers up while you're playing.
Yeah.
So it actually is a very good live format comparatively to online. I don't like it. Online, I deal with it when I'm playing like 8-game cash. You know, you just play the few hands and go on to the next game. But I don't like playing solved games online, and that's why I don't play Chinese poker online anymore either, because of that very reason.
Absolutely. OFC has been one of those games that can be kind of mimicked by chess in the form that there is an engine and that there is an easy way to find out which is the best move in every situation.
We've been informed that they're going to be restarting the same blind level all over again. We had a rollback yesterday, so it's similar to the rollback, giving the players a little bit more playability. So we're going to have 30 minutes of this blind level before we move up to 25,000, 50,000. I like that a lot. You see that in some other places where they will mention before the tournament that when the final table is reached, we might do something with the blinds because they want to give as much play as possible at the final table.
Yep, makes a lot of sense for a prestigious event, not to make it some turbo-y crapshoot.
Yeah. And Disvik opens the hijack. If it's going to be this kind of table, we can see people roll over it, but it was an open, nobody really showing up with anything, and picks up some cheap chips.
Yep, 1.5 big blind edition, not too bad at all in the limit event. If you can get away with that every few orbits, a couple of times, you're going to be motoring on up deep into the payouts.
But I'm not expecting a super long final table. Probably we're looking at a 3-4 hour final table is my guess, George. It's hard to say, but based on the fact that nobody is super deep at the moment. I mean, Tobias has 40 big blinds, but there's a lot of stacks in the 15 to 20 range. But what I do expect is that some players will continuously have chips they can afford to lose. We have 4 chip millionaires at the moment. Now we can get an idea of how Sandvik approaches from the blinds. He's an 8-game champion of the WSOP Europe in 2020.
Wow. What did he get for that score?
We can look it
It's
up.
about
It was, I think,
100K, was it?
I think it was around 30-ish.
30,
but
okay.
He got the prestige of the bracelet. It was a very difficult field as well, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
But that's off memory. So let's pull up our good friend Espen. Nearly 300,000 in live caches. Plays a bit online, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
Plays a bit in Estonia. Well, he has a win in a Chinese poker tournament in 2020 as part of the Norwegian Championships, a side event. It should be somewhere in here. Oh, it's actually a bit more. He won 75,426 euros. It was a 2,500 euro buy-in event.
Uh-huh. And who else was in the mix?
71 entries. Phil Helmuth took 3rd place. Jeff Madsen, 4th place. Philly Havisto, who's a good player, runner-up.
Yep. Yao Vieira, Carly Burns, and Didier is a good friend of mine, actually.
Yeah,
Very
quite an impressive group of names to win that, especially with Phil involved, aiming for yet another bracelet.
Wow, yeah, motoring on.
The snowman for Leknes is certainly going to be opened.
Yeah, you can't imagine he folds. King Jack out the way, Ace-9 suited out the way as well.
It's the whole ICM folds at this point, and if it was a cash game, you're not going to see those hands necessarily fold. You may even see them 3-betting.
Exactly. And Tobias gets that one through. A lot of respect for his open. 2 pretty playable hands there. Just relinquishing the holding.
It would be interesting that if we can get some, let's say, VPIP stats in this game in particular. We didn't necessarily need it in the Omaha because you can eyeball that a little bit better, but it would be nice. We'll speak to the crew during the break whether they can pull up the statistics, at least of the final table for us.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see which players are kind of... It's difficult when you're commentating because they're kind of easy to blur over that, but would be nice to see who's kind of playing the waiting game and who's driving the action. I imagine it's going to be Espen and Tobias mostly. What does Espen have here? Ace-Queen, wow, loads of hand from the cutoff. Limit function as well, so he's not going to be blasted out of it. Just a great hand in the limit format. Makes a lot of strong top pairs where you can go for 3 easy streets of value and expect to get called by much worse. Disvik defending. He's someone that doesn't really give up his big blind very often. We saw a 4-3 off that he managed to turn into a river bluff versus Tobias. Now 10 deuce off from the big blind, so not someone that's particularly worried about the ICM potentially.
And pulls ahead on this 9 deuce 6 flop, but expect Espen to keep firing away.
Yeah. Does he go for the call, or does he elect to check raise that deuce for some protection, try and get a hand like Jack 10 to fold? Doesn't. Goes for the call. This is the funny thing about limit. You know, you just flop a pair and hold on for dear life. Now, disaster turn card for Disvik as his deuce completely shrinks in value facing that turn ace. Espen, of course, has it and is going to go for the second barrel here, 80k. And Disvik is a pretty sticky customer. Comes along for the ride with just bottom pair, no draw. Ooh, I thought that was the 10 of diamonds there for a second, but no. And it's going to be a pretty easy third bet, I believe, from Espen. Should he get check raised, it would be a nasty one, but Let's get the bet out there first and foremost. Try and attack those 9x's, even hands like king 6. I don't think he'll believe that his opponent has an offsuit deuce in their range, but that's exactly what Disvik is holding over here with the 10 deuce. And is just going to station it off by the looks of it.
I can't blame him either, because there's a lot of king queens, queen jacks that would play this the same once that ace hits the board. Espen is going to try to rep that ace whether he has it or not.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, 5 big blinds of value out of the ace queen.
So Espen going from 0 to hero. We didn't see how he chipped up on the side table. And it's going to be hard to catch him during the breaks because our breaks are mistimed. We're 30 minutes delayed, so our break is 30 minutes after their break.
Yeah.
And I can't message him from the booth to find out that either. That would be not the best of ideas. So we will, if we find out, we'll let you know. But we can just tell you that there's a Cinderella story in the making with Mr. Sandvik. And I think the likelihood of us getting him in the booth today has reduced significantly based on his run.
His active involvement in the tournament, which is fair enough. Speaking with some of these Norwegians, they almost speak better English, it feels like. The level of sort of dual linguistics is extremely strong in Norway, especially. For example, Ilva, she's often streaming in English, and just everyone seems to have an extremely high level.
There's a very good education system in Norway, and English is taught at a very young age, and Norwegians understand that a lot of their business will be international in the longer term. It used to be a tourist country, and before the oil was discovered, and after the oil, it's good to be internationally inclined. I wish I spoke more languages. I barely speak Lithuanian. I barely speak a little bit of Spanish. I'm always in awe of people that can go back and forth. My wife can speak 5 languages, for example.
Wow. Yeah, I can read French, but speak about 10 words of Slovak. That's as much as I've got. So Leknes has the jack-high flush draw, and I believe this is the board from the previous hand, or just not the board at all, actually, as I believe it was some kind of queen 3 deuce, all diamonds, turn king. So I think Eidshaug actually has the top pair here. Ah, no, there we go, yeah. King deuce 3, all diamonds, turn queens. So the king jack just going for pure value, and Leknes in one of these kind of annoying spots. He's got the jack high flush draw. His flush draw could be dominated, but he's getting such a good price to continue. Sometimes the jack is good, sometimes the 4 is good. Wow, checks back the king jack. A lot of respect there on that run out for Eidshaug, not looking to get check raised on the river potentially.
Would have Tobias played a made flush like that, though, so I guess you figured if I'm betting, I'm probably going to be called a lot or raised a lot when I'm behind the 2 pair. I don't know, but it seemed like I probably would have fired out that last bet.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough cause for concern on the river 5 there. Sure, maybe a queen, maybe a diamond for sure, checking back, but as played, I think I'd be going for the 3rd street, but always good to err on the side of caution, especially when you are playing against a world-class player in a situation where he could potentially find some check-raise bluffs, and even though you're getting such a good price, it's difficult to consider to be ahead of much. So Sandvik, 10-4 suited. I think he'll be relinquishing that one, as he does. Gerhardsen has been a tricky customer so far.
We're missing our side monitor today, George. It would have been nice during that last hand. It's the first time I missed it, actually.
To get the overview of the bird's eye camera view.
But we'll probably get that going again pretty soon.
Absolutely.
So coin flip situation, but a jack out of the window. So Disvik immediately pulls ahead. Should be slightly concerned about the queen, but being that he opened and would be betting a lot of flops that he missed, he also has the gut shot, has middle pair, should be betting here.
Yeah, it looks like a kind of range bet board. Pretty good for the opener, not the best for the defender. Although I guess the ranges will differ somewhat in limit, where you're going to be 3-betting a little bit less in general out of position, just because the efficiency of that out of position 3-bet isn't so big. Not going to get as much fold equity.
Espen taking his time with that 6-4 off, but wisely folds it. This will go into the muck too, the 9-4 offsuit. We have seen Gerd Hartson defend wide, open wide, but so far at the final table, he's been on his best behavior.
Yep.
Tobias is certainly going to open a king. He's going to open much lighter than that when he's on the button as the chip leader. Although maybe now, after he lost some chips, we'll take a look again at Espen's stack. Maybe Espen went from being bottom stack to top stack. And an easy defend. He could have 3-betted that if it was suited. And not the flop that helps either player, but Tobias is going to rep that this was a good flop for him. He's almost certainly going to be betting here.
I'd imagine so. He blocks the straight on both sides. He does obviously have a pretty strong gut shot on the upper end as well. And this would be a perfect hand to target. It's going to be hands like ace-x of spades and ace-x of hearts that just don't really have much board interaction and are going to struggle to continue here. And he does get the better hand to fold, so nicely done there from Lekness, showing his post-flop craft.
And a special thanks to Spade Poker right here. I mean, we just asked a second ago to get this side view going, and they're already in here.
Yeah.
Within a minute, we're all set up and ready to go, George.
Absolutely. Like the genie coming out of the lantern. Magic stuff here from the production team, and very thankful to those guys working diligently behind the scenes to offer you this excellent coverage of the Limit Hold'em Championship event here at the Norwegian Poker Championships. So on we go, 7 left still. Who's going to be the first one to go? Looks like Gerhardsen there, who's under the gun right now, is getting a little short. So he's got 9 big blinds.
And Bach is short as well. So
yeah.
I would say, no, that's Itzhak. Okay. Yeah, he had over $1 million coming in.
Disvik, who was a little bit sticky with that bottom pair for the full 3 streets of value versus Sandvik. He's down a little bit shorter now. And Tollefsen actually only has around 10 big blinds. Is he going to go for the raise with the King 4? He is. Sandvik in the big blind, getting a good price. Not going to fold many hands here. Maybe we get rid of the 7 deuce off, the 8-3 off, the 4 deuce off, but 10-6 off, just about connected enough.
And in position in the hand as well. If it's a button open, it's different than the small blind.
Precisely so. Ace, Jack, Jack. I think we'll just see Tollefsen go for the 1 big blind C-bet here. Looking to deny some equity, as you could see. Sandvik having 27% or so just with 2 live cards. Gets the job done.
Against a tricky player like Sandvik, though, you can put yourselves in. I mean, he was betting for value, I feel, there, and to get those hands out of the way. But Espen has a lot of gears. He could easily be
raising the flop
raising
there, yeah.
or just calling and seeing what happens on the turn and pushing you off. Because even though you can't push off with unlimited bet sizing, when you're down to just a few big bets, each one counts.
Getting clicked when you're out of position is going to be pretty tricky, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, when you're putting in just by a call of 1 big bet, you know, 16% of your stack, that's quite significant.
Absolutely right.
But Espen also realizes the tightness of the table in general. and probably felt he wasn't going to be able to get away with anything on that particular hand. He'll find better spots later on, I'm pretty sure. Interesting. Blinds have just gone up to 25,000, 50,000. Sandvik opting to limp. I'm probably understanding that Gerhardsen defends rather wide and wouldn't know exactly where he stood either way. And Gerhardsen connecting with bottom pair, but we have Sandvik repping that he has the king. We see he has that queen of diamonds for some backdoors, but otherwise this isn't really the flop he wanted to see. And Gerhardsen, who was sticky earlier, is being sticky now again. Ooh, interesting turn card.
That's a turn card that opens the door for maybe a second barrel from Sandvik here, backdooring a flush draw.
Yeah, because he could afford, if he's raised here, to just call, and he's getting the proper odds at that point, but he might as well try to take it down now if he can.
Yeah, versus this exact hand, maybe he gets the weaker deuce without the side card to fold. Actually, it looks like Gerhardsen might be fancying a fold here. No? Oh, he's just checking to see if he's got the diamond, maybe.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to call if you're him, because the 3 paired the board. If you didn't put him on a king, a raise, that's a bit ambitious.
No, it's 5K chips by the looks of it, so. Whew.
But it says Espen bet, yeah, 100,000. We're at 25.50 now.
Yep. And
oh, no.
Queen on the river. And let's see what sort of metal Sandvik is made out of here, because
I like the check.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be betting into that king at this point.
Yeah.
I understood you were called on the turn.
You might get your opponent to bluff a missed diamond draw as well, so, or 4-5 or something like that, that just kind of has to bet when checked to. So nicely done.
And now Gerhardsen's at extreme risk. He's down to just a few big bets in his stack. The other short stacks will likely see how he is playing before putting anything in speculative. Obviously, they're going to be playing their ace-kings, aces-kings, anything above ace-jack, anything above pocket nines pretty strongly. But other than that, they can get rid of some of those hands they would maybe be opening until they see what happens with Gerhardsen. If he doubles up, then, you know, you're back to business. Otherwise, there's some ICM involved right now.
Yeah, just looking to navigate your way up the pay jump ladder. It's obviously a little bit better in this format because you can't get put under the relentless pressure that you can in a no-limit format. But at the same time, we have seen players err on the side of caution with some pretty strong hands facing a raise first in. So let's see whether that continues or not.
Is this going to... Nope, Tollefson folding his king deuce for the reasons that we said. It was suited. Perhaps something he would have opened from the cutoff if he had more chips.
Sandvik electing to fold the king blocker on the button. Thought he might go for the steal there, but he's got a short stack in the small blind and would be a disaster to have to call or fold to a 3-bet from him. And Gerhardsen gets out the way, and now he's in the danger zone, 4.5 big blinds. Einshaug had a pretty strong hand at the big blind there. Queen 8 suited, that would surely have been defending any of the action.
He basically has now one hand to commit because it's, you know, if he raises to 100 or even if he's limping, you know, it's a single big bet he would have left behind at that standpoint. Kind of, I guess, similar in a way to No Limit Hold'em in that regard, where if he opens, you know, he's basically going to go all in, but you have more chances along the way to get out of the hand if you want to, comparatively to him. And No Limit Hold'em, he just has a shove hand at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Difficult situation, right? When you kind of maybe min-raise pre-flop and then completely miss the flop. Do you try and put the rest in, but you can't put the rest in? You can only put one big blind in, and then there's, you know, the rest goes in on the turn, and if you still haven't hit anything, what do? You know, it's, I guess it's quite easy to panic off of that kind of 5 big blind stack in fixed limit.
Yeah, because you have to be looking at the big bets, and he has 2 big bets, so any hand that he goes in at this point, he has to be ready to put his whole stack in. There's no folding after you call a raise or you raise yourself.
Exactly.
Pocket Rockets, I think this is the first time we've seen aces today.
Yep, first time we've seen a big premium. Actually, no aces, kings, or queens we've seen so far, even ace-king, I believe. So,
I believe that his raise sizing is wrong. Does it say 200K?
Yeah, it should be 100, right?
Yeah, nobody else opened before him, so it has to be 200. It has to be 100. it may not matter because I think this is the spot where Gerhardt's in. He has ace-7 suited. Doesn't get much better than that when you're short stacked.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for him that he's going to run into the aces.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. What's going on here?
So does Eidshaug go for the click 3-bet here, or does he peel? He knows that Enneback is also quite short. Enneback's got 10 big blinds. I don't think he's going to be so worried about the strength of that open because he's got 10 bigs. If Enneback had maybe 20 or 30 bigs, he may play a flat here, but I think he's going to just deem his hand strong enough to get it in.
The problem is what we said earlier, that Mbach shouldn't be playing a lot of hands. He should be playing 9s plus. There's some hands, obviously, the jacks are ahead of, but
yeah,
it's not as strong as it would be if it was another player opening from early position that was sitting on a million stack. The 3-bet, though, wouldn't be the end of the world, but I like call and reevaluate. Very often when you have a player committed with just 25,000 back, it checks through as well.
Now, Enneback, I would have liked to see the call here. He's gone for the click, but it's interesting because the click may look a little bit weaker because you've got this other player there that's short. So, okay, so Eidshaug does find the call as well. Obviously, nothing else he can really do at this point.
Does it open up another raise? This I'm not sure about, actually. Because the aces definitely should be raising if they can.
No, but we've
it's
already had a 4-bet pot,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Open.
And he kind of
4-bet, yeah.
gives away the strength of his
25, yeah.
Gives away the strength of his hand a little bit because he's like, I can't raise, and looks a bit gutted about that. So, yeah. Definitely a bit of a red flag for Eidshaug here, who's sat there thinking, what the hell have I just got myself into here with these jacks? Looking for a jack, really, to get out of trouble.
Yeah, 3 cards below a jack is going to cost them some money.
It is. At this stack-to-pot ratio, there's 650 in the middle already, only 285 back, and it's a king-high board. So if he was worried about a hand like ace-king, even more reason to be worried about that now.
But there's no side pot. There would be absolutely no reason for Einbach to be betting if he didn't have something here. And he wouldn't be betting, I don't think. He could be betting the 9. So I guess one call's fine, but if it's going to happen again...
Probably out of the way, right?
He should be, but the problem is now Einbach is so short that... And there is a side pot now.
Oh,
wow.
Turn the heart as well. So we're going to see a river card. Eidshaug is going to put in 100 of his remaining 235, so he's fully pot committed at this point, and a river heart would just be an absolute disaster for Enneback here. Eidshaug, no chance he could be getting out the way. He could be a little bit concerned about hands like ace-king with a heart, aces with a heart, but just getting this price, I think we come along for the river as he does, and he's looking for a jack or a heart to really get out of trouble here, and it's the queen, not to be.
I wonder if he can fold here. I mean, he's getting such amazing odds. I think he has to call, but he does fold, and he'll be happy when he sees those aces.
And yeah, Gerhardt's in the midst of all the craziness there, we forgot that he actually turned an open-ender too. So
he had some life, yeah.
He had a live one there with the 10 or the 5, not to be for him. The ace no good, of course, versus the pocket rockets, and it's a huge pot as we now delve over into the official final table of 6 here at the Limit Hold'em Championship. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Da har vi kommet frem til dagens første høydepunkt etter din ankomst, selvfølgelig, Sverre. Nemlig Fixed Limit finalebord. Vi har 6 spillere igjen, fordi Frode Gerhardsen, han var dessverre den uheldige som måtte vike. Men det et spennende bord vi har i vente, Sverre.
Altså, det dagens villeste understatement. Det her fyrverkeri og kanoner og ordentlig moro hele veien. Jeg gleder meg bare til at vi skal lese opp de navnene i rekkefølge, bare sånn for å kjenne ærbødigheten av hvem som faktisk
Skal jeg lese dem opp?
Gjør det.
Vi har Marius Vik Enebakk, Henrik Tollefsen, Espen Smørholm Sandvik, også kjent som Bløffe Espen, Magnus Eidshaug, Ragnar Ekerholt Dysvik Ragge, og Tobias Gjelsa Leknes, Il Presidente.
Det helt fantastisk. Altså det at man har de store sluggernavnene med Tollefsen og Leknes og så videre. Det at vi har de outsiderne som jeg elsker spillet til og gleder meg til å se, som Ragge Dysvik for eksempel. Ragnar, som virkelig kan hamle opp med disse. Vi har sterke navn fra første til siste, og det gøy med Fixed.
Det veldig gøy.
Vi får jo store navn til slutt når det Fixed Limit-spill.
Det det jo ikke noe tvil om. Det spillerne, altså Fixed Limit vel fortsatt et spill som skiller amatørene fra de som har det mer enn bare en fritidssyssel en gang i måneden.
I mye sterkere grad. Vi nevnte det litt i innledningen tidligere for de av dere som fulgte der, men det jo slik at i disse Fixed Limit-spillene så må man ta avgjørelser fra preflop til flop til turn, og kanskje de viktigste avgjørelsene kommer på turn og river. Og det gjør at man skiller på en helt annen måte. Husk at for de som kanskje ikke har spilt så mye poker der ute, som spiller No Limit Texas Hold'em, mitt tips få på så mye skjetonger så tidlig i hånden som mulig. Det går ikke da.
Nei, det litt skummelt i Fixed Limit. Men hvorfor? Altså, jeg klarer ikke helt å vri huet mitt rundt. Hvorfor det så viktig å moderere seg når du spiller Fixed?
Det ikke viktig å moderere seg. Det bare du begrenset med budstørrelsen og hvor mye du får lov å legge på. Så du har ikke lov til mer enn limit-race før floppen. Og da det begrenset. Du kan ikke legge 4-gangeren eller 3-gangeren for å sette ekstra press. Når man kommer til flopp, så kan du ikke by nesten pott. Du må ut med det samme lille budet som du gjorde preflopp, og plutselig se på potten. Du kan ha en pott på 1 million, og så får du bare lov å putte inn 100 000. Det klart at verdien for å henge blir helt annerledes. Og så blir det dobling av verdien, når du da kanskje skal ut med 200 000 på turn. Og da plutselig begynner det å brenne, for hvis du da får en race, en re-race og tilbake, da har du potter som kan bli ordentlig svære. Det så utrolig viktig å forstå hvor man til enhver tid. Forstå matten, forstå posisjonen, forstå presset, og forstå når du kan få kast.
You heard the man. Jeg føler jo presset allerede her, nå, Sverre. Dette her... Jeg gleder meg veldig. Det veldig... Jeg kjenner at dette her kommer til å bli intenst.
Det kommer til å bli gøy. Altså, det jo gleden med dette. Vi får lov til å se flere avgjørelser, fordi du nødt til å ta mange avgjørelser for hver eneste hånd. Og det å kunne gå inn i huet på disse gutta her når de skal avgjøre et norgesmesterskap, hvem som faktisk den beste Fixed Limit-spilleren der ute, det bare å sette seg tilbake, finne fram alt det som godt på en tirsdag og nyte.
Det én ting jeg lurer på. Det mange ting jeg lurer på. Det ufattelig mange ting jeg lurer på, men det en ting som jeg satt og slo meg nå. Det der med å vente med å ta avgjørelser, tenke seg godt om. Hvor mye blir det der spillet med å vente ut motstanderen og la dem få til å sitte og koke sitt eget fett?
Du snakker jo ikke til en som har fasiten her. Jeg har alltid spilt for fort. Litt kjappere enn jeg skulle ønske jeg gjorde i etterkant. Du blir jo litt låst inn i en vane hvor du tar avgjørelser på instinkt i stor grad, men jeg skulle ønske jeg hadde en evne selv, at jeg kunne sette meg i større grad tilbake og gjennomtenke hver eneste avgjørelse og vite at det du gjør fundamentert i noe. Du har et grunnlag for å ta alle avgjørelser. Det ikke bare at on a whim så tenker du at her skal jeg sette press. Hvorfor skal jeg sette press? Hva kan motstanderen ha? Hva blir resultatet av at jeg byr? Det kanskje det viktigste. Hvis jeg byr, hva et naturlig svar fra motstanderen? Og hvordan kan jeg eventuelt svare på det igjen? Og da det mye lettere å drive det som heter sizing, finne riktige beløpene som man går inn med. Men dette gjelder jo no limit, det gjelder ikke nå. Glem sizing.
Sizingen bestemt, så det behøver vi ikke å tenke på. Men da kanskje det der med hvordan du bruker tiden, altså hvor fort får du det på, hvor lenge venter du, hvor mye gir du inntrykk til motspilleren din om hvor mye du må tenke.
Ja, det bare å gjøre det samme hver gang, så slipper du å gi bort noe informasjon.
Sitte og se på klokka, sånn, ok, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nå er jeg begynt med.
Om ikke så rigid, så ser vi jo at veldig mange av de beste spillerne tar seg alltid 10 ekstra sekunder før de tar en avgjørelse, for å være helt sikker på at de har tenkt gjennom alle mulige konsekvenser.
Det også for å skjule litt sånne såkalte tells som vi snakket om i gamle dager? At uansett om du bløffer eller har en monsterhånd, eller den beste hånda du kan få, så skal ikke motstanderne kunne lese utifra hvor raskt du handler.
Det klart det, men ved å ikke variere, så fjerner du også et våpen. La oss si det sånn, altså du snakker jo om at hvis man bløffer, så... La oss ta et enkelt eksempel. Veldig mange ganger i pokerhistorien så har man sett folk som bløffer som kaster setongene hardt ned på bordet. Fordi de skal banke det inn med autoritet. Her budet mitt. Veldig ofte blant amatører så det en bløff. Bare ta med dere det. Men det jo klart at gjør du det helt bevisst et par ganger i løpet av turneringen, men når det virkelig viktig, og du sitter med det nuts på et eller annet tidspunkt og har lyst til å få betalt, og du ikke tror du kommer til å få det, drar du inn den samme som kanskje noen har merket seg tidligere, og så kan du bruke det som et våpen. Altså, for enhver aksjon så finnes det en reaksjon, og det å alltid fjerne spillet i sitt reaksjonsmønster, fjerne alle muligheter for å gi fra seg tells, om så så fjerner du også de strengene du har å spille på, hvis du klarer å tenke metodisk og godt rundt det.
Uavhengig av hvem som skal sitte på bordet rett bak oss, hvor lett det å bløffe i fikslivet?
Det er ikke så vanskelig det nødvendigvis. Du kommer til du har sett det her tidligere i den turneringen, du kommer til å fortsette å se det, at det veldig mange som hopper av på det turnbudet, eller hvis det kommer et check-syn, og så kommer det plutselig en check-race på turn, at det så sterkt for motstanderen, at han vil ikke henge to bud til, fordi da må han syne turn, så må han syne river, og det blir dyrt.
Så vet vi jo at det kommer til å... Vi har ikke fått den helt offisielle slipkanten ennå, men det store forskjeller i hva de sitter med på bordet. Tobias Leknes har desidert mest skjetonger, og så det et par-tre mann som... Han på ca. 1,7-1,8, et par-tre spillere på rundt millionen, og så det to som litt mer short. Det Marius og Henrik Tollefsen. Hvor mye betyr... altså, kan du øve press når du har... kan det noen ganger være en fordel å ha lite skjetonger i fikslimit? Ved at du da villig til å offre stor andel av... Eller kanskje offre hele turneringen din? Det
aldri en fordel. Men det kan være
Det aldri en fordel å ha lite skjetonger. Det alltid lurt å ha mye skjetonger.
Jo, men det jo, selv om det høres banalt ut, så det greit å bare poengtere det. Men det kan være enklere å få skjetonger. Fordi du har to valg. Du har alt eller ingenting.
Kast eller få det på.
Ja, altså enten kaster du, eller så løper du så fort du klarer og håper det står til.
Men hva skjer da når du sitter der, og så har du en veldig lovende pocket? Altså, du har en god hånd, og så kommer det floppen fra helvete. Skal du fortsette å kjøre løpet i fikslimit da? Ja. Eller skal du kaste?
Nei, du fortsetter som regel å kjøre løpet. Du nok tvunget med gode hender til å se showdown ned. Ta et eksempel. Jeg har spilt heads-up i fikslimit NM selv. Jeg røyk med S-par mot 7-4 offsuit. Sånn skjer. Så, ja, men altså, i mye sterkere grad enn det gjør i no limit, altså sånn skjer. Fordi jeg har ikke mulighet til å beskytte en hånda så godt som jeg ønsker i forkant. Han floppa vel en gutshot og et par, og det mer enn nok til at han nødt til å henge. Både for odds, men også for at han fort kan være best.
For de av dere som lurer på hva all denne jublingen og ville stemningen bak oss det ingen som har vunnet noe ennå. Det blitt tatt bilder til nettsider og aviser og sånn av de 6 deltakerne på finalebordet. Og da må det ha god stemning og jubel.
God stemning.
Men hvem, hvis vi skal si...
Tobias Leknes.
Ja, akkurat. Tobias Leknes blir norgesmester, men hvem er det han møter heads up i finalen her?
Jeg tror han møter Ragnar Dysvik.
Ragnar Dysvik mot Tobias Leknes. Det er
Altså,
ditt
dette er
heiteste
jo en
tips.
magefølelse jeg bare tar, men det er fordi også du har noen av de andre storkanonene som er litt short akkurat nå.
Ja. Tollefsen er short. Han er kanskje den som mange kjenner. Mitt heiteste tips er at Bløffe-Espen kommer til å overraske mange og er topp 3.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, urmaker Christensen og poker.no.
Welcome back for now the official final table and the continuation of the Limit Hold'em Championship here at the Norwegian event in Bratislava.
It's been quite exciting so far. Watching these limit players in action, we're down to just these 6 players that you see. You can check out their chip counts, their stack sizes. Leknes was the start of the day chip leader. Nearly gave it up to Sandvik at some point, who came into the final 12 with the shortest stack. Now with a respectable stack of 1.5 million. All the players have locked up 3,830 euros already for their 400 euro buy-in, with 19,000 and change up top.
Lovely.
We did just lose Frode Godhardsen, unfortunately, one of our more active players in 7th place for 3,040 euros. But now we have the official final table. I love during the near end of the break, another tournament was going on break. I don't know if you heard Sean's announcement. Players, we're on a 20-minute break. If you use the bathroom, be sure to wash your hands.
That should go without saying, right? But unfortunately, poker players aren't best known for their hygienic standards.
No, the chips are among the dirtiest things that you can actually touch sometimes, and when you see people put them in their mouth or their eye, you're kind of wondering what they're thinking.
Yeah.
During COVID times, I was always with the hand sanitizer on each break. I would do
Yeah.
that before even going to the toilet, and then do it again before sitting at the table again.
A couple of people I used to play private games with had these latex gloves when they were playing.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I never went to that extreme, but just washing them regularly should be enough. I mean, if we look back at the older ages of the human development, they were sort of, you know,
Yeah.
basking around in the mud. So
Certainly being around the poker rooms as much as we are have improved our immune systems. We're exposed to everything.
exactly, really is sometimes a chamber of coughs and minor illnesses. But regardless, let's get back into it. 10s on the button for Einstaug, who had that annoying spot with the jacks where he had to call a 4-bet pre-flop, called the flop, turn a flush draw, brick it, and dwindled his stack somewhat, but is back in the mix with 840k. And Leknes is going to peel one off with the jack-7. So 1 over card, queen 8-8, not an ideal board for either player. Do we see Einstaug check back here and go for the 2 big blind bet on the turn, or does he just bet now and just hope to get the fold, essentially? Because if you get check raised here, it's a bit of a disaster with these 10s, right?
Yeah, but I like the bet here for the reasons you said, and he got Tobias to fold a jack there.
An
so
overcard, yeah.
It's good to just get the equity realization out of the way.
Yeah.
It's different if... I think you should always be betting there, actually, and then you can decide. Let's say Tobias made the hand, he would probably call there, hoping that he could check raise a turn, but he may check raise the flop being out of position so he can lead the turn.
Yeah.
That's the more interesting spot where the guy in position should be betting whether he hit the board or not.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the 8-8x paired board, kind of decent for the big blind. He's going to have a lot more offsuit 8x, but yeah, then again, you're right. It's a case of just denying the equity and dealing with that situation should it arise, rather than worrying about that too much. Oh wow, back-to-back monsters for Einstaug. 10s and now ace-king. And Ace King feels somewhat more playable than a hand like tens because you've always got overcards, you've got good barreling capabilities and good equity realization, whereas tens on like a jack high board can get a little bit murky, right? Whereas when you've got, well, here we go. So it's going to be overcards versus overcards. Annabak does have a decent backup in the form of a nut gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Einshaug actually going for the bet here. It's quite surprising. I thought he might just check back.
No, I like it once again for the same reason as before, because he opened up from the cutoff. It was a big blind defend. I know a lot of those cards hit the range. He can slow down on the turn, but very often you'll get a flop fold. We could see he's still ahead. He's certainly going to be calling a river bet, especially after it pairs the board and was checked over to him.
He's ahead of hands like King, Queen, King 10, and the King, Queen actually just taking it to showdown and relinquishing. Not going to have much showdown with King High here, because usually worse hands are going to bet. But, yep, just allowing a free show there.
Sporting that fancy Coolbet hoodie, one of the online sponsors. They sent a lot of players here to the Norwegian Championship and Poker North Masters. I saw the people at Guts today as well. Jostein, John Briscoe White are both in the house. Thomas Vild and Svein Olaf are both representing Coolbet.
Nice.
It's always good to see those guys. John recently had a pretty good result, actually, live in an event that I covered. He's normally working behind the scenes at Guts Poker. He entered, I think it was the Malta Poker Festival main event and made day 3. I don't remember the exact result. He busted David Lappin after the bubble. It was kind of fun. On the bubble, it was John, Ann Roos Collins, and David Lappin all sitting like together.
Yeah.
You know, side by side by side.
I can imagine the table talk might have been a little bit out of hand.
So a defend here with the Jack 3 suited off the short stack.
Yeah, seems fair
possibly
enough.
if it was offsuit. And a Jack out of the window, but so is the Queen on the flop.
Tricky spot now, as obviously we're dead versus hands like King 9, 9-8, Ace King, pocket Queens, Queen Jack, but going to be continuing with the pair and the backdoor flush draw. Disvic with a big hand here, top pair with the nut gut shot. 8 on the turn, should slow down the action potentially, as the 9 can potentially hit the big blind, and Disvic just with the top pair now on the 4-liner. And should he face a river check from his opponent, I think he may go for a street of value here, right?
He might, and it looks like he is, because a 9 should have been betting that river.
Yeah, exactly. Or betting or check raising potentially. Tollefsen doesn't really have the type of hand that would consider check raise bluffing. It's more of a call or fold type situation with the jack, but if he had a hand like maybe 8-7, he could potentially turn that into a bluff, representing the 9 versus this kind of cap check back on the turn. Let's see what he goes with.
We have multiple photographers taking pictures. I see Elizabeth back there. So it does get a call. I think that's the right call, just a bad situation, and picks up a nice pot.
Hoping to see a hand like Ace-7 or some kind of missed straight draw, something like that.
Maybe even an Ace-10 going for thin value.
Yeah, potentially.
Wow, Elizabeth was in and out. And let's see who the other photographer was. Probably Vojta, but shout out to those guys along with Thomas Stacha, the 3-man crew taking amazing photos that you can check out on Facebook. There's also some on the POKERNM website as well. These guys are working ridiculous hours, taking hundreds and hundreds of pictures each and every day. So there'll be a few thousand photos probably by the end. Tobias, who's been a little bit quiet lately, not because of any reason other than other players have found cards to open with, and he hasn't had cards to defend with. Finding a good spot with King Queen, but he'd probably be opening much wider than that.
Yeah, I guess it's a spot where you raise first in aggressively, but you show a lot of respect to these short stacks that are opening themselves, because you just know how strong their range is going to be, and there's not much room for maneuvering in limit, right? Once you know that someone's got a strong range, it's going to be difficult for you to blow them off of the pot.
Especially after Gerhardsen hit the rail, because he would be the one player that we've seen that kind of, let's say, I wouldn't say disregarded ICM, but at least
yeah.
it seemed to be playing chip EV
Pretty wide
type of strategy.
That's for sure. Disfit getting out the way with that pocket pair under the gun, pocket threes, as you mentioned. Not having such strong credentials in no limit or limit, just because of the amount of times that you get yourself into a pretty spooky spot out of position and may have to station down a few streets with the worst of it. Einshaug, though, in the big blind, finishing the action. Should be set mining here, as he does. Looking for a duck on the flop, and it is queen high, so a good one for Enibak. And do we continue here with the deuces? Peel one off, getting a good price.
Ooh, a sneaky check back there.
Okay.
Now it's going to be harder to get away, although the 10, obviously, really any card is not going to be good for the deuces there.
Yeah.
And look at our graphics. Our graphics are amazing now. We have the side-by-side views and the side-by-side cards. The board in the middle.
Yeah, liking that.
Well
one
done.
One out for Einshaug. Is he going to try and farm that deuce, or does he give some credit to hands like Ace-10, King-10 that may have played this way? He's going to come along for the ride. So Enibak, by checking back the flop, actually gains another bet of value on the river, on the turn, because he probably would have got called for the one big blind, but then the deuces would have folded for the turn, right? So he gets an extra big blind there. Nicely done. And wow, just checks it back. Pretty tight stuff there. He could target some 7x, some 4x, maybe even ace high, and yeah, kind of a.
And after the board pairs, a lot of pocket pairs as well.
Exactly. So a bit of a smirk there from his opponent, as if to say, "What the hell is going on here? Why is he not betting?" But would have had the best of it, of course.
That's how it goes. Det er derfor du ikke vil møte. Det er derfor ikke jeg er der da. Sparer deg for masse smerte. Ja. Det er derfor du har med underberger også, er det ikke? Det er for å lindre smertene. Det er for å lindre smertene, altså. Da kan du utsette deg for smerte da, hvis du har en underberger.
So Sandvik driving the action here with the ace-9 and going to be going heads up with the big blind, who's defending just about anything, as you can see. 6-3 offsuit. Another person that is slightly disregarding maybe some of the ICM factors, and he does flop an open-ender here with the backdoor flush draw. Got a bit of a flickering light in the commentary booth, which is...
yeah, we have the photographers next to us, and they're turning off the light for some reason, which is affecting our lights. But I think now we're kind of okay.
Yeah, great turn for Sandvik now, turning top pair. And Distvik is going to continue his representation of some kind of pocket fours, fives, 10-5, 10-4, 5-4, maybe even some hands like ace-5, ace-4. Could be going for some thin value with the 10 as well, looking to get value from hands like 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s. But an interesting spot for Sandvik. Does he go for the raise here? I mean, his opponent is representing quite a strong hand. I think calling is the standard play, just allowing the option for his opponent to potentially blast off hands like 6-3, 7-6, 8-6, miss flush draws. And it's a swing and a miss completely from Distvik, who was looking for the deuce or the 7 to fill up and doesn't. And now surely Sandvik will feel that he can derive some value here. Targeting hands like King 10, Queen 10, 10-9, 10-8, pocket 9s.
Hoping that it's not 10-jack, because that's also one of the hands as well.
Yeah, exactly. Felt like that might not have checked the river, but could be going for a check raise, and Distvik just relinquishing that one and I hate to say it, but kind of an example of why we don't want to defend the big blind so wide, you know, when these kind of offsuit disconnected hands versus someone that has us out chipped. It's going to be very difficult to navigate out of position, even in limit.
Yeah, if it's me, I'm trying to avoid these spots with Espen in particular.
Yeah.
Just because I know he has so many different gears and know that he gets good reads on situations.
Yeah.
We saw that he had it there, but I'm pretty sure he's betting the river even in other spots. I mean, the 6-3 is obviously going to fold, but there would be other hands he can get to fold out. Espen definitely has some merged range types of bets in no-limit games. And an ace again, but opts to fold this time. It's ace-5 offsuit. If it was suited, he would be opening. If it was a little bit stronger, he'd be opening. I thought he'd be opening the ace-5, but instead it'll probably Ideshog opening an ace, not knowing that there's an ace dead already. And not a bad situation, getting 7-deuce and 9-deuce to make the easy folds, picking up some chips that he much needed.
Quite right.
He's been quite active, but not because he's being active trying to push people around. He's had jacks, he's had aces, he's had ace-king. Here was ace-4 on the button. So on the final table, maybe players are taking note that this guy likes to play a lot of hands, but we can see that he's playing a lot of good hands.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those kind of illusions sometimes. You feel like, oh, I'm just getting pushed around, or this guy's always got my number, but you know, many times they're also going to make hands as well. They're not just randomly blasting into you or maneuvering you off of pots all the time.
So it was a good fold by Tollefson there with the 3s. We see Espen with the 8s.
Yep. Exactly. Early position, low pocket pairs, as we mentioned, really going down massively in value. And folds all the way around. Dennerbach has been one of those kind of players that I feel the stronger players will target his big blind because he doesn't tend to defend too much. And when they see him miss bets with the king-queen post-flop, maybe a target for some leaning on.
For sure. And the pocket 3s and no-limit hold'em, he'd be out the door, assuming he didn't get there with against the 8s. But
yeah,
he would have been shoving that. There's no way Espen's going anywhere with a short stack shove, either calling or over jamming.
Yep.
I may try studying limit hold'em again. It's been so long since I've played a limit hold'em event. It used to be that the majors more than 20 years ago were in limit hold'em, and then I learned quite a lot. But you forget when you're not practicing quite a lot. That's the issue when you're focusing on other games. That information goes into your head, and the other information slowly leaks out of your head.
Exactly, yeah. Having that match practice is very important in all formats of the game. I always feel a bit rusty when I go back to PL08, which is something that I do find quite intuitive, but it does take maybe a couple of levels just to ease back into it, see some showdowns, remind yourself of how the kind of spots differ from live and online. So Disvik versus Leknes here. Disvik flopping a gut shot with an overcard, and Leknes bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw and some backdoor straight draw potential as well. It's going to go check-check, so a free pull for Disvik. Can he find a 10, an ace? Nope. King, though, could be a good card to represent here versus Tobias's check-back range. You might have thought that he'd bet hands like King-Queen, King-10, sometimes King-9 on the flop, so...
And does just exactly that. And Tobias, who 3-bet the pot pre-flop, I'm surprised didn't actually bet this pot.
He 3-bet, I wasn't sure. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because there was 375 in the pot before the flop.
Yeah.
So then that would have to be, I think, a 3-bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely right.
So gets Tobias to fold the best hand. Obviously, there were a lot of cards that could have helped him on the river, but gets him to fold the bottom pair there.
Yeah, nicely done.
But I think if you're going to 3-bet hands like 8-7 suited, which is more than fine as the chip leader to do, you need to continue that when it's checked over to you with another bet.
Potentially, it is a board that hits your opponent's range quite hard. He's going to have lots of Broadway-type hands, Jack-10, Queen-X, King-Queen, Queen-10, Queen-9 suited. But, yeah, maybe trying to get the pocket pairs to fold, or at least applying pressure. But
at least setting you up for a free turn
Yeah.
and a free river. You know, not a free turn, but a free river. You know, you can then check it back on the turn if you were called on the flop, and you get to see 2 cards basically by just betting the flop.
Absolutely, and Tollefsen now is going to be opening blind versus blind with the 9s. Let's see if Sandvik has much.
Oh, no.
7s.
This is going to be all in.
Could be getting it in here pre-flop, looking to gain value from hands like King 6 suited, Ace 5, Ace 6, Ace 7. Of course, all of those overcard hands as well. Tollefsen not thrilled to see the 3-bet, but just going to be going with this one, I'm sure. Because with that clicky 3-bet versus a short stack, you just know that Sandvik is never really bluffing in this situation. I don't think he's going to have a hand like just an ace deuce offsuit as a blocker, because that original open BVB from this depth is just going to be so strong anyway. So let's see if there could be some kind of interesting board here, like a Jack 10-2 or something. Oh yeah, Queen Jack 2, there you go. So you've got 2 overcards for both players to now navigate around.
This is why I don't like Espen's 3-bet so much, because now his opponent has got so few chips that he's priced into anything, where if he just called the raise, even with 175 back, perhaps betting when there's 2 overcards that hit, you are going to get a fold. In this case, he's compelled to call all the way down.
Deuce on the turn is a fairly decent card for Tollefsen, because some of the Ace 10s, King 10s, Ace Kings, he is still ahead of, obviously really trailing behind the Ace Queens, the King Queens, King Jack type hands, Ace Jack. Also still ahead of flush draws as well, and his 9s do unblock some, you know, King 9 of hearts, Ace 9 of hearts, goes check, check on the turn. Deuce on the river, great run out for Tollefsen now. Does he go for the jam? He's got, I think, around about 200k behind. So it would be 100k as the max bet, right? It looks like he's got 325s, a stack of 100.
Yeah,
and
the stats are off a little bit, because it says 75, but we could see he has more than a single bet left.
Yeah.
And Espen paying him off.
Yep, nicely done.
But saved himself a little bit by not barreling again on the turn.
Absolutely, a bit of a cooler situation in No Limit Hold'em. The cards are on their backs pre-flop, and this one, Espen does get to save a couple of big blinds or so.
Itzhak is wearing a star as well, which means he's won an event.
Ooh.
So let's check him out while we're waiting for the next hand. I definitely recognize him. It's not somebody that I know on a personal level, though. This is interesting. He's not coming up with anything on Hand and Mob, so there's a good chance that the way I'm trying to spell his name is not exactly correct. Meanwhile, it's Enbach with his 1 million chip stack opening with the Ace 10 from the cutoff. Tollefsen will fold his rags after chipping up. Sandvik will get out of the way, most likely from the small blind.
You think so? And Einshag with a defendable King 9 offsuit there in the big blind. So Queen 9-3, swing and a miss for Enebak, who's been kind of passive in these situations. May elect to check this one back. Does, and instantly rewarded with the ace on the turn for top pair. And oh, he just continues to play quite tricky and trappy post-flop. Does he allow his opponent to catch up? He does not. Should be able to find a street of value now, though, for the one big bet.
I guess he wanted to make sure another club wasn't coming before putting more chips in. I'm not sure why he checked back the turn there.
And Einshag now, he's seen his opponent miss a value bet with the king-queen, so it's going to be alarm bells here for him, and makes a really nice disciplined laydown there with fourth pair, which is easier said than done in this format, right?
For sure, for sure. It was kind of a scary board for him, though, so I don't blame him.
Yeah.
But there's other players that will take advantage of those situations. Like we've seen Tobias, for example, open with hands like 6-4 suited.
Yeah.
But for the most part, people are opening with their strong pocket pairs and strong Broadway cards.
Yeah, a fairly face-up range in some ways, where they're going to have a bit less board coverage on the lower boards, but going to do pretty well on that kind of run out. So King 9 just relinquishing the holding and getting out the way there.
Possibly the bottom end of Tobias's range to open, even though Ace 9 is a little bit strong, but it's under the gun. We saw him fold Ace 5 earlier from later position. Einbach just calling with the 10s. Tollefson wisely getting out of the way with the 4s. We see the players are being very smart about the lower pocket pairs.
Yeah, I think this 10s call makes a lot of sense as well, because getting 4-bet is a bit of a disaster, right? And you can allow potentially some worse hands to come along and get some value post-flop. Leknes swing and a miss here with his Ace-9, but he is going to go for the range bet, targeting some hands like pocket 7s, pocket 6s, and a back going nowhere. Got a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Turn card. Now things get interesting as Tobias is able to bet 100k into 375, but is this really the hand that he's going to take off with?
I mean, Einbach looks a lot stronger than 10s at this point on this board.
He does.
He called from the hijack. We haven't seen him do much floating.
Yeah.
And even though he didn't hit that flop, the call on the flop dictates that he likely has a jack or a king.
Precisely, and Leknes now ranging his opponent. What sort of hands is he going to get with that I could potentially get to fold? Only really a hand like 7s. Does he even call that pre? He's been playing quite tight. And we do see the value bet from the 10s on the river, and that's just going to get the job done. No real reason to station him off with the Ace-9 there. Going to be behind the vast majority of the time. And we've also seen him played quite trappy. Obviously, these guys don't get to see all of those showdowns, but an eagle-eyed player would have noticed that Einbach was checking back that king-queen on the queen 7-3 earlier, which is quite interesting, to say the least.
So the blinds have gone up, I believe, because we have a dealer change. So it should be 30-60 now. So everybody's stack a little bit shorter. I don't think anybody has more than 25 big bets in their stack, in fact. Or at least 25 big blinds, even less in terms of big bets. About nobody really has more than a dozen big bets in their stack.
Yeah. But I guess, as you can expect, kind of cagey action, not an awful lot of bluffing going on, not much 3-betting either. It's been quite honest in that respect. So I guess that lends itself to the format more than the level of play, right? Yeah,
for sure. And I mean, limit hold'em, that's you have so much fewer bluffs in general that it basically if you're trying to bluff a lot, you're not playing correctly.
Yeah.
You have to understand why you're bluffing. Versus in hold'em, even if you don't understand it, you can get away with it a lot more. I'm learning a lot more about the board textures and when I should be bluffing and when I shouldn't be bluffing type of spots as well, and even no limit hold'em, and it seems to change depending on who I even talk to, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I could respect two players that approach the game completely different, both very profitable players, and I can go over a board texture with them and get two different answers, actually.
Exactly. A complete difference in strategy for, let's say, using the Norwegian community as an example, someone like John, who plays all of the live events, doesn't play so much online. His game is built around aggression and kind of understanding of the live population, whereas someone like Tobias, who I've spoke with at depth on certain spots, is much more mechanical and is operating in a slightly more mathematical, nuanced way, you know? So both players are big winning players in the Norwegian scene, completely different styles. So it's interesting, definitely, that there's many ways to shear a sheep in some ways.
One player's graph goes straight up, and another player's graph goes up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's like a massive roller coaster ride.
Exactly.
You can figure out who is who based off what George just said about both players.
Yeah.
But let's just say John's swings would give me nightmares if I was John. Like you have to have a strong personality to be able to understand that during a downswing, I'm going to just continue plugging away until I get that win.
Yeah, I remember at the festival last year, that was before he went to the EPT, and he'd had a bad week at the festival. Even though he won the mixed game event, he was still down 10K for the week because of the cash games, you know. And so everyone on Hendon Mob would look at him and say, "Oh wow, you won the phase mixed game event for 8K. That must have been a nice week." And he actually lost, and he was kind of not moaning, but a little bit sour about the way it had gone on the cash games. And then goes over to EPT, regs another load of tournaments, goes deep in the main, and ends up getting second, right?
Yeah. So quite nice for John. And John does that to himself a little bit. I mean, if he's playing in a game with Frankie is going to make the game higher variance as it is.
Massive.
So John can actually adjust his game a little bit, but he's trying. There becomes like a little bit of an ego sometimes in the cash games, and I've suffered from that, as you know, like at times where when I've looked back and I said I shouldn't let my ego get in the way. I should always recognize poker players' strengths and not always figure that I can outplay people. I can outplay people if I understand, and if I give them the respect that they deserve, then you will find spots that you can outplay them. But it doesn't mean that you should be targeting them.
Yeah, and trying to do it every hand, exactly.
But yeah, Frankie won a lot of that money before, I think, giving it away to other cash game players.
It's a merry-go-round, isn't it, in those kind of games? Sandvik, Queen 6 suited. Going to come along for a defend here versus Disvik, who's been a pretty active player despite being on that kind of medium stack.
I think this is standard open, standard defend, and it's going to be a little bit of trouble for Sandvik after hitting that middle pair.
It's a bit of a cooler in some ways in Limit Hold'em, middle pair versus top pair. Many routes away from the hand in the no-limit format of the game, but in this one, you have to call the flop and pretty much always the turn as well. There's not going to be many turns he might get away from. Maybe the ace he could fold. The jack certainly will be allowing him to see a card. What does he just fold now? This is a really interesting one, actually. This is where as we know, he is a world-class player in this format, having a great resume across his Hendon Mob. Does he find the fold? Does he save that one big bet? Does go for the call.
I thought maybe he could fold there.
Yeah, same. Ace 10, Queen 10. He blocks some of the bluffs with the queen. And the 6 on the river now. Kind of, if you call the turn, you pretty much have to call the river on this kind of run out.
Yeah, you weren't calling thinking that maybe I'll improve on the river because there's no implied odds really with one big bet only allowed.
Yeah, I think that there's enough. I think it'd be better to call with a hand like 5-6 here rather than Queen 6, because again, just Queen 6 blocking those ace queens, those Queen 10s, those Queen 9s, but he feels otherwise here and unfortunately does pay it off.
When an opponent is betting all 3 streets that you haven't seen them do it lately, you kind of need to give them a little bit of credit at the final table. But
yeah.
Espen has been there, done that. It's easy for me to say when I see people's cards. It does influence how you're thinking, whether you like it or not. You try to block it out, but it's impossible.
It's very difficult to be impartial here in the commentary booth when we can see the action. It's very easy to say, wow, what a fish called, you know, like it's obvious that he had the top pair, but, you know, lo and behold, it's not so clear when you're out there on the feature table under the lights, trying to work things out. Leknes out the way, Ennerbach. He's chipped up nicely to 1.4 million. Been the benefactor of a couple of nice situations. He had aces versus jacks and knocked out the short stack on the unofficial final table. Also having those 10s versus Tobias, where he got a little bit of post-flop value as well. And now Sandvik in the small blind is going to put some pressure on, opening to 120, and gets the King 8 to fold. Wow, that's a disciplined laydown, blind versus blind. Not looking to tangle.
I've invited my friend Danis Antonitis, a very good mixed game player, to potentially join us. He was messaging about where the stream is, and I told him, unfortunately, you'll have to watch it in, you know, about 5-10 hours when we're done.
Yeah.
Because our delay is a bit longer than the normal 30-minute delay for this event. But if we can get him in the booth, it would be good. He's played, you know, he plays 8-game a lot. He plays horse a lot. He's another one that's won a lot of coupe titles in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he won the WSOP bracelet for the 8-game mix, right?
Yes, he recently did that in Rosvedov as well, a few years after Sandvik. He won it in 2023 and Sandvik in 2020. And he's played a lot of hands with all these guys, so he would have a little bit of idea of their tendencies, a bit better than we would seeing from the commentating booth. So if he can join us,
sure.
one of us can take a 20-minute break, but hopefully Danis will join us at some point this week when we have some different action.
So what's his background then? He's mostly a mixed game player that plays a little bit of Omaha on the side, right?
Yeah, he plays Hold'em as well, so he's had some Hold'em results, but he loves the mixed games. He grew up in Lithuania, lived in LA for a little while playing the games at the Commerce.
Yep.
And now actually lives here in Bratislava, so you'll probably see him quite a lot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of him. I played a lot of him, a lot of cash games with him.
I've become closer with him over the years. He's a super nice guy as well. Definitely a top 5 mixed game player in Lithuania. There we have a few.
Nice.
I'm not going to out the rest of them because most of them are online guys, but Vincas Tomasakis is another one that's quite good. Either him or his brother Vladis won a bracelet. The two of them are just like amazing players.
Yeah.
Completely different personalities, but both nice people.
One's a bit more of a live wire and the other one's a bit more conservative, is it?
Yeah, one is very like, you know, you have to crack the shell a little bit to get to know him, and the other one is very outgoing, friendly, and to everybody, you know, like one of these guys that's like a butterfly floating around the room. But just because you're a quiet guy that comes and focuses on the table doesn't mean you're not a nice person too, but you have just a different way of approaching coming to a casino.
Yeah, or have a big personality. I know lots of introverted people with big personalities. They don't necessarily showcase it or are necessarily flamboyant, but once you get to know them, there's a lot of depth there. And a back folding the ace-5, Tollefson out of the way with the 6-5. He's been kind of hanging on a little bit, not seen much from him. Did get some nice value with the 9s versus Sandvik's 7s on the Queen Jack Deuce Deuce Deuce, and Einshaug, who is on the button now with the pocket 8, is going to be opening it up.
You know what's interesting, Jordan? I know that we have a hand here, but the next blind level is actually 50-75,000.
Ah, okay.
So it's kind of interesting. We're not going to a 40-80.
Look at this, Jason. Wow.
Wow.
We've got a 3-way situation emerging here. I feel like Einshaug is going to be able to get out because of the cold 4-bet here. 8s. I mean, he does. This is the thing, though, right? He closes the action, but he just feels like the strength of this 4-bet is too strong.
He snap folded too. It wasn't even that he took a little bit of thought. You do see limit play a lot faster than no limit in terms of how many hands you can get in. Because there's no bet sizing to be thinking about. But it was interesting that he didn't even need to think about those 8s.
Absolutely not. So the only board that the only card Tobias is looking to fade is that ace. Can he do it? And wow, what a flop! So 5-4-3, the deuce available for Disvik, 2 overcards, and Leknes has, of course, the overpair. Rainbow board, so no backdoor flush draws in play, and Tobias naturally just going to be starting off with the bet, looking to fade a deuce or an ace. He'll know that those are going to be the worst cards for him at this point. And 8 is extremely safe, but bad news for the button.
And Tobias should be firing it again. He shouldn't be concerned about any 6-7s 3-betting. Of course, that could be the case, but that's going to be such a small portion. He shouldn't be. Meanwhile, the pocket 8s,
Yeah, exactly. Would have turned top set. It might have come along for the cheap price on the flop. Disvik, we know he's a pretty sticky customer, but I think there's good reason to call regardless here with the ace-king, 2 overs, and a gut shot.
And you might be ahead of ace-queens and ace-jacks as well. Not ace-jacks anymore, but certainly still ahead of the ace-queens, the queen-kings. That might be 4-betting.
And Tobias, really the green light for the river value bet as well. You'd imagine targeting hands that could get in this fashion, like ace-jack, pocket tens, pocket queens maybe.
He should definitely be betting here.
Yeah, I think so. It's a pretty clean run out for him.
And then it's going to be decision time for Disvik, as they still think that Tobias can bet 3 streets with an ace, queen, king, queen, 9-10 suited kind of hand. I don't think he's 4-betting 10-9 suited.
No.
He's probably not even 4-betting king, queen. So it really just be targeting that ace, queen. But he's getting such good odds to call. This is a problem, but it's also a significant portion of his stack. Yeah, I don't blame him for
considering the call.
Yeah.
It's a weird spot, though. It's very difficult to think what Tobias could possibly be bluffing with, because most of your opponent's range is going to be quite pair-heavy or ace-high dense, and does pay it off. And just a cooler, really. Maybe he could have saved the river bet, but everything else was pretty standard, I think, at that point.
Yeah, and it's hard to fold the river. I mean, it's easy for us to say that the ace-queen is the only hand that he could have, but maybe he has other spots once he's betting, you know, the flop and the turn. Maybe he's continuing along the line. But Tobias, first player over 2 million at the final table.
Yeah, good job from him. Obviously picking up a monster hand and getting the max value.
Meanwhile, pocket eights is going to be crying on the upcoming break.
Ouch. I think he made the correct fold there. I think both the small blind 3-bet and, of course, the big blind cold 4-bet are going to be really, really strong in limit, where there's just no real reason to be bluffing. Small blind versus button, you know you're getting called, so it kind of lessens the appetite.
Yeah. If he was the one to 3-bet, then he's calling the 4-bet, but to call 2 bets there, it didn't make any sense to me either.
Yeah.
Tollefson waking up with jacks with a short stack from under the gun.
Yeah,
he won't mind it getting through, but may not mind getting a little bit of action too. Either way, it's good for him.
Yeah, gets it through, picks up a blind and a half. That pays for the next hand.
We should be coming up on a break soon, probably in the next 5 or 10 minutes. In PLO, it's easier to predict how many hands that might be, but in limit, you know, we're basically averaging almost the same amount of hands that we'd be getting in an online no-limit hold'em tournament, which is typically be around 50, 55 hands an hour. Sometimes a little bit less if you have a bunch of stall bots on the table, but or in later stages it could be less, but Sandvik folding his suited gappers. Easy fold for Einshog. Lekness folded his 6-3. No, that was Dipsvik that folded his 6-3, 10 deuce suited into the muck. It's a blind on blind situation. We do not know yet what the players have, but shall know soon. A7, so not a bad spot. It folded around to you, and sixes, so another flippy situation.
Certainly.
So an open and a call. I hate hands like pocket sixes.
Very awkward. Wow, top 2 pair for Enneback.
And Tollefson is likely going to have to call bet. Although he has a short stack, there's the ICM, but if it was a cash game, he would have to call.
Just 60K to maybe turn a straight draw or a 6. Seems like a pretty reasonable price to me. Can start to get away on the turn, of course.
And he's also ahead of the king, queens, and everything else he might be raising with that doesn't contain an ace.
That's true. That's a disaster card for the Tollefson. Any chance of him having the best of it now, losing to king, jack, king, queen, only really ahead of queen, jack suited, jack 10 suited.
I would argue that's a really good card for Tollefson because he can fold now.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe hopes of winning the pot evaporating, and quite a lot of his stack already committed, right? What has he got there? Looks, whoa.
Ooh, what's going on?
No, I don't like this.
It's not that we've seen really Enbach get out of line at all. If anything, it's been the opposite. And a full house for Enbach. Now it's really going to be hard for Tollefson to get out of the way, because if he thought maybe Enbach had an ace,
yeah, less likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Although if he calls this, he's down to just one big bet with the blinds about to go up soon.
I think he's got a little bit more than the chip count, because we can see he's got roughly 300 to 400k there. What an annoying situation to be in. Easy for King Jack, King Queen to value bet now. Really can't think of a bluff at this point. 9-8, Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack. So he's thinking, right, 120 into a pot of 840. Am I going to be right here enough of the time? Need to be right like 1 in 7 times.
From a chip EV perspective as well, from
Yeah.
an ICM perspective, it's
more
yeah,
disastrous, right?
Yeah.
You're right.
I don't know how many times you need to be right in that perspective, actually.
Probably slightly more, like 1 in 5, I'd say. It's like a 20% buffer or so for the possibility of losing and being more crippled, and just being so much more likely to not make the next pay jump.
I mean, at least based on what we've seen all the hole cards. If I'm playing and I knew everything that we know now,
Yeah.
not knowing obviously that he has the ace-7, it was a fold on the turn for me. Because I just don't see Nbach double barreling, even with being able to put pressure on a shorter stack.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it can blow up his stack as well. And he's checked back top pair even before. It does make the call, though. It's very hard to fold in those spots due to the amount of odds you're getting. So
Yeah.
a little bit unfortunate for Tollefson. I thought maybe the king on the turn would save him. I thought that was actually a good card for him for that reason.
Just because, yeah, some of the no equity or sort of just king high only hands now picked up a pair which can easily go for the second street. Yeah, that's a shame.
These guys know each other a little bit better than we know them, so maybe there are some bluffs that he has there. I don't know. I just don't see any.
No.
Curious if there's anything else with the level. So it goes 50, 75, 5100, and then 75, 125. So it looks like what's happening is on the upcoming break, the 1K chips, no, the 5K chips maybe are being raced off because there's no reason for them anymore. It's limit.
Ah, right, okay.
So the 5Ks will be raced off, and that's why we're going to a 50, 75 instead of a 40, 80. It works out nearly the same. 40, 80 would be 120,000 in the pot before the card's dealt, and this is 125 with no big blind to ante. If there was a big blind ante involved, it would be actually identical with 200,000 and 200,000. But you can't really have a big blind ante. You could have a normal ante, but a big blind ante and limit is just too much.
Yeah, definitely. Would make it a little bit too turbo-y and really lessen the skill edge, I think, or yeah, just kind of everyone on 10 big blinds or so.
But there's really no reason for an ante in limit hold'em. Same with limit 08. I would prefer playing that in a cash or a tournament format without an ante, but then when you go to the pot limit, I don't mind either way for cash, but then for a tournament I want some kind of ante so people can't just sit back and relax for hours and hours.
Yeah, waiting like they do in Sviten, for example.
Sviten needs a third blind in tournaments.
Yeah, I agree.
And the clock shouldn't be a clock. It should be based on big blinds, you know, average stack. So that you're always keeping, because what happens in all these Sviten tournaments is that the game falls apart. Like you get to a final table with an 8 big blind average.
Yeah.
And that's not how this game is played. You know,
No.
like with limit hold'em, if it was an 8 big blind average, that's fine actually. But for Sviten, not so much.
Not so much because of the draw element, so there's no real action. It's just a pre-flop game, which kills half the game.
Okay, so far so good. And
Ooh.
Broadway for Disvic.
What a turn card.
Itog is first he had to fold the 8s only to have improved to a set if he kept in, and now
would have been a triple up almost. And now facing the wrath of the king on the turn, just not looking good, and does make the semi-discipline lay down a pair. I mean, we've seen people station off pairs in so many different spots, but he does find a way to relinquish the holding and save a few chips, a few big bets.
I think outside of Tobias and Espen, basically people are raising with the pocket pairs or they're raising with the Broadway cards. So when you have 3 Broadway cards on the board, your bottom pair doesn't look as good. Maybe he would call and hoping to improve, but we saw that he was wrong. It's really a good fold at that point.
Yeah, solid one.
Especially since we don't see people double barreling quite now without having something.
For the most part, absolutely. So Tollefsen, we know that he's got a little bit more than 90k. It looks like he's got around the 200k mark there, a couple of 25ks on top. I'd say he's roughly sitting at about 250, which is going to be 4 blinds. Sandvik out the way. Seeing him get into a couple of gnarly spots, but manages to hold his, preserve his kind of stack that he came into the final table with. And Disvik just doesn't really care. He always defends the big blind with all of these kind of hands. You know, if he was really thinking about it, do I want to defend versus a guy that's so short and likely to be pretty strong? No real reason for him to steal light. And when he does steal light, that just means that there's going to be more combinations that dominate us. If he's got more hands like King 7 suited Ace 4 off, then that's not great for the 7-4. He does fold the flop, and Tollefsen will be happy to get one through there. That's a much-needed pickup from him after a couple of tricky ones.
Yeah, I think he could have folded the 7-4 there in the big blind for all the reasons that you said. And also the fact that it's not no limit hold'em as well. So even if he did have a bigger stack, I'm not sure about calling that 7-4, because if you know, when you hit like a 7-7-4 flop, you want to be, you know, those don't happen very often. You want to be able to get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Folds around to Espen with the King 3 suited. We just saw King 6 suited folded. Espen, I think, will think about opening, but he folds. Perhaps would have opened from the button. And it looks like a walk. Yeah, Leknes folds his Queen 4. Actually, it was walked into Leknes. Because I don't think Leknes would have folded Queen 4 from the small blind, actually. Not as the chip leader, anyway. So if this ends at a timely hour, our plan for tonight is also to hop right into the semifinals of the heads-up match. I don't know which matchup we would be getting, and I don't know if that's actually happening, but I'm kind of looking forward to it.
That's at 9:30, right? So I think we should, I mean, Limit Hold'em is a format that can go on a little bit, but I think we've got plenty of time in the bank for some heads-up.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it, absolutely. Do you have any information on the website as to who's in that seat draw, or maybe on K Hold'em?
It wasn't in there yesterday, but maybe it's in there today. Let's see.
Yeah, okay.
No, we don't have a seat draw yet because this is all table 1, but we can at least rename all the players that are there. We have Christian Steinbo, Tor Fennis, Petter Berg, and Thomas Fersen. So quite a nice final
Thomas
4.
Fersen, yeah, he's the online player, a good friend of my friend Josh, you know. Yeah, I think he's playing PLO mostly, no?
Yeah, he plays a bit of PLO. It's not as impressive as the Final 4 last year, but you can't always get a World Series of Poker main event champion in the Final 4 like we did with Espen Jorstad.
Yeah.
But it's 4 very skilled players and should be quite entertaining. It's not a format that you get to commentate on very often or that there's a lot of streams on. because it's not necessarily the most profitable game for festivals and for casinos to be running. You need a lot of dealers for a heads-up match. It's similar to when you're running a Chinese poker tournament. You need a dealer for every 3 players. Here you need a dealer for every 2 players. Basically, there's going to be 4 players battling, and there's going to be at least 3 staff people watching those 4 players between the 2 dealers and probably a 3rd one rotating in and out, and then the 1 floor person.
So heads up to the flop, suited ace versus suited ace, and the 6 comes up trumps. But surely going to be seeing a c-bet from Disvik here, looking to put pressure on hands like pocket 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. He's got good equity versus the 6. Unfortunately not ace-6, but 6-5 would be a one that we can start to exert some pressure on, get the call on the flop, maybe turn some favorable cards for us. And not the queen, so I think we'll see Tollefsen hang around on the queen. Wonder if Disvik goes for the second bet here. Yeah, I like the check back. Don't think there's an awful lot of reason to bet. And ding, 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 bingo for Tollefsen there. Shouldn't really be worried about the queen too much, as his opponent likely would have been going for the bet line.
That does check.
Yeah, and could have got some value there. I guess when he's got the ace in his hand as well, he blocks some of the ace-high hero calls. So maybe just looking to try and get a hand like King 9 to bluff, or some kind of 8-7.
But once the turn was checked back, I think you have to bet the river.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, we could see that it was ace-jack that's likely to call. Pretty much any ace is going to call. Ace-10, of course, is going to call. King-jack may even find the crying call there because it's a big blind's range. So the big blind could have been trying to push you off with a jack-9. We could see it was ace-6, but yeah, I think he missed a bet at the end. I don't blame him for not leading out the turn, obviously, but the river, different story.
Absolutely. Eidshauge here under the gun with the ace-5. Does he go for the steal or does he let it go? I think that's a wise decision. Disvik folding the 9-8 suited now, getting a bit short, not looking to VPIP that kind of holding. Trash for everyone else, and Sandvik getting a walk there with the queen 3. He'll be happy to see that.
But holy shit here, I mean, pardon my language, but I just pulled up the main event.
Yeah.
It's day 1 in the 800 euro buy-in Norwegian Championship main event. Nearly 600 players already on level 3. And it's a freeze-out affair, so those are individual players, not entries. Well, it's entries as well.
That is insane. An 800 euro buy-in as well, right?
Yeah.
So 800 times 600, that's what, 480,000 prize pool?
You're forgetting about the rake.
Oh, the rake,
So
yeah.
it's about 420.
Yeah.
100,000 chips they start with as well. It looks like the structure, though, adjusts for that a little bit because level 3 is 300, 600, but still it's a very deep stacked affair.
Yeah, yeah, well over 130 big blinds there.
And they'll be playing 8 levels today. So there's probably, we have to find out, but I'm pretty sure there would be late entry on level 2, on day 2 as well, being that they're ending the day with 50 big blinds. Hour-long blind levels as well, so quite a nice structure. It's a 5-day event. We'll be covering some of that, definitely the final table, obviously, but I think we're going to be getting some of the action on stream before then.
Yep, looking forward to that. Going to be massive 6 figures up top, I believe, in that one then.
Yeah, for sure.
So any ideas as to the final entries? Do you think it could eclipse 800?
I think it's possible. I mean, we're really only on level 3.
Yeah.
I know there were a lot of people up late last night. It is 3 o'clock here, so maybe maybe it's not going to be that many more. We're not going to see people bust out and re-enter because that's not allowed, but 800 seems fair.
Yeah.
Maybe 750.
Mm-hmm.
And the other main event, the main event for the Poker North Masters has advanced to day 1E. A tidy field of 64 in that one. It's a 350 buy-in that has a 500K guarantee, which is well on the way of smashing it.
Yeah. don't think they'll have any problems with that, that's for sure.
And then there's a few other side events today that we could peek in on later, but we have a few more hands before the break. Maybe this is the last hand before the break, in fact.
I'm wondering if there's going to be a hyper turbo on Sunday morning for the 350 Open event.
Yeah, we're not commentating on Sunday. We might as well enjoy the last day of the festival, play a little bit.
Sunday.
I don't think I have actually a Slovakian flag, oddly enough. I haven't played that many tournaments here, and the one that I did cash in didn't get reported in. I'm not like my friend Maureen where I'm flag hunting, but I need to diversify just the rare Estonian and Lithuanian flags. Most of the events I play in aren't reported to Hendon Mob. They're just local events with, 50 to 100 players that I just enjoy doing for social reasons. The buy-ins are usually between 100 and 250 that I play with those. And then every few months there's a festival in Vilnius, and there's pretty much every month a festival somewhere in Lithuania, but they're smaller local ones, and the ones in Vilnius now are becoming more international.
Yeah.
So hope to see more people coming to Lithuania hunting for their flags.
Yeah, that's a good one to get. I've not got that one yet.
There's not so much PLO. I mean, the cash games you would like, George.
Yeah?
Because it's a PLO, PLO 5, Hold'em, Crazy Pineapple, DC.
Oh, wow, okay.
With most of it focusing on the PLO, PLO 5.
Yeah, lovely.
But I know you enjoy a little Crazy Pineapple once in a while.
Absolutely.
And playing Hold'em against Omaha players is not the worst thing in the world either.
No, that can't be bad.
There's usually an Omaha event they have, but there's no mixed games. That's the one thing. So as heavy as, and that's on me. I need to write the rules for the Gaming Commission because the casino doesn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But they said they would translate anything I wrote, but I need to find time, which isn't going to happen at least till the summer. And I think the first game I got approved is Dromaha. Just so that we can run Dromaha cash games. There's a couple guys that are kind of interested in having that, and I'd rather play the games in the casino than in a private club. Partly because I'm not a Lithuanian citizen and don't want to get in trouble.
Play it by the rules. Can't be bad. So Tobias going with the open, blind versus blind. And again, showing his craft here, just targeting one of the players that's been quite reluctant to defend the big blind or get into any kind of wide range situations. Although he does call this time in the back. No, I think he has folded. So yeah, just with the Queen 8 there, leaning on some hands like King Deuce, King 3, King 4, King 5, King 6 that may fold.
And it looks like we're about to go on break, so we'll be back in 20 minutes, George.
Exactly 20 minutes, and we'll be chipping up the 100K chip now coming into play, so we're going to be seeing a chip race, and we will join you in 20 minutes for the continuation of the action. See you then.
Yeah, exactly. Probably don't take all the comments. Like we barely have 5.5 million on the table, so like we did everything. 20 minutes break?
6.8 million.
20 minutes.
Yeah, you've got 18 minutes left, yes.
You've got 900 then. 900 please.
900. Maybe. I think 3 more.
50 more, sorry.
For et fantastisk spennende bord på fixed limiten, finalebordet. Alle 6 fullt i live fortsatt. Det helt rått spennende å følge med på. Og det kommer til å bli enda bedre etter hvert. Men nå må vi bare puste litt. Og så har Sverre vært nede og tatt pulsen på og møtt spennende folk nede i main event, som nå har startet.
Det bare en eneste grunn til at vi får lov å være her hvert eneste år. Virkelig får lov å nyte det som vårens vakreste eventyr. Mannen heter Frode Fagerli, og mannen har skapt det villeste arrangementet jeg vet om. Frode, først og fremst, gratulerer med dette arrangementet.
Tusen takk for det.
Hva var det som i det hele tatt startet ideen om å lage et NM i poker, for forutsetningene var ikke så lette?
Nei, jeg var jo med å drive en klubb i Oslo da, hvor vi spilte turneringer 3 ganger i uka. Og så begynte jeg å lage noen rangeringssider på nett og sånn, og så ballet det på seg med forumaktivitet. Og da begynte det å spre seg rundt omkring i Norge, og så inviterte jo alle ned til å spille en turnering da, som ble Norgesmesterskapet på poker. Det var i 2002.
Hva synes du det morsomste på plass i Bratislava? Hva det som skiller denne location fra det vi har vært med på før?
Nei, vi har jo vært kjent for å flytte litt rundt da. Men nå ble vi stuck i Dublin i 10 år. Og så ble vi tvunget til å flytte derfra, så måtte jeg finne et nytt sted. Så nå vi lokal kasino her i Bratislava. Du må bare prøve å finne steder som store nok til å kunne arrangere.
Tenker vi kanskje at det her kun liksom Mr. Poker fordi at han skaper moro for alle oss andre, men han jo egentlig en ekte table captain, som vi ser av T-skjorten her. Kan du ikke bare fortelle litt om hvordan det har gått så langt i årets NM for deg, Frode?
Ja, planen var egentlig ikke å spille da, for å begynne med det. Men så røyk jeg første runde i Heads Upen. Jeg kom på finalebord i 8 game, og så kom jeg på 29. plass i PLO. Så røyker jeg ganske tidlig fikst. Men nå i dag det main event, så får vi prøve igjen.
Han har bare et finalebord. Han får det til å høres ut som at dette har vært en crash and burn hele veien. Men det kanskje det vi vant til av Frode Fagerli. Han skaper de villeste resultatene, både på bordet, men kanskje viktigst for oss andre, utenfor bordet.
Ja, det var et prat med Frode Fagerli. Vi har blitt lovet at det skulle komme noe mer. Nå sitter vi og venter på at Fixed Limit-spillerne skal komme tilbake. Det 13 minutter igjen av pausen, cirka. Vi kan ta og se litt på hvordan stillingen på det bordet var sånn helt på slutten. Tobias Leknes startet jo ganske sterk, men har mistet en del skjetonger underveis. Ragnar ligger godt an, og det jo min annonserte bløffe-Espen, Espen Sandvik, som også ligger godt an. Henrik Tollefsen og Magnus Eidshaug vel de to som må opp i ringa i aller største grad. Det de som har mest å jobbe med. Men da har vi, Sverre har ikke bare snakket med Frode Fagerli, han har også funnet flere morsomme folk. Jeg tipper at vi får se en Vilde Fagerbakke. Jeg tipper at vi får se en Jon Skyte i fridressur. Alt sammen akkompagnert av Jon Arne Riise i storform. Sjekk ut dette.
Jeg har funnet veien ned til drømmebordet på det som main event her. Så mens dere trives oppe på TV-bord, så dette det virkelige pokerlivet. Her man setter seg ned sammen med norgesmestere, med Champions League-mestere, og slik som det pleier å være på et hvilket som helst pokerbord rundt omkring. Kanskje ikke helt tilfelle, det, Vilde?
Nei, dette jo en litt spesiell trekning, kan man vel si på en dagen.
Men altså, du jo også en norgesmester som pleier å slå best fra deg nettopp i disse turneringene her. Føler du at du har fått med deg såpass erfaring nå at nå det main event som står for fall?
Det lov å drømme, og jeg skal gjøre mitt beste.
Apropos drømmer, Jon Arne. Du hadde også drømmer da du vokste opp, og du oppfylte de aller fleste av dem.
Ja, og sikkert mer også enn det jeg drømte om. Men jeg synes det bordet fantastisk. Vi koser oss og fin gjeng. Og jeg har jo sett flere av de spille poker før, så jeg føler meg litt sånn ikke helt her skal være.
Altså Oppfølgingen til det spørsmålet mitt der var jo rett og slett drømmer du nå med en NM-titel?
Det gjør jo alle, derfor man stiller opp her, men først skal jeg bare slå han der, så lenge kommer lenger han der, så er jeg fornøyd. Det en god start.
Jeg synes det var et bra oppspill, fordi jeg tenker at vi kan ta en titt bort rundt bordet her, bare for å se hvem det Jon Arne snakker om her. Og da det helt på sin plass at vi drar den inn akkurat når han spiller dagens største pott, så jeg kan bare si såpass som at situasjonen ligger 3-5-5, 8-9 på bordet her. Det kommet inn et bud på ganske bra punch, 22 000 på river. Ligger en pott på over 30 her, og det Jon Kyte som sitter i boksen og virkelig elsket den TV-tiden han fikk her.
Og så fisk!
Det så lett.
Og Jon, hvor mye av det synet der handlet om TV-kameraene?
Nei, jeg vet ikke. Egentlig ingenting, men ja.
Men du kom...
En god hånd. Kunne ikke slå 4 like.
Du kom fra en situasjon hvor du herjer ute i Europa om dagen. Hvordan det å ta med seg det nå inn mot norske spillere her? Føler du at nivået høyere eller lavere enn det man ser ute på den internasjonale arenaen?
Vi kan i hvert fall si at det et annerledes nivå. Folk spiller annerledes, men det gøy. God kok rundt bordet, så man burde finne kast neste gang. Ja.
Hvis noen lurte på hva som burde være TV-bordet etter hvert i dag, så har jeg et forslag her.
Ja, det deilig å se at det god stemning nede i main event, og at det begynner å fylles opp, Sverige. Du i hvert fall blid og glad.
Altså, jeg synes det var så gøy å være nede der nå. Jeg virkelig kjenner på den pulsen som på en main event, og det bordet som jeg akkurat kom fra nå. Altså, snakk om å samle en gjeng på et bord da, med Vilde Fagerbakke og Jon Kyte, som virkelig leverer pokermessig, og Jon Arne Riise, som kanskje ikke leverer helt på samme nivå pokermessig, men bidrar til bedre stemning enn det man kan drømme om der borte.
Ja, men altså, han var jo ikke verdens beste venstrebekk heller, men han hadde en grei venstre slegge da, og bidra med det han kunne.
Jeg regner med du ikke Liverpool-fan?
Ja, eller Ålesund, eller Lillestrøm, så det vel...
jeg synes at den venstreslegga, den gjorde opp for absolutt alt i løpet av en karriere, så jeg tror også at den venstreslegga der, den det Futtin han bestemmer seg for å banke til i pottene.
Jeg kan faktisk si det sånn at jeg har faktisk en signert trøye av Jon Arne Riise hjemmefra. Men fra hvilket lag?
Det sannsynligvis fra... Det ikke norske landslaget.
Nei, det det ikke.
Lillestrøm.
Nei, den hadde blitt opptenningsved.
Jeg Lyn-fan, så jeg jo villig til å gå på akkord med mye, vet du.
Ja. Nei, jeg har en signert Jon Arne Riise Roma-trøye, faktisk.
Ja, den fin. Den kul.
Det en pen drakt også.
Ja, den
kanskje litt slitsomt med det røde håret og de røde hårene. Det funker. Det funker. Du, Jeg har litt informasjon til deg fra finalebordet på Fixed Limit.
Fortell.
Det har vært spennende. Leknes har mistet litt skjetonger. Bløffe-Espen er definitivt oppe og header. Jeg tror det stå mellom nå Leknes og Espen Sandvik. Mens din favoritt, Ragnar Dysvik, definitivt med. Marius Vik, Enebakk, han har bygget seg godt opp. Det Tollefsen og Magnus Eidshaug som de som tynnest for øyeblikket.
Så det du egentlig sier at det en...
Det har vært variasjon, som du sa på forhånd. Dette kommer til å svinge.
Ja, men det virker jo sånn at det har jevnet seg ganske godt ut her, slik at vi har et underholdende finalebord utover dagen også.
Det er lugn og fin, behersket stemning, men det nerve der, og det veldig spennende å følge med på.
Men da kan jeg ta inn litt av det vi så nede fra main eventen.
Ja.
Fordi at der nede så det jo også en ganske... Det veldig mange nye pokerspillere som virkelig kjenner på det å få lov å delta i sitt første store, eller kanskje andre eller tredje store arrangement der. Så den nerven man kjenner på når man går inn på main event nå, ganske enorm. Noen døyver den med kanskje et glass vin eller annet. Andre sitter helt i sin egen boble. Og så det de som kanskje blir litt stresset og begynner å snakke litt for mye. Jeg kjenner meg igjen hvis jeg blir litt stresset i situasjoner. Og den kombinasjonen, det ingenting som mer fascinerende enn å kjenne på den sitterende dag 1-følelsen av forventninger når man går inn i en main event. Og jeg vet at når jeg skal tilbake ned nå snart for å snakke med flere, så skal jeg blant annet inn og også snakke med gårsdagens potlimit Omaha-norgesmester, Stai, som sitter og spiller nå sin dag 1.
Ja.
Aldri møtt en mer smørblid mann.
Han i godsonen, eller?
Han koser seg glugg i hjel. Han synes det var veldig gøy å komme inn i en main event som nybakt norgesmester. Jeg har også lyst til å prøve å finne de gutta der nede som skal i aksjon i heads-upen i kveld, for å se hvordan det faktisk påvirker dem å spille nå først en så lang og tøff dag i main event, for så skulle inn i en såpass viktig øvelse som det å spille heads-up som kommer senere. Om du klarer å bevare det fokuset?
Altså, Henrik Tollefsen, hvis han klarer å holde seg og gå videre dypt, og det han jo kapabel til i Fixed Limit-bordet, så skal han jo på 8-game litt senere i kveld også.
Han skal vel sannsynlig spille main event i tillegg.
Han vil jo nok gjerne rekke det, ja.
Så det kommer til å bli ganske hektisk for noen av de gutta her. Og det ikke bare det at man har dårlig tid, Mattes. Det det at man nødt til å vri hodet sitt når man endrer spillet. Altså det å gå fra Fixed Limit til å skulle spille heads-up, til å skulle spille en no-limit, det litt sånn mind-turn.
Ja, altså man må evne å omstille seg. Jeg kan ikke skjønne annet, altså når det liksom Fixed Limit, heads-up, 8-game, main event. Skal du få med deg main event, så må du innom der i dag. Og sette i gang spillet, og det ikke bare sånn sette på skjetonger og så stikke, og så håpe at det går bra.
Nei, altså, forhåpentligvis ikke. Det som fordelen at det en veldig god struktur.
Ja.
Så i main event så har man tid på seg.
Man har tid.
Og kommer man inn sent, så går det fint. Får man spilt få hender, så går det fint. Men skal vel ikke se bort fra at akkurat nå gjør de nok ikke det. Så nå de nok ikke tvunget til å gjøre innkjøpet helt ennå. Men når disse gutta i Fixed blir tvunget til å gjøre innkjøpet, hvis de får pauser, jeg ikke sikker på om de setter seg på en recliner eller stressless og tenker at nå skal jeg lade opp. Da tror jeg de går ned og finner stacken sin og måker inn et par heringer ekstra.
Og så skal vi ikke glemme det at de 4 semifinalistene i heads-up og de 3 som igjen i 8-game, alt det skjer etter at main event ferdig i kveld.
Og det må det jo nesten, for de skal jo spille main event også.
Ja. Så det også et nøkkel til dere seere, at etter at Fixed Limit finalebordet ferdig på et eller annet tidspunkt, det kan vi aldri vite helt når, men i løpet av ettermiddagen så vil det være ferdig, så skal vi bytte over til main event, og når main event stenger klokka 21:00 her, det da med en halvtimes forsinkelse på grunn av sånn juks og bedrag, og ikke noen skal kunne samarbeide om hva som spilles. Klokka 9:30 så det da ferdig norsk tid. En halvtime senere så det semifinale i heads-up, og en halvtime etter det så begynner 8-game siste topp 3-finalen. Så det blir mye poker utover både ettermiddagen og kvelden her på direktesport.no. Men nå har jeg fått beskjed om at du har tatt en ordentlig prat med Jon Arne Riise.
Ja, jeg fikk snakket med en før han satt i gang i dag, ja.
Ja, det har vi liggende klart her nå. Sverre, Krog Sundbø, Jon Arne Riise. Hvem som har den beste venstrefoten eller ikke, det vet jeg ikke. Men snakketøyet er nok i orden på begge to, kjenner jeg dem rett.
Bak meg akkurat nå er det ganske spennende, for vi skal straks i gang med det som er No Limit Hold'em, main event her i NM. Her er autoritetene, her er dealerne som gjør sine siste forberedelser, og en som, ja, jeg vil påstå at han er kjent for å være pliktoppfyllende overfor alle autoriteter som aldri har snakket tilbake til en dommer i hele sitt liv. Jon Arne Riise, dette kler deg, gjør det ikke det?
Ja, det er de som styrer showet, da, så må ha respekt for de.
Men fra din fotballkarriere til poker, godt mulig at du kanskje ikke var kjent for den som alltid innfant deg i en fotballsetting. Hvordan er det på pokerbordet? Føler du at det er litt lettere å underlegge seg disse dealerne sin autoritet?
Ja, du har ikke noe valg, da. Det er ikke noe sånn, det er ikke noe fram og tilbake, og her er reglene ganske klare. I fotballmiljøet så er det litt sånn synsing og sansing og litt sånn andre meninger, men i poker så må du liksom følge reglene. Så det er ikke noe stress, men for meg jeg sitter mest med tålmodigheten. Å sitte lenge i et bord og holde fokus lenge, det er ikke lett for en som har litt mye energi.
Men er ikke det litt undervurdert? Undervurdert hvor vanskelig det faktisk er å holde fysikken og holde hele det preget gjennom en full pokerdag?
Altså, når du skal sitte en 10-12 timer flere dager på rad, så er det tøft, og det er jo det som de beste spillere er rå på. De har egne teknikker på å få hodet på andre plasser, og det prøver jeg prøver å tenke litt andre ting også når jeg sitter på bordet, for det er såpass lenge og mange timer, så når jeg er i et spill og er med, så er jeg der, og når jeg ikke er med og kaster meg, så prøver jeg å gjøre andre ting, se film, serie, gjøre noe helt annet for å koble av, for man blir sliten mentalt, altså det er helt ufattelig tungt, og de som går hele veien og vinner, de har stått 4-5 dager i 12 timer hver dag, det er imponerende.
Hvordan er adrenalinrushet som du får i en pokerturnering?
Altså, det er noe helt spesielt, altså, når jeg har vært med en del ganger, og det er beste med hele, er å sitte og konkurrere mot andre, og alle fasonger, høyder og alder og kjønn, ikke sant, og jeg sliter med, for jeg blir nervøs i poker, altså når jeg får en god hånd, og det er skikkelig pott, og det er racing, og det er liksom risiko for å ryke ut, da begynner jeg å skjelve, og jeg prøver å skjule så godt jeg kan, men det er jæklig vanskelig, så det er noe jeg må spille med på for å komme inn i og prøve å holde roen, da, for det er det beste. Du ser ikke skit på dem, at de har gode hender eller ikke, men jeg merker på pulsen at den øker ganske kraftig når jeg får gode hender.
Jeg kan gi deg en dårlig nyhet, Jon Arne, for jeg kan love deg at jeg kommer til å følge etter, komme bort til bordet ditt som er her borte, se hvordan det går etter hvert dag. Det vi i hvert fall kan si. Lykke til.
Takk for det.
Ja, for en herlig fyr. Jon Arne Riise er jo en fargeklatt uansett hvilken idrett, om det er fotball eller sport, tankesport han holder på med.
Ja, jeg holder løftene mine også. Jeg dro bort til han umiddelbart og plagde den ordentlig som vi så av det innslaget i sted, så jeg trives jo med å gå bort hit.
Det er jo ikke plaging når du kommer. Jeg storkoser meg når Sverre kommer til meg på bordet mitt.
Det er bra. Jeg tror den som er litt mer ukomfortabel er typ Vilde Fagerbakke, som spurte pent om hun kunne slippe å komme på skjermen. Problemet er at jeg svarer nei.
Men Vilde Fagerbakke er jo en som vi gjerne vil snakke med, for hun er en sabla god pokerspiller.
I aller høyeste grad. Det er ganske kult å se de stegene hun har tatt fra å starte i ganske voksen alder og spille mer og mer poker. Jeg husker jo at jeg fikk lov å ta del i starten av hennes karriere, og faktisk var på det punktet at jeg kunne få lov å trene opp henne, og det holder jeg henne til nå, fordi nå skal hun trene opp meg når jeg skal begynne å spille mer igjen.
Ja, for nå trekker Sverre, du er ikke der på Vildes nivå lenger, eller?
Det vet du ingenting om, Mattis.
Det skal vi finne ut av i løpet av uka, tenker jeg. Vi skal nok få testet Sverre. Jeg har viktigere ting å gjøre enn å bli testet i mine pokerferdigheter. Vi må sette over til bordet, for nå er spillet i gang igjen, Sverre.
Jeg gleder meg.
Og du må ned og plage Jon Arne Riise.
Jeg skal finne andre plagg også.
Kom deg på jobb nå. Vi snakkes.
Vi gjør det.
Og dere følger med på Fixed Limit rett bak meg her nå.
Sendingen er sponset av Wabba,
Wabba.
Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Poker.no. Welcome back, everyone. We are down to the final 6 players in the €400 buy-in limit 6 max of the Norwegian Championships. We started the tournament with 226 entries for a 79,000 euro prize pool. And now it's down to the nitty-gritty. Blinds have now gone up to 50,000, 75,000, which makes everybody's stack shorter, especially the small stacks.
Absolutely right. And Sandvik here, who's been treading water a little bit, getting into some good spots, getting into some bad spots. Not really made a profit on the final table so far, but a decent spot to open it up with the ace-jack, and instantly awkward for the king-jack, just relinquishing it. Legness out the way, Enneback out the way, and a nice steal there for Sandvik to get up to 1.6 million.
It's pretty much the ideal situation with a hand like ace-jack. It's strong enough to be opening. You prefer to just take it down right there with your stack depths the way they are.
Yep. And now all of the pressure on the short stack, who's going to be in the big blind next hand, Einshaug. Let's see if he can find something to go with, or if he's going to have to be patient and wait for the blinds to go through him before he flies his flag. Looking to double up here and take a shot at the title. Snap fold, so yeah, jack 5 off. Don't need to panic with that one. No big blind ante, so does give him a few more options as Enneback takes his chance, opening on the button with the queen 9 suited and Sandvik 5 deuce suited. Maybe he'd fold it off suit. Might fancy taking a flop here suited versus Enneback, who's not been one of the more aggressive players, so could feel like he realizes his equity well, but just gets out the way.
Yeah, I think that was the borderline situation where he's maybe calling against certain players and folding against others.
Yeah. Was out-chipped by Enneback, so maybe felt that didn't want to get into those common spots in fixed limit where you just have to kind of call and hold on with your pair or whatever equity you have. Disvik, he's also fairly short now, 700k at the 75k big blind. As Legness should surely be opening here with the 9-7 suited with the chip lead. He does elect to gets rid of Enneback with ace-8 suited there, just not looking to tangle with Tobias. That's been a common theme from him.
I find this to be a curious open, actually, because it's the short stack in the big blind.
Yeah.
That's almost priced in to call no matter what. I mean, we could see that at least 9-7 is dominating the 4 deuce, and it gets away with it, but pretty much he should be getting it in with, you know, at least half his range.
Yeah, 9-7's going to do okay. I guess you benefit from the snap folds, and then also there's a small blind in there to play for as well, so you get a little bit of added juice.
And now it should be interesting. We have the small blind on crumbs and the big blind with just a few big bets in a stack.
Yeah, and also the cutoff is rather short as well, around about the 500k mark. So things are getting a little bit dicey for the short stacks. The structure's starting to catch up. There's really nowhere to hide now. They've done a good job of navigating their way to the final 6, but if they're going to be playing for those big pay jumps at the top, 19k, I think we've got, yeah, 19, 13, 9, 6 to the nearest 1,000 is the top 4, whereas these guys at the moment locked up 38 and then 4.7 for 5th. So looking at a 1k pay jump, which is 2.5 buy-ins, certainly worth fighting for. And as we mentioned, not many areas to hide here. Enneback is going to get in there with the ace-queen suited. He did fold the suited ace previously, but much better kicker this time, and Tobias goes for the bet, realizing his opponent isn't flatting many hands that are going to have a 7 with them, but surely won't be getting overcards and a nut flush draw out of the way. So let's see what the turn brings. It is the 4 of spades. Tobias not picking up any additional equity here, still with those 2 overcards. Does he feel like he can get a second bet through and target some of these ace-jacks, ace-queens that maybe fold the turn?
But definitely not the ace-queen of diamonds or the ace-queen of spades. Those are going to stick around. Perhaps even raise here, but I think a call is the safer option.
Yeah, I like the call. He's still ahead of some of the bluffs. Jack 10.
And now there's just too much money to fold if Tobias fires a third bullet.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's tricky, right? Because Tobias is the player that's going to have the 6x in his range. He's still going to have some ace-7, king-7, 9-7, 8-7, 6-7. So
I don't know if he has all that from under the gun.
as the chip leader, I feel like he would be opening it, but I could be wrong.
A 6-7 suited he definitely has, or a 7-8 suited.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. The suited, I mean. Tough
Perhaps
spot.
even a 6-9 suited he would have, but I don't think double gapper he would be opening.
Yeah, tough spot for Enibak. Can he find the call here with ace high? It's very difficult to find it, as you assume that you're up against an overpair or some kind of straight or a 7, and does let it go. So a hearty pickup there.
So Tobias is in a different gear since the break. I'm wondering if he learned a little bit about the players and said, I can get away with some bluffs, because we haven't seen him bluff at all, and now we've seen him bluff twice in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Motoring through and picking up some nice pots there, and that's going to only add to his chip lead. And, of course, the chances of him taking down a Norwegian title, which is a matter of bragging rights between the Norwegian community. There's a lot of prestige with those titles.
Yeah, I would say comes first WSOP bracelets and then the Norwegian titles, and it's very
Really?
close actually between the two. What's
Wow.
more prestigious among the Norwegian community? Obviously, Espen winning the main event title. Felix Stevenson, I believe, came runner-up a few years back.
Yeah.
Thor Hansen has had a lot of results over the years. Those guys would definitely want a Norwegian championship to go along it, but that's obviously going to be a little bit more prestigious. But it's pretty close.
So Disvik here, because he's got a couple of short stacks, actually going to trap these 9s, and not the flop that he was looking for here. Tobias will improve with some weak ace-x and king-x, but does have a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw with that jack high. Does he elect to continue for the 75? And he does.
He also understands there's a stack shorter than Disvik and maybe can steal it away on the turn.
Yeah, this is the type of turn card that he might start firing on if he does face a check. We know that Disvik isn't going anywhere with the 9s of the 9 of spades. Gonna have to see a river at the very least. So the big bet is now 150 or 100?
150.
150, okay.
As predicted, a bet forthcoming from Leknes, and as George predicted, a snap call by Disvik.
Yep. He's going to take a river. A spade would be disastrous. Oh, ouch. And there is the spade. Leknes, he just showed a lot of heart with the king 10, going the 3 streets, getting the ace high to fold, and now backdooring a jack high flush. It's, yeah, going to be absolutely ideal for him. Going to fire another bet, of course, for value, and Disvik really left with no option but to pay it off. Sick.
And Disvik just shaking his head in disbelief that the jack came along after the flop bet, but it was a blind on blind situation, and now he has a waiting game along with Eidshaug, who basically it looks like he has one big bet in his stack.
Yeah, and Tobias even one of those kind of looks as if to say, I knew I got pretty lucky there, but, you know, what am I going to do? Limp pot. If he'd have raised pre-flop, he'd have taken it down. And I think he's going to be up to, what, around 3 million now?
Yeah.
Hell of a start to the continued final table here. We haven't lost anyone on the official final table yet. We've been playing almost 3 levels, so the structure has caught up with us, and we're left with, of course, naturally a lot of short stacks here, battling it out for the payouts in the short term, looking to get a double and maybe regain any kind of momentum towards taking down the title. But for now, it's a battle of the short stacks. Eidshaug is one of those. Jack 3 shouldn't really be enough for him to commit the rest of his chips. He's going to be able to wait a couple of hands. Disvik with the king jack suited, he's not going to go anywhere. Leknes 4-3 off. I guess if he had a slightly more of a hand, he might call here and try and knock out the shorty and kind of check it down with the big blind, but I think 4-3 he might surrender. He knows that Disvik isn't just going to be going with anything here. but Enibak's got the nines,
Ooh.
and this could spell disaster for Disvik. Is he going to be trumped by the hand that he just lost a big pot with? Nines versus King Jack suited here. It's a straight flip. Suited Broadway versus the pocket pair, and off we go to the races.
6-7 is all in, yes, for 225.
It's all in for 225, not 175, so slightly wrong on the graphics. Apologies for that, but we know that the pot is going to be 525k.
Very good with the math there.
Maybe 500, right? Because it's 50. My bad.
So here we go. The board is up on the board. Nice camera angles on both players. Disvik hoping for some spades, a king or a jack.
Ooh,
not the flop he wanted to see.
That's a disastrous flop there. He really needs to fade a heart, otherwise two of his outs are instantly relinquished. Can he find a king or a jack? Four on the turn.
Three for the
Maybe,
chop?
yeah, exactly. Could get away with the chop here. He'd be happy with that at this point. King, jack, or a three for him to remain in the tournament. A king or a jack to double up. A three to get half of that pot. And it's a king. There we go.
The jacket's coming off.
He's back down and back to business. And that's not the best result for Einshaug there, sat on the short stack, who's hoping to get a pay jump of 1,000 euros there. Just a 400 euro buy-in, so slightly smaller than some of the other events. So that's 2.5 buy-ins, which he unfortunately misses out on as the short stack doubles on the river. Sick.
Dave looking like he's having fun dealing this table as well. It's probably not very often you get to deal fixed limit at a feature table. We missed Dave yesterday, actually. He had a day off. No bueno for Espen. Easy fold for Eidshaug. Now we can see how aggressive Tobias will be. Yeah, he's opening up any two from the button. And gets an ace-8 to fold. If he gets the queen-10 to fold as well, then he should be opening every button. Even if he gets queen-10 to fold, he can play power position quite well.
Yeah, interesting spot here for Tollefsen, because he knows that this short stack is going to be going through the blinds soon. So I feel like he may just fold here just because of the ICM pressure, looking to make that pay jump. But I wouldn't, it's very tough. I wouldn't, yeah.
I don't blame him for the call there.
Exactly.
And now he's certainly going to be coming in with a flopping top pair, Tobias. So with the bottom pair, will likely continue because it's just 75. Oh, it's 300,000 left in his stack. So maybe we'll see a check back, but I don't think so. We haven't seen that from Tobias lately.
Not much. So bet 75. I think at this point with the ICM, I'd just be going for the raise here and looking to commit myself.
Yeah, there's still a lot of cards that can hurt you. You'll be getting at least some of those runners out of there. You'll be getting them.
Yeah.
You may not get the bottom pair to fold. We'll see if he raises and what Leknes does. I think Leknes would also believe Tollefsen's story if it was raised. Tollefsen hasn't been out of line at all. And he seems to understand the fact that there's some pay jumps looming. Is thinking. Oh, he did raise. Okay, so Tobias does call. And it's just one big bet left in Tollefsen's stack. That'll probably be getting in on this King of Club turn, even though that's not the card he wanted to see.
No, that's definitely not the card he wanted to see, because hands like King Jack, King Queen, Ace King, King 9 with one heart may have stuck around, and now Leknes wondering, can I save this bet here? I'm always going to be behind. What's my price? So I think he's just going through a little bit of maths here. He's got an 8 or a 3, so he's got 2 3s and 3 8s. So getting a, he needs, that's 10% equity, so I think he might fold. No, he calls.
Perhaps thinking there's some flush draws or something else.
Yeah, exactly. He's ahead of hands like 5-6 suited, ace-5, and the odd flush draw, queen 9 of hearts, queen 8 of hearts.
So Tollefson has to fade a few cards, but not that many. It's only only one out because there's a lot of dead cards. So he doesn't know that, but it's pretty much a certainty. He's about to double, and the ace of hearts is a safe card. So we are still at 6 players. The short stacks are not liking the outcome of that.
No, once again, the shorty doubles, as you can see here, the stack distribution turning in Tollefson's favor. Leknes takes a small hit to his stack, but he's still healthy, 2.7 million. Sandvik, once again, as we mentioned, been treading water somewhat. Not many great spots have gone his way, but he's still right in the hunt there and looking likely for a podium finish at the very least. Enibak, Tollefson, Disvik and Einshaug now in the scrap at the bottom with most of the initiative on Einshaug, who's going to be going through the blinds very shortly. Absolutely is the next hand. So can he find something here? A7 off. I think that's going to be good enough to go.
Yeah, you just have to get it in here. You're not going to necessarily get anything better with one hand to come.
Yeah.
If it was big blind ante, it would be a slam dunk for sure.
Absolutely, but
and with lower holdings.
The table hasn't played like super out of line, so it's rather unlikely because everyone knows how short he is that one of the other short stacks is going to bust in this situation. So I think we just have to drive it in ourselves and hope for the best, and that's what he's done. Is he going to run into anything? There's one of the 7s gone.
Ooh.
Oh no, one of the 7s gone, and Leknes sat there lurking with the ace-king.
And just with the call, because he understands it's valuable to get the player busted as well. Oh, no, he did 3-bet. Okay, so he isolated the action, and now Eidshaug at risk, needing a 7, maybe some clubs to stay alive. Some spades as well. 4 spades will get the job done.
Black cards, some kind of straight or a 7 are the only outcomes for Einshaug as he looks in jeopardy here to continue his run in the Limit Hold'em Championship. Can he find it? Looking to fade the king at the very least to keep his hopes and dreams alive, but it is ace highs, so a couple of those options out of the window. It's just going to be the 7 and the 7 only. No backdoor straight draw or flush draw for Einshaug, so drawing to 2 outs, as we know. One of them was folded by the 7 deuce under the gun from Disvik.
Quite a cooler, actually, for an ace to come at that point, but it's it is what it is. 8 of spades on the turn does not get the job done. 1 card too high. Is down to just 2 outs with a player having the 7 of hearts in their hand. And the 6 of heart on the river. Unfortunately, we have lost Magnus Eidshaug, but he played quite well. Not much he can do with the short stack there. Had a cooler earlier on, but we'll have 3,830 reasons to wipe away his tears. And everybody's laddered up quite nicely. The final 5 locking up 4,735 euros.
Absolutely right. As finally we get an elimination here on the fixed limit final table, the official one at the very least. It's been quite a battle for these guys. As you can really imagine with the format, it's difficult for the short stacks to get thrust out as they've just got so much room to wait for a hand and commit their stack.
Just 5 players remaining out of 226, so all these players should have a reason to feel good at this point. Even if they bust next, it's been a nice run.
Absolutely right, sir. So Tollefson on the button. I think he'll relinquish that one. He's chipped up nicely with that queen 10 versus the 8-3 holding up. And it's over to Sandvik in the small blind.
If it is, it looks like that it wasn't open because they're...
So he's out the way and jack 3 off.
Okay.
This is awkward because you get such a good price from the small blind to complete here, and your opponent has only got 4 big blinds.
It is just 25 to complete, though. Did he raise, though?
Yeah, he's gone for Pretty aggressive steal attempt, I would guess, just trying to get his opponent to fold something. Disvik, we're not sure as to what he's got, but there's only 250 back. And Sandvik has flopped a pair with a backdoor flush draw, so he's going to commit versus the short stack here.
This is a bit aggressive with the gut shot in the overcard.
Yeah, but just running the equity here. He's got 2 overs and a gut shot. Backdoor spades alive as well. Actually a decent chunk of equity here versus the 40%. So it's worked out fairly well for him as far as Queen 6 offsuit goes. But let's see. Can he find the queen, the 6, the 5, or the backdoor spades to stay alive?
I love this all-in screen we have.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Really captures the intensity of both players. That's the jack on the turn.
But it is a spade.
So still the gut shot, now the spade draw. Looking for a spade or a 5. He goes for the patented stand-up. It worked for him last time, finding that king on the river to stay alive. Can he do it this time? No. 9 of diamonds, crushing the hopes and dreams of a Norwegian title, going in the direction of Disvik as he hits the rail in 5th place. 4,735 euros. Not a bad payday. About 12 buy-ins, so he'll be happy with that after some of the salt evaporates from obviously busting in a big spot.
Yeah, I mean, he just earned more than 2 buy-ins when he had his jacket on before, thinking he was out the door. So an extra 900 euros is nothing to laugh at.
Considering the situation he got himself into, I think he'll be relatively happy. Sandvik also making a nice little move there, going for a pretty aggressive blind versus blind commit. In Hold'em, I think you do jam the Jack-3 off for the sort of 4.5 bigs, but in Limit, it's a bit different. You know, you allow your opponent a great price to continue in position, and just electing to try and lean on some of the trash hands, and didn't find one. Queen 6 coming along for the ride, but that lucky 2 pair getting Sandvik out of trouble and getting down to 4 now. Queen 8 suited. Is he going to open into the chip leader here? Slightly different spot than No Limit Hold'em, where you're going to get 3-bet a relatively decent amount. In this game, less so much, because the 3-bet is such a small size where you just get to continue regardless. He goes for the limp. I like that.
Yeah, it makes sense to do it. Let the 2 shorter stacks feel the pressure. You don't need to be bloating pots against the chip leader.
Yeah, precisely.
You either flop it or you don't, and he flopped it with 2 pair here. It would have been better if he had the 10 or if it was a queen 10 flop, but beggars can't be choosers. Still a nice flop in a BVV for his situation.
Yeah, it goes for the check back as well. Wants to pot control versus a potential 10x hand that could spell jeopardy for him. And as you mentioned earlier, this kind of concept about checking back and getting a bigger bet in on the turn. Tobias has just absolutely nothing here. I think it's time for Sandvik to come in with a bet here.
He's probably thinking about what am I beating at this point that's going to call. The 5 will call, so
yeah, the
that's
5.
enough.
The 5 will call. That is certainly enough. Worse diamonds, maybe a king high.
A Jack-9 would have bet the turn, I'm pretty sure. The Jack-King definitely would have raised pre-flop.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but they would have bet the turn. So nobody's super short.
No.
But Tollefson and Einbach are going to have to play a waiting game with each other. Unless they wake up with some premiums, they should both be playing super tight at this point. Where Tobias now has free reign with 4 players left. He has some breathing room.
Yeah, he's going to certainly exert himself on this final 4, you'd imagine. Einbach has been one of the more conservative players, and Tollefson has done what he can with the spots. Not had an awful lot of great ones. 6 deuce as well. And Sandvik, I think, might just fold here. No, he's going to go for the open with Tobias in the small blind. I guess that makes sense. It's a good big blind to target.
And it works. We should have been more, I guess, concerned about Tobias in the small blind, but Tobias waking up with rags, and he wants to also target the short stacks. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to tangle in bigger pots with Sandvik and all of a sudden watch his stack dwindle in half.
Yeah, precisely. Coming in from the small blind there would be... it has to be quite tight and give respect to that button open in some ways, so it's kind of a more of a positional play from Sandvik there.
But meanwhile, he has played a lot with Sandvik and knows that Sandvik is more than capable of mixing up his gears quite a lot.
Yeah. Folding the queen 4 off, allowing the short stacks to potentially battle here as Enibak finds ace 5 suited, and he's going to open it up to 150, and that should get the job done versus the 3 Dewey in the big blind. Takes it down.
So not much time for Tollefson at this point. He has 825,000. It's 225 every orbit. Blinds will go up pretty soon to 75, 150. So it would be different if we were still 7-handed, but it goes around so fast now.
Yeah, absolutely. Nowhere to hide for the short stacks as those blinds come around. Going to be in the blinds half the time, so going to have to find something to work with.
Tollefson with an ace, he's got to do something here from the small blind. It looks like he's just calling, perhaps because of the deuce, but I think based on his stack size, he should be trying to raise here, but I suppose a call is okay. The problem is it's ace deuce, and he doesn't have that much committed. He's often going to be ahead, and he's facing Sandvik in position.
Ouch.
Now he's going to be forced to call at least a flop.
Yeah, I think the best play would be to check the flop here. Try and navigate our way to turns and rivers. We do get a check back from Sandvik, who's...
I'm a bit surprised about that check back.
Yeah, same. Thought he might bet there, try and target some king highs.
It was an ideal turn for him, though, if he's going to check back. The 10's there. He should be worried about some overpairs, but all those overpairs probably would have bet the flop. They would have raised pre-flop, so you should feel pretty good about your Jack-9. You should know you're ahead. Do you want to raise here? Do you want to call here? People know that Espen is capable of raising when he doesn't have it as well, so, and he understands his image, but does just call, which is the smart way to do it. And if you're not bet into on the river, you're going to lead out, and if you are bet into in the river, you're going to raise it.
Yep.
It is possible that Tollefson will just check fold here, though. That 8 of clubs may save him to some degree. And Espen just calling. That surprises me as well. Perhaps thinking if I raise anything, what's going to call me? But the 8 would still call you.
Yeah, he's going for some razor-thin value there with the ace. I don't believe he was bluffing, right? I think he was just trying to get called by king high or something.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the bet. And I'm not quite sure why Espen didn't raise the bet.
Yeah.
The hand didn't play out in a way that Espen shouldn't feel that he's ahead 99% of the time there. Maybe it's a matter of seeing the cards, but I feel even in real time at the table.
Yeah, some hands to target, like an 8 that backdoored into a boat, and some of the underpairs as well could potentially bet call. Enibak here with the queen 10 suited should be getting in the mix. And does open it up to 150.
Gets a better hand to fold, but it's still not a pretty hand with king deuce. Sandvik should be relinquishing his 5-4. And we've seen Tobias defend quite wide. No shock with the 2 suited cards, despite it being 9-3 that he's defending here.
No, quite right. Completely misses. Does Enibak have the gusto to follow it up with a bet? It's not a great board when you face the big blind, and he does check. No backdoor equity. I feel like he might take a stab on this jack. He can definitely represent some hands like king jack, jack 10, queen jack, ace jack that may have played this way.
I think Tobias is going to lead out. Nope, I'm wrong.
5 on the river, so Enibak should be able to navigate his way towards a winner here, unless Tobias has other ideas and goes for the one big bet to try and fold out some hands like king and queen high.
So a small pickup by Einbach, and blinds are now up to 75,000, 150,000.
Yep. Good job, Mr. Trigg.
Always a pleasure to see David. Very professional guy, very nice guy. Not only one of the best dealers in Europe, but also has done some flooring, as we saw the other day. Sometimes a little bit of dealer coordination as well. And occasionally gets on the other side of the table. We've seen Dave play a few times as well. He's not the worst of players. A lot of poker dealers, if they do play poker, I'm not talking about the poker dealer that has never studied poker, but somebody taking it a little bit seriously. We've seen quite a few poker dealers over the years run into a lot of success. The most recent guy I can think of was Edgaris Klasinas. He won the high roller in Vilnius. He was a poker dealer for many years. And he had the chip lead with 5 left and just steamrolled everybody.
Wow.
Then comes to Estonia a couple weeks later to play the Kings of Tallinn.
Yep.
And wins the main event for like 100K plus.
Wow, what a spin. So what was that? Like, how much did he win in the high roller?
He won, I think, about 25, 30K in the high roller.
And then just parlays it into a huge score in the main as well.
He studies quite a lot. He's with the whole gem staking group that's quite big in Lithuania. And obviously has a bright mind for poker, but you pick up a lot as a poker dealer. You learn to gain tells.
Yep. Yeah, the psychological factor of the game is kind of thrust in front of your eyes a lot of the time. You start to see some players and levels of comfort, discomfort, and you can intuitively learn from those just by spending the hours and observing, I think.
And then if you're studying the technical end on top of that, because gem staking, they do go
solver analysis.
They're crazy, actually. I've never seen a group like that before. That before he was even on the TV table in Tallinn, they did analysis on every player, every hand that they played, and gave him a nice report. So he had information, to work with before he sat down on the table, which is quite helpful. Puts him at a bit of an advantage, and it's a fully legal advantage to have. You can definitely have people watching and giving you information in between days, even on breaks.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way to do it. If you're going to take the game seriously and look for every edge you can, that's certainly a big one. So Sandvik getting an open through here as Tollefsen is getting pretty short, only with about 500K in chips now.
In a way, it takes the pressure off him now, because before he was the short stack along with Einbach, but when you're the sole short stack, it kind of gives you a little bit more rein to try to get the chips in. The pressure is still on Einbach because he doesn't want to fall back in that position.
Yeah, exactly. So now the pressure's off. You've done a decent job of getting through 2 pay jumps, and now it's a case of nothing to lose. Leknes should be getting out the way here with the 8-6. Folds to the small blind, and he's got ace-9. So that could be enough.
He definitely should be raising here.
Yeah, making it 200.
And Sandvik with the ace-jack. What a cooler. 4-handed.
Ouch.
And there's going to be a 3-bet incoming, I'm pretty sure. And it doesn't really matter if he calls or 4-bets because it's getting in no matter what based on his stack size.
Yep, so he's all in for 405,000, no, 500,000. That's a 100K chip. And Sandvik, I think technically the 100's supposed to go in on the flop, but...
yeah, the blind levels are listed wrong. It's 75,000, 50,000, 150,000. So I'm pretty sure the tech guys are listening. They'll get that fixed the next hand. It's not going to affect this hand at all because it's an all-in and call.
Right.
So Tollefsen needing a 9 to stay alive, or hoping for some combination to chop the board. Staying in his seat to watch the 5, 5, 10 flop. This is potential chops. He's hoping for a 10 or a 9 now.
Yeah, he's happy with that one. He doesn't have a backdoor flush draw or a backdoor straight draw, but the 10 or the backdoor board pair would be advantageous for him.
4 of spades on the
so-
turn doesn't change anything other than the fact that if another 4 comes, it's a chop.
Yep, 10, 4, or 9 to stay alive. It's a queen. That's not going to do it. Ace-Jack high is going to take that one down, and that spells the elimination of Henrik Tolofsen in 4th place for €6,075.
Tobias standing up and giving a nice fist pump. All these guys get along quite well. You can see the friendly banter. Of course, the competition is the competition, but at the end of the day, everybody has respect for one and another, both for the battle they put in and as people in general.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
You don't see that all the time, especially as you move up higher stakes and egos get in the way. You know, people need to realize it's a game. You know, at the end of the day, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you're the better player and lose. Sometimes you're the worst player and win.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're all people. We're all here to grow the poker community, and having that kind of attitude is very helpful.
Yeah, it goes without saying. Absolutely right. Ender back now with the 9s. Easy open on the button for him. Oh, he limps. Okay. Might get rid of Sandvik here with trash in the small blind. 4-3 off, and he does. He's going to be heads up versus Leknes, who elects to take a free flop with Ace-7 suited. Nines looking decent on that board. Only really worried about the 10. Leknes doesn't have much of a hand, just ace highs. Probably going to continue for 1, but no backdoor flush draw. Could go 6-4 for the straight.
Yeah, all the chip counts are going to be a little bit off here because it's still showing 5100,000. That was a 300,000 bet on the. That was not a 200,000 bet on the flop. It should have been a 150.
It's 100. They're definitely, the big blind is 100 from what I can see.
So they rolled it back?
Yeah. Nice run out for Ender back there to pick up a little bit of a top up on his stack. 1.5 million now.
But it was 50-75, so I am wrong in my head. And apologies to everyone listening and to the tech crew on that one. So all the stacks should be pretty close to what they are. And it's just Jason's head that needs a little bit of re-examination, but that can happen after 24 hours of streaming.
Commentary booth. Pretty intense action here. So Leknes elects to open BVB with the King-9. Definitely a playable hand, and get some action from the Ace-3. Queen-8-8 flop. We've seen Leknes tend to c-bet these kind of boards out of position. I think he feels that this opponent will overfold these situations, so, and he certainly does, because he gets rid of the ace high there, which should surely be continuing to such a small bet in position. So Leknes' game plan has made a lot of sense so far, and doing a good job of accumulating chips in small pots.
You could see Elizabeth all lined up, waiting for that winner's photo, perhaps taking photos of the final 3, but...
Yeah, it might be a little while longer, I think, with the limit hold'em function.
It kind of is dependent on Tobias. If he gets a hot run, it could be over fast. If not, then we're going to be here for a few hours.
Absolutely.
Tobias does not mind the grind, neither does Espen, for that matter.
No, that's what they're here for. I mean, if you do sign up for this event, you've got to be prepared to grind it out. There's no easy routes to victory. You've got to really earn every big bet possible. So gets a call from the small blind, and we could be going 3 ways here with the Queen-7 suited. Closing the action, suited hand. And he does come along for the ride. That's an ace 9-8. So who hits that? Leknes with middle pair and Ennerbach with the open ender. So could see some fireworks here. Sandvik, unfortunately for Ennerbach, blocking 2 of his outs.
And Mbak may want to raise here for 2 reasons. One, because of the draw and could be repping aces, and second, because he called in the big blind. That's actually looking pretty strong, where you have a lot of these weak aces that connected pretty well with this board.
Yeah, very possible.
But it does check around to Leknes, and Mbak just calls, and Sandvik easily gets out of the way. So Leknes can maybe take the chip lead back this hand, depending on the turn. That's not the turn he wanted to see. It's certainly a turn that helps Ambach, but he may not understand that that puts him ahead, because Tobias does have aces in his range.
It certainly does.
The queen 10 is possible too, but you're partially blocking that. You're more concerned about the ace than you're running into the nuts.
5 of diamonds on the river, and here in Hold'em we could potentially use that king of diamonds to our benefit, but in this situation, oh, Ennerbach going for some pretty thin value here with the jack. I'm surprised. I guess he just thinks that Leknes is never checking back an ace on the turn, but not a move that I would have considered that he would have made himself. And what can we beat now? So Leknes going through the hands. I mean, queen 10 obviously improves. The small blind flatting range is usually going to be quite Broadway heavy. Going to have some decent amount of ace-x as well, and does make the discipline lay down.
Yeah, quite a good lay down. I thought he was maybe going to be feeling forced to fold there, but being that he was facing the only short stack of the 3, but
yeah,
he thought things through. The 6-7 would have got in there. The 10 jacks would have gone in there. The 10 queens even more. That would have called a flop bet.
Yeah.
And he has all the ace-x's as well. Not an ace-king or an ace-queen. That would be 3-betting, but like an ace-8 would have probably just flatted from the small blind and flop 2 pair. Maybe you could be 3-betting ace-8 even if it's suited 3-handed. I don't know. I would have to ask people that have played a lot of 3-handed limit Hold'em. In the limit Hold'em, you can choose to 3-bet, you could choose to call, you could choose to fold. All options are available. Wow.
This, the Rockets for Ennerbach. He's had a really hot run in terms of card distribution and just winning a lot of these small, medium pots like the last one. And finds the blades on the flop. Sandvik happy to get out the way with the Doe Bronson, and Leknes is going to defend with queen 7 off. So let's see if a queen or a 7 high board that could spell a lot of trouble for Leknes. There's a 7 with backdoor hearts that are covered by the aces. So ooh, we could be seeing multiple bets going in here, and Leknes surely is not going to be able to fold the flop or the turn, you'd imagine.
Doesn't seem too thrilled about it, understanding that Einbeck is probably not betting light most of the time, but
yeah,
does have to, and especially now that the 9 pairs up, it reduces the likelihood of Einbeck having a 9 in his hand. He probably isn't even thinking he could have aces, but he could have anything that's an overpair. Einbeck not concerned though that Leknes has a 9.
Yeah, we still beat hands like 10-8 suited, Jack 10. Maybe even hands like Queen Jack that are just kind of randomly barreling here, trying to get us to fold ace or king high. So going to have to come along for one more, but certainly cause for concern here. And that's a pretty clean river as far as things go. No overcard for Leknes to worry about.
But it may mean a slowdown for Einbach if he was concerned about the 6-8 draw, but I don't think he should be that concerned about it. He does bet. Leknes does have to call. And all of a sudden, Einbach with the chip lead. Leknes now has the shortest stack.
Wow, what a turnaround there. Just getting the full 3 streets of value from those aces. 100 on the flop, 20, 200 on the turn, 200 on the river, plus the pre-flop action. Things are starting to turn here, and the fixed limit Hold'em event. Wow. Bit of a cooler as far as things go.
Yeah, for sure.
2 pair versus 2 pair.
All of Tobias's momentum is done, basically. He was cruising along, crushing people along, and now, in a way, the pressure is off him as well because he's the shortest stack, but he's not short enough for there not to be pressure. You know, he has a couple hands of play still.
Yeah, he's fighting with Sandvik. I think Sandvik's got 2.5 million or so. Easy open for him, king 9 suited, and Yeah, things in the short term going from bad to worse for Leknes, who came into the final three with the resounding chip lead and loses that pretty big pot. About as big as the pots get, right? An open and 3 streets. Unless you got any kind of 3-betting or raising going on. That's one of the bigger pots we've seen in the entire tournament.
Yeah, it was 1.7 million in that pot, or maybe
Yeah.
1.9. And Sandvik happy with the result of his King-9 suited getting around. He wouldn't have minded a call, but this is a better result than getting a call.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the heads-up match is going to look like, if we're going to be having a lot of limping heads-up whenever that comes around, or if it's going to be a bit of raising. I'm not quite sure how to approach limit heads-up myself. It's been way too long, and I haven't been in that many spots, to be honest, other than maybe an 8-game tournament recently.
Yeah, you're right. It's tricky. So King, Queen, 8, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Bit of a swing and a miss for both. Leknes has got some interaction with that 5 of hearts and an overcard backdoor Broadway draw. Goes for the check though. I think that's a pretty reasonable one. I think he'd have bet if he had the ace of hearts, but with the 5 just allowing a turn card to emerge, and that's a bad one for him as Sandvik now improves to 3rd pair and takes the lead, 86%. So just looking to fade a 10 or an ace. If Sandvik checks, as I think he may do we allow Leknes to try and represent this jack?
Leknes thinking things over. I think he's now maybe regretting not betting that flop.
Yeah, potentially.
But the king and the queen hit his button range a lot better than Sandvik's calling range from the big blinds, but now it might be a little bit too late. Let's see how sticky Sandvik is.
I think you have to call versus a flop check back on such a wet connected board, right? Even hands that Leknes is starting to represent, like ace-10 and 9-10, you'd have felt might have bet the flop. He can have a hand like jack-8 of clubs that could easily check back the flop with bottom pair, not much reason to bet. But he's just going to have a lot of ace-highs in this line, I feel. The check back on the flop is going to be somewhat showdown-driven. We did see him play the passive option with the 6-4 suited on a similar type of board where he didn't have an awful lot of much.
This helps Espen a little bit. He should make an easy call if he's bet into by Leknes after the queen pairs up.
Yeah.
But Tobias likely recognizing that it's not going to work. In fact, it may be problems for him with the flush as well now. But maybe we'll give it a stab. But what is Espen potentially floating you with? A reverse float nonetheless. And then not betting the river.
Tobias does go for the river bet, and Espen in a tough spot here. Could certainly be up against some Queen X, but does station it off and get shown the winner.
Good read there by Espen. I think once you call the turn, you're calling the river. It was a good river for him. A better river would have been a jack, obviously, but it's still if a king or the queen pairs up, then that reduces the possibilities of you being behind. I'm curious if they're talking about what would have happened if I bet the flop.
I think they're discussing whether Espen could have raised the river for value, which is interesting.
I mean, if it's just targeting an ace, maybe, because it's Espen who has some check raises with air possible. At least in no limit hold'em he does. Limit is a different beast. I'm not sure he has that in his arsenal. Maybe he does in this particular case because Tobias is short on chips.
Yeah, potentially. But 3.4 million now, great spot for Sandvik to exert his dominance, potentially heading towards that title. Is going to get away from the 9-4, and Tobias, with a much-needed pickup, he's down to just over $1 million. taking some time there to mull it over, just kind of collecting himself. It's not been the best of runs for him over the last few orbits, so
he'd probably like another break. When he came back from the break, he was really in charge for a little while.
Yeah, he was. He played excellently. A couple of big bluffs there. But ever since, it's not really been the card distribution that favors him, and unfortunately in Limit Hold'em it does come down to that quite a lot because there's just not much room for bluffing or folding post-flop. It's going to go for the raise here. King Jack is a decent hand in Limit because whilst you don't have any fold equity, you do flop a lot of top pairs. And
it is three-handed as well.
Yeah, three-handed, and he's going to get some action from a worse hand here, which is absolutely ideal for him. So 3-bet pot, first one we've seen for a while.
Queen 10-9 for the drama.
There's the 9. Oh, king high and a gut shot for Sandvik. So Leknes is going to get some action here. Going to be going for all 3 streets, you'd imagine, unless there's some really hairy run out. But tough to think what might dissuade him. Maybe if it comes 6-7 or something like that.
If it was like king 9 deuce or something, he may check, hoping that Espen bets, or hoping that he can get a bigger bet through that he wouldn't be able to get through if he bet the flop at the turn.
Says 200K, but I think it's 100K, right, the bet?
Yeah, it should be 100,000. It's on the flop. It's not till the turn that it doubles up. This is a small bet, not a big bet.
Wow, he goes for the raise with the queen 10, looking to fold out hands like ace jack, ace 5 suited.
Is there a 3-bet coming for Leknes, or should he just call and check the turn?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Very interesting.
Perhaps Sandvik is doing this to get a free river card as well.
Yeah, that's possible. That makes a lot of sense, actually, because it's a cheaper one, isn't it? You avoid getting the big bet on the turn, and instead you can make it 200 and then save yourself facing the bigger bet. So instead of facing a total of 300K in bets, he manages to raise and take a free one. Wow, what a turn card that is. Now the full open-ender for Sandvik, not just the gut shot.
And exactly as we said, he gets that free card on the river.
Yep.
Leknes should try to get some value from his king. Maybe he's concerned a little bit that Sandvik was slow playing a 10 jack. Maybe had a 9-8 that he's not as confident about. Could have some kings as well. But I think when you're down to 525, he's maybe worried about what happens if I'm raised and then I'm down to 125 if I run into a monster. But yeah, this was the more obvious play, was to bet 200,000 with your top pair. Sandvik is going to do a little bit of Hollywooding before he folds. Not so much Hollywooding.
But got to realize his full equity there with the flop raise.
I think Tobias is asking him what he had.
Yeah.
Whether Espen told them now or told them later is a different story. Espen is usually happy to talk about hands, as is Tobias for that matter. Neither of those guys at least mind being on the TV table. Sometimes people mind because they're giving away a lot of information about how they play, but they enjoy being in the spotlight.
Yeah.
It's not that they have massive egos, but that, they enjoy the fact that they've made the final 3 and that people across Norway and also across the world through us are watching their action. They're not like that salty basketball star that, after losing a game, they're going to be throwing water coolers at the reporters. Here, if these guys bust and one of the guys wants an interview, I've interviewed both of these guys after they busted. They're professionals in their mindset. They're able to put that aside and understand it's good for the game.
Exactly. More than happy to, as Tobias is in fact a big ambassador for not just Norwegian poker in general, but mixed game poker as well. So certainly would be a little bit of a poor character trait to be blasting off Phil Hellmuth style after busting one.
And that's not to say Einbach is not the same as well. We just aren't familiar with this player as much as we are with Tobias and Espen.
Yeah.
He seems to be also a classy player. Entire final table were full of friendly people, it appeared.
Yeah, no animosity whatsoever.
Which is maybe rare in Bratislava, but not rare for the Norwegian championships. It's usually friendly.
I think that's very fair. In Bratislava, where, as I mentioned, the average wage is a bit lower, sometimes I have had some difficulties on cash games where, you know, someone's losing a bit of money that maybe they shouldn't have been at the table with, and it gets a little bit hairy and, let's say, not the best of environments. But you just got to deal with that as it goes. So Sandvik now is able to bet the bigger sizing of 200 after seeing a check on the flop, and will be likely to want to target some of this 7x, 4x, 6-8, 6-5, 5-3 with the double gutter that may be in this check back line from time to time. Leknes with essentially nothing, Jack 6, it would be a bit of a hopeful stab. Gonna want some equity here. We're gonna have some hands with a bit of equity to stab to try and target some king high folds, but instead we do go to the river, and it's a 5. So deuce 3 and what's that, 8-6 get there, but both hands somewhat unlikely. And Sandvik does take it down with a river valley bet.
Good discipline there by Tobias, though, on the turn, not to try to stab it away. It wouldn't have worked, but once it's checked over to you, maybe you think you can get away with one, you can rep the queen.
And I think that shows his craft, because it's a little bit more about the hand qualities and hand properties rather than just, oh, he's checked twice, I'll take a stab. You know, that kind of view is a little outdated. We did see it a couple of times in the early stages of the PLO where people were just betting because they faced passivity. But at the higher level of the game, it's kind of a strategy that doesn't really have much merit. You want to be a little bit more selective and give credit for people to find checks with stronger hands, as Sandvik had there. The queen deuce was essentially the nuts on the turn, but he did slide it over.
The upside down 6s for Sandvik, and he's going to look at this cooler, 9s against kings.
Wow.
3-handed.
Yeah, going to be a 3-bet here. We haven't seen much from Ennerbach, so I don't think Sandvik's going to be 4-betting at all. Just going to take one off in position here. No reason to inflate the size of the pot when you know your opponent is super value heavy.
This could be costly for Sandvik if it's a flop like this. Jack 6, he's going nowhere.
Yeah, maybe this is another one of these boards where he elects to raise the flop to get to deny that big turn bet coming in, you know?
It would be a good spot to do that, other than, and he could potentially get away if he's 3-bet as well by a player like Einbach.
Yeah, you'd find it rare that Einbach would... oh, he does just call, so he's going to take a turn card.
Probably feels he's ahead at this point.
Yeah, but slightly concerned as to the presence of overpairs. And so Ennerbach here, not getting raised on the flop. He is going to get called by the Jack X from time to time to allow the raise on the turn or the river. But a disastrous spot for Sandvik here, who's just going to have to pay the turn, and then the river's really where it sorts the men from the boys in some ways. Can he fold getting such an unbelievable price? It would be 200 into a pot of 1.3 million. And it's just a complete brick, so no reason for Ennerbach to slow down. He's going to fire out another bet of 200, and I think Sandvik is just going to snap him off here. Yeah, sometimes it seems you just have to pay the man off, right? There's not really any room for getting out of it in this situation.
Not on this board.
Nope.
If it was a different kind of board with a bunch of overcards to the 9 that aren't paired up, then you can get away from it.
Yeah.
And you can't get away from it against Tobias, but against Maris, you could get away from it.
Yeah, potentially.
But Tobias not disappointed about that, being the short stack, to have Espen be a little bit shorter as well. His heads up can be kind of swingy anyway, so even if you're a 2-to-1 underdog with the blinds the way they are, you want to get to heads up at this point.
Yeah, really relies on card distribution, a lot of limit hold'em. Obviously, the skill is to get the extra bet in or avoid paying an extra bet where other people might.
At least at this skill level.
Yeah.
A lot of people make mistakes with it, limit hold'em, that we haven't seen at this table.
Yeah, that's fair. 10-5 off. That would be a rather wide big blind defense versus Leknes, where you're just going to have to, you're just going to get yourself into really annoying spots. I think if he's got 10-6 off, he'd call because he might be able to flop a straight from time to time.
But with 10-5, you can get every single straight. You have 2 flush possibilities.
Yeah, I've heard that argument before.
It had to be brought up once this week.
It hasn't grown on me. Especially in this format where, you know, there's really just no room to maneuver your way out of such a bad pre-flop holding. 75-125, so we're motoring through the blind levels. They're very slow. But the big bet is now 250, and in terms of big bets, I believe Leknes has 5. I think Ennerbäck has got about 10 to 15, and Sandvik in the sort of 10 to 12 range.
The Brunson in the muck, but Sandvik will likely be raising his ace-5 suited. Nope, he's just calling.
The call. Leknes allowing to see a free flop with the 9-5. I'm sure he'll just take his option and check that one back.
It could be a little dangerous for him if there's a 5 on the flop and no 9. But that's not what we see here.
Gut shot for Leknes. Sandvik kind of taking a stab at it with the ace high, some kind of value / protection bet out of position here. Not going to be getting a fold, as we know. Gut shot, getting a good price in position. Question of call, maybe sometimes raise.
He doesn't have any spades, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, maybe if he had the 9 of spades, he might raise that one there. 6 on the turn is pretty bricky for both players. No one turning any additional equity. It's just ace high versus 9 high as it remains. Does Leknes represent this 6 now? Try and apply some pressure to hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. That might have taken a stab at the flop. No, he's going to wait to the river. And I think it's a must bluff situation for Leknes on the river with the 9 high. Going to face a lot of weak holdings in this line if Sandvik does go for the second check after checking the turn.
I wouldn't be surprised if Sandvik bet here, though, because he could bet off the hands that would have been calling the flop that aren't like 9-5. He could bet off a 7. He could bet off a 3 with the 4 spades on the board. The 3 doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's potential that Leknes had some weak kings that he was checking back from the big blind as well, that he would now fold if he didn't have a spade in his hand.
Yeah, very possible. Also possible the king has to kind of call, even though it is a 4-spade run out. Not really too sure what you do in that spot.
The pot isn't big enough, I don't think. But meanwhile, Tobias taking control, and we'll find out how the situation works in reverse, whether Espen can find a call with his ace high. I don't think he can.
Ooh, looks interested. That's a bit of a stare down. We've not seen such a mean stare down yet from Sandvik, but understanding that this isn't as obvious as it first appears, Leknes is very much capable of bluffing with some hands like 8-5, 9-8, 10-8, 10-9, 9-5. Would he value bet a 3? Probably not. Probably just check that one back. So what's he representing here? He's representing a slow played 6 or a flush. I feel like he would bet the king in position on the turn. And Sandvik really going through the mill, working out what's going on here. Leknes not really giving anything away, as you can imagine, from such a experienced and highly regarded player. So let's see if Sandvik can figure this one out. Whoa, what a call. What a call. Even with the 5 there, you don't really want the 5, but...
Wow, wow, wow.
Great call.
I wonder if he was able to get a read from Tobias, or if he just figured there's enough spots where he's going to rep the spade that he doesn't have.
I think he felt his range was so weak by that point that he's going to have to defend some of the ace highs, and does so with a very impressive level of precision. So it's Enneback with the chip lead, potentially just overtaken there, as we know that Leknes doesn't have 925. I think he's slightly above that.
Very close up top, though.
So Leknes in the small blind now, ace-3, he's going to raise it up, going for the steal first and foremost, but if he does get some action, it's certainly a playable hand. Queen-9 going nowhere for Enneback, so already this pot being quite significant. Raising to 250 and not much behind, and ooh, this could spell this could be some problems, this could bring some problems for Leknes as he completely misses, but Enneback has got an open ender with the backdoor flush draw. Just checks it back? No.
Oh my.
There's the straight.
Now we should definitely check again, hoping that, oh no, Leknes is to lead out.
Yeah.
So if Leknes checks, he should try to get a little bit of a stack.
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be much room for slow playing at this point. Going to have some hands like 10x, maybe a queen x hand that will continue, that we've got absolutely cooked. Oh, even the smile there as well is giving the game away a little bit. Looking really confident and comfortable there with that smile, but just allowing him to know that I got you there on the turn.
So Tobias needs to go on a run here. He's down to just a few bets in his hand.
Yeah, he's really struggling at this point. It's just every single situation has gone pretty much against him for the last hour or so.
C8 raise 250,000. C2 4. C4 raise 375,000.
So a 3-bet by Espen with the king-10 suited. Tobias is calling with the ace-9. This could be trouble for Tobias, but does flop the top pair. Espen with middle pair, so this is an amazing spot for Tobias to double up. Espen firing out for 125,000, and even if Leknes decides to raise here, call here, there's really little chance that the remaining of his stack doesn't get in on this board. Maybe if there's 2 running clubs, Sandvik gets out of the way, but then it would have to go check on the turn, which isn't likely. It's just a call here, though, by Tobias, with just 175 left in his stack.
A bit more by the looks of it. I think he's got about 400 there.
Okay, so that does make quite a big of a difference.
So what improves now? Jack 10, flush draws on the flop.
Neither player with a club in their hand either.
Mm-hmm. Awkward spot for Sandvik here with middle pair on the flop with that straight draw blocker, a straight blocker, sorry. He does elect to check. Does Leknes risk allowing a club or some kind of disastrous straight completing card to arrive? Or does he just take his chance now with the ace-9, looking to deny some equity from this exact type of hand? Sandvik is behind but has 21%, so he wants to either get value or put a lot of pressure on these type of holdings that surely are forced to continue, but we are able to check back the river unimproved or even go for it.
Sandvik, who called lightly before, this wouldn't be that light of a call, but he is thinking over.
Yeah.
Unless he puts Tobias on a flush, he has still even hope if he doesn't think that he's always ahead. He should be ahead here a lot.
Yeah. King X of clubs is a concern, as he's dead against that, and that's a hand that certainly wouldn't need to 3-bet the flop, just doesn't really need any protection or doesn't need to jam with some play in position behind. So can he make a really disciplined laydown here with the King 10? knowing that he's up against likely an ace, a jack-10, or a flush. Even hands like pocket eights would play the same way. Ace-8, king-8 suited, queen-8 suited, potentially. I'm not sure if he's opening that off of the short stack, but plenty of value hands to worry about here. King-queen. Where are the bluffs coming from? Leknes could peel the flop with a hand like 8-9 of diamonds and stab the turn like this, but I doubt it. And there's a big pickup there for Leknes as he got a little bit hairy there in terms of his stack, but I believe he's up over 1 million, which is big news for him. And he's not someone that's just going to blow up and dust off the rest of the short stack. He'll be grinding that for all it's worth. Back up to 1.5 million and good for, what is that, around about 6 big bets.
At least has more than one hand of breathing room now.
Yeah, for sure. So Ennerbach, it's been pretty solid. He folds the jack-8, Sandvik with the 5s. Does he open? Does he limp? We were talking about the tricky way of playing these kind of hands when you just get suckered in so often post-flop, calling bets when you've got essentially no equity. He's going to go for the raise. And
oh, what is this? 5s against aces.
Wow, Leknes with the aces.
Wow, 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 wow.
5s is not going to be able to go anywhere pre-flop, that's for sure. Quick call.
3-bet in call.
Yeah, you don't really give much of the strength of your hand away there. You're going to peel most of your range and 4-bet the really good stuff. Can Sandvik find the 5?
Oh my God.
Absolutely disastrous.
Wow.
For Leknes here, as with aces, he's got the overpair. He's really worried about absolutely nothing, just hoping his opponent's got some kind of king or pocket 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 6s, pocket 7s, 5-6.
Is Leknes... Is Sandvik going in for a raise? Yes, he's not going to slow play his middle set here.
Yeah, and I don't think Tobias will be particularly worried. He'd play some King X in the same fashion. He'd also play a hand like 6-7 suited like this sometimes, maybe even 6-8.
But I think you just call here because you want to get the bigger bets in later. If you raise here, you're basically announcing your hand. You can go ahead and just call and let Sandvik bet the turn, and if he checks the turn, then you can go ahead and bet you're in position.
Yeah, and quite right, Jason. Good commentary and analysis on that one, as that's exactly what the mastermind of mixed games has gone for. A little bit of a sweaty turn card. 7-8 gets there, can't be that much of a consideration. Offsuit probably would have limped pre-flop, so looking at 7-8 suited really is the only danger now, but of course 5s, 4s. Sandvik going for the check. Sneaky, sneaky. He doesn't really need any protection as well. He knows that Tobias isn't going to be 3-betting a hand like 7-8 suited from the big blind in this low short stack situation. And Leknes does go for the bet, and it's going to be met with another check raise. I think the double check raise incoming would make a lot of sense.
Check raise here and then lead it out the river.
Yeah, so that would be 500 and then 250 on the river. Wouldn't quite get rid of Tobias, I think, but would be the majority of his stack.
Massive cooler, though, unless an ace comes on the river, of course.
Of course, yeah.
So exactly as you said, it's a check raise, and now Tobias has no reason to raise again. The pot is big enough. If he wins it, he should just be calling and doing the same on the river. If it's checked to him on the river, don't get cute, just check it back.
Yeah, it's looking a little stronger than the King X that was being represented on the flop, right? It's looking a bit worrying now for Leknes as he realizes that 5s and 4s are very much available, and also hands like King 5 of diamonds, King 4 of diamonds, 5-4 suited, potentially some hands like 7-8, Sandvik, I think, can have that. I don't think Leknes is going to ever have that.
Makes the mandatory call. There are some bluffs. Sandvik is capable of doing that, but we haven't seen him behave this strong before with back-to-back check raises.
Yeah, this looks like exactly what it is. And is Tobias going to be able to?
Oh!
Wow, what a river.
Wow, quads for Sandvik.
Yeah.
I mean, Leknes still can't get away, but now he may have an inkling that he's behind, or may feel that the two pairs that his opponent have were counterfeited, such as a 4-6, but is a 4-6 behaving that way in the flop? Nope, it's just a bet and a call.
And just a boat. That would have been a really good river card for Leknes, as he'd have been slightly less worried about 5s and 4s as the 5s get blocked. But not to be. That's a real cooler situation there. Blind versus blind, set versus overpair. Even blocked the nut flush, the backdoor nut flush as well.
It looks like he has a little bit more than that 75,000. If those are the 25K chips, he looks like he has about 175.
Yeah, just about a blind, I think.
We'll need a comeback. And limit hold'em, though, this is kind of one of the one formats that 3 hands later, he could be the chip leader.
Yeah.
I mean, it can happen in no limit hold'em, too, but it's less likely than in limit hold'em. Sandvik with the 6-9 suited with a short stacked Leknes. If he does opt to play it, it would be likely a limp. What do I know? It's a raise. I would have expected with Tobias' stack that you may want to try to go multi-way just so you get heads up. Tobias is all in. He definitely had less than 200,000 in his stack. And Mbach, a little bit too weak for him to come along. We'll see if that comes into play with the 8-4. But right now it's Sandvik with the 6-9. Leknes far ahead with the Queen 10. 2-1 favorite for more than doubling up his stack.
Let's see if an 8 or a 4 comes. That would have meant that we'd have been down to heads up. But as it plays, needing a 9 or a 6 is Sandvik to get down to heads up and eliminate a very strong player. Ooh, good flop.
So far, so good for Tobias.
Yeah, even the 9 or the 6 of clubs now would still give him a little extra boost in equity. So really one of the best flops he could have hoped for, apart from the Queen or the 10. And there's the Queen, so that's going to be...
Drama's over.
Yep, exactly. Send that one over to Mr. Senkel.
So now we have 2 Cinderella stories running. We have Tobias with the Cinderella story down to just 1 or 2 bets, and Sandvik continuing the Cinderella story from earlier today when he came in with one of the shortest stacks in play, if not the shortest stack. So we will see. We want to keep Tobias around, so maybe he can get another double up through Espen or Mbach.
Yeah, certainly true.
I think Dave doing his best not to laugh at the jokes the players are making. It's sometimes hard as like a bystander dealer not to feel getting involved with what's happening at the tables.
Yeah, but you do have to maintain that level of professionalism at the same time. So it's kind of a difficult balancing act to follow through on.
Especially when you're friends with some of the players, you know, so it does get tricky.
Yeah.
And I've seen that line crossed quite a lot when it shouldn't be. Even I've maybe kind of toted the line a little bit when I'm reporting, but I try not to talk to people while a hand is happening. But certainly if you're dealing the action, I mean, it's hard to hold back a smile. That's always going to be okay, but
yeah,
you don't get involved with the joke telling. It's a little bit different if it's a cash game than a final table of a tournament. So good job, Dave, again, for professionalism. Looks like an open from Einbach with King 10 offsuit. More than fine. Sandvik with ace-5. It's not suited, but he'll probably at least call. I don't think he will be 3-betting. Not with Unbach, who hasn't been getting... It's been pretty tight, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Thinking things through.
C4 raise, 375,000.
Wow.
It is strong three-handed, but after seeing the 5s and aces not so long ago, you kind of have to wonder if that affects the mentality of people. Leknes with the easy fold with the 7 deuce, most likely anyway. There's no reason for him to be basically all in with that. Perhaps Sandvik was betting this way just to get Leknes out of the way, or maybe to get Leknes to go in against 2 players.
Just asserting some ICM pressure on the button, I guess, and he flops. I mean, that's about as good as you can get for the ace-5, and I think he'll manage to get a fold here. Ennerbach's not really a defender in these kind of situations. Oh, he is. There we go. I was wrong. Looks like he is going to peel one off with the overcard and the backdoor straight draw. 6 is a great card for Sandvik to follow through on with a bet at 250.
And now certainly Enbach will be likely getting out of the way.
Yeah, Sandvik here really targeting hands like ace-jack, ace-10, ace-8, ace-9. And has some equity to fall back on in the form of the open-ender, of course, or the 5. But in this case, he is actually value betting versus king high. No flush draw, not even a club that he could maybe float and then represent on the river. So just going to get out the way there.
Nice awareness there by Sandvik. I'm pretty sure Enbach plays his king-queens very similarly, other than the fold at the end, based on some passiveness we've seen when he's hitting hands, especially when somebody else is being aggressive.
Yeah. Happy to come along for the ride for the most part from what we've seen from him, but not really driving the action so much unless he's got a really strong hand, which is fair because you can get away with that in Limit Hold'em. I think in maybe a no Limit Hold'em table he would have been found out a little bit, but in this format it's a perfectly viable strategy.
As chip leader, I expect the button open much wider than this.
Yeah, for sure. King 8 seems like more than enough hand. Good blocker. 5-3 suited for Leknes. And it's a question of, do I want to commit now and then play for the extra blind? Or do I want to fold and hope that there's some kind of miracle and that these guys just start putting 3-4 bets in, check raises on every street and somehow bust each other? Or Sandvik would bust the big blind, sorry. So, annoying. I think if he had a hand like 8-7 suited, that would just be in, and then you get to play, reopen the action and play for the big blind. But this one seems a little wide. Just doing some maths in the head, trying to work it out. What equity do I need here to commit?
And the fact that he's thinking so hard means that he would be doing this with the 8-7 suited, as you said.
Yeah. Ennerbach with the king 5.
Did he fold?
Going to fold.
Wow.
Just allowing the button to lean on him somewhat and playing the waiting game, looking to get that pay jump.
I mean, it turned out to be a good fold. He was dominated, but I'm surprised from range-wise, it doesn't seem like a great fold. Plus, the fact that you're getting a good price to just call once you're in the big blind, despite there being no big blind ante. Perhaps he just wants to wait for Senkel to either double up or go out before playing in variant situations. I expect to see Leknes to shove here. It's not the strongest of hands. He doesn't have too much more time to wait. He does get it in with the queen 5, gets Einbach to fold the queen 4. Sandvik, though, with the Brunson making the call, so it is possible that we see another double up by Leknes. He is a bit ahead, 3-2 favorite. Doyle up in heaven, though, is probably rooting for Espen at the moment. And a 10 out of the window, followed by a 3 and a king. Both players with that club, so Tobias can still get there with a queen or a club. Eight of clubs on the turn.
There it is.
Checkmark over to Leknes for back-to-back doubles, and the 8 of hearts pairing the board on the river has no consequence. The hand was over on the turn, so another double for Tobias, but he's not out of the woods yet. Didn't really hit Espen that hard. He's still at 4.2 million in chips.
Quite right, but just looking to get rid of a strong player, and takes his shot at it. Doesn't quite work out on this occasion.
It was about a big blind, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more for him to get involved. Here's the chip distribution. Sandvik with 4.2, Einbach with 2.3, and Leknes with 625,000, perhaps slightly more, but around the 5 big blind range.
For en deilig comeback. Jeg bare nevner at jeg var nede på halv B startstack. Jeg var best i første gang.
Sandvik with the ladies with the 3-bet over the open of the king 10. Tobias getting out of the way with the 6-4, Einbach likely to call.
So 3-bet pot, queens versus king 10. Can Einbach find a way out of a troublesome situation here? And no, he cannot. That is monster flop for Sandvik, flopping top boat. And he's going to get some action as well because he's up against an overcard with a gut shot. So this could spell disaster for Einbach, especially if he turns a king or a jack.
Yeah, the jack would be absolutely disastrous.
Yeah.
There's no way you put Espen on queens or queen 9. But Espen getting a lot of love lately. He got the quads with the pocket 5s, flops a boat with the queens.
Yeah, he's running pretty hot. Gets a call from Einbach, who's sticking around with that gut shot in the overcard. No, not to be. So Einbach manages to avoid complete disaster by improving, as the check mark was with Sandvik on the flop, of course.
But does he ever think that his king high could be good here? I don't think he would be thinking that, but maybe another player would.
Yeah, I doubt it. I think Sandvik can value bet as what. Oh, he does call. Wow. Wow.
Sandvik can be betting wide there. He can be 3-barreling wide because he's aware of Tobias being short, and he knows Einbach is aware of that as well.
Mostly he's going to have an ace, though, right, when you don't have any fold equity. But
yeah, an ace would have been a better call spot, but aces, if Tobias had, I mean, if Espen had an ace, he's checking there as well, most likely, because he has showdown values.
Yeah.
So the king is beating all those other bluffs.
Yeah. Many of them would have bet the flop, I feel, but it's a rough spot. It's tough to say. You do seem to just be quite happy to station it down in this format from the looks of things. Wow, we've got so many 25k chips in play. It might be better off getting a little chip race on those shortly. So Sandvik has a commanding position here. He's got, what, like 2/3 of the chips in play, even more?
Even more, I think, and he's been just winning big hand after big hand.
Yeah. He's going to be opening it up once again with the deuces. Leknes out the way. Now, all of a sudden, they're in a tussle for second place as both of these guys really short. You'd feel like the advantage still lies with Einbach, but Leknes is going to do as much as he can, ninjaing around off of that short stack to try and gain that ladder.
I mean, we did see Leknes go from chip leader to third in about 3 hands, so it's easy for him to, at least in 3 hands, if he doubles, triples up, he could actually be back in the chip lead if Espen is involved in all those hands.
That's true.
So far, so good. Mbach is not going to go anywhere with his Jack-9. Even if he had chips, we've seen him fold in these spots. Looks like he already folded.
Yep. And is Sandvik going to double up his friend and foe at the same time with the 10-7 of diamonds?
Certainly a good flop here for both players, but Sandvik with the 2-pair, Leknes is going to get his chips in with that middle pair with the king to back it up.
Yeah, you'd think so, and in the money goes. So Leknes looking for a king, an 8, or backdoor hearts, and Sandvik with the 2-pair. Big situation here, deep stages of the Limit Hold'em Championship for the Norwegian title. Can Leknes find a way out?
Rather unfortunate for Leknes. I mean, Espen has been slapped in the face with the deck. Still some hope, but he was in all the control throughout this final table and just fell apart three-handed.
Absolutely. And a different story for Espen at the beginning of the final table. He was really just ducking and diving, not getting much going. He found that heater, and now he's trying to capitalize on that, looking to fade a king or an 8 to really have one hand on the trophy at this stage. Can he find it? No. 10-7 is going to be the winner. Leknes is out of the tournament. And third place showing for Senkel.
That does get him over the $500,000 mark, though, in lifetime passes. So congratulations for that. Maybe he already got over that during the Mixed Game Festival. I didn't double check to see if that was in the results, but he was one of the brains behind the European Mixed Game Championship that took place, run by Frode.
Yep.
And it looks like he's off to his exit interview with Truls, but congratulations on yet another podium finish. There's nothing to be ashamed of there. When you get down to three-handed, a lot of it comes down to the cards, like George said. But to get to three-handed, that requires some skill.
Absolutely. And yeah, it was a masterclass for Limit Hold'em from both Sandvik and, of course, Tobias. And Enibak has played solid and done as much as he could do. Now, you know, it's really up against him in terms of getting his mark back in this title fight. Can he do it? I'm not sure. It's quite short. He's all of the momentum is with Sandvik. I think it's looking like there's only one likely winner, but you never know. As you said, a couple of double ups and things can change very quickly here, but you can see the chip counts. 5.9 million playing 1.2. 39 versus 8 big blinds, and we'll be back shortly after a short break.
Da har vi lært én ting i dag. Det hjelper ikke å ha mest skjetonger ved start. Du må faktisk ha mest skjetonger til slutt. Eller hvordan det igjen, Tobias Leknes?
Ja, nei, det var så lenge lovende ut. Men det snudde litt på tampen her, og da det sånn noen ganger.
Du starter finalebordet med 1,7-1,8 millioner. Nærmeste har cirka million.
Ja.
Og jeg har jo følt med. Du dominerer jo bordet de første timene. Det går opp og ned. Du hadde en dipp der, og så du opp igjen. Men så møtte du litt veggen på en eller annen måte.
Ja, jeg har vel et par bløffer som ikke funker. En bløff mot Espen som ikke funker. I hvert fall. Og så har jeg en dame 7 på 9-7 x 9 bord. Hvor han andre aces, hvor han får bedt alle gater av meg. Jeg hadde en kongen 9 på S9-8 som gikk feil vei, som knekte på turn. Jeg vet ikke om jeg gjorde gode kast, men jeg gjorde noen kast som jeg synes var greie når jeg hadde de. Og så det den store potten med aces mot 5-par til Espen hvor han får quads. som selvfølgelig tar en stor bit
Hvor
av
du
holdningen.
plutselig sitter igjen med veldig lite.
Ja, det er jo ikke så mye for gjort med sånne situasjoner i Fixed Limit Hold'em, så har man aces, så taper man i chips hvis man ikke vinner.
Ja, men du er jo all in flere ganger på slutten her, og får noen små doblinger, men det begynner å bli store blinder.
Ja.
Og det går fort mellom blindene når det bare er 3 spillere igjen nå.
Ja, og så var litt av problemet også at jeg fikk veldig dårlige ender mellom de gangene jeg var all in, så de bare blødde bort litt chips igjen, så jeg ble liksom tilbake på status quo. Jeg var litt usikker noen ganger om jeg skulle gamble, men ja, jeg hadde veldig lavt kortsnitt etter en ace-hånda. Men jeg var heldig å doble et par ganger, og så hadde jeg fått en tredje dobling, så hadde jeg hatt muligheten til å møte Espen Heads-up, sånn som det så ut i hvert fall, men det gikk ikke.
Det gikk ikke helt denne gangen. Men topp 3 er ikke så verst. Du har slått 220 av Norges bedre Fixed Limit-spillere. Du har gjort det før også, det skal jo si det, men jeg skjønner at du er skuffet, Tobias. Det er lov å være skuffet.
Ja, men det er både og. Jeg tror det er tredje finalebordet mitt i Fixed Limit Hold'em, så jeg har jo litt erfaring med å ikke vinne på disse finalebordene også. Det er veldig gode spillere man spiller mot. Spesielt Espen synes jeg er en fryktelig god spiller. Han har vunnet titler online i det her før. Han er veldig vanskelig å ha med å gjøre, og han lurer til seg et ekstra bett her og der. Og det synet hans med S5 også, når jeg bløffer med 9-5, fordi jeg liksom husker det, på bordet hvor det har 4 spar. Det er jo syns ikke så mange finner som han fant i dag, så ja, det gikk det sånn.
Er Espen vond å lese? Sånn når man spiller live?
Ja, jeg prøver selv å lese han så mye. Jeg prøver egentlig bare å spille kortene mine og spille god poker med Espen, fordi jeg tror ikke det er så mye annen medisin. Han tenker så mye og så langt at han tenker langt forbi meg, så jeg prøver å holde det simpelt og ha strategien min. Og så, i dag så kom han til de riktige avgjørelsene. Jeg tror også han sa at når han synte meg med SM, så randomiser han. Altså, han ville kaste noe og syne noe, så da var vi på en måte litt uheldige der også. Men det er sånn det er noen ganger.
Ja. Men hvis du tar et steg tilbake, tar tredjeplassen og stapper den i en skuff, og så tar du på deg presidentgenseren for Norges Pokerforbund, og så tenker du dette finalebordet, å få vist fram Fixed Limit på den måten vi har fått gjort nå i dag, det er jo en seier for Norsk Pokerforbund, tenker jeg.
Det er veldig gøy. Altså, jeg tror det er veldig mye delte meninger om Fixed Limit Hold'em som øvelse. Det er en litt sånn døende pokervariant, og utlendingen lurer fælt på hva vi driver med når vi driver spiller Fixed Limit Hold'em og setter deltakerrekord i den turneringen i år. Det er jo ganske spesielt, men det er litt artig å håpe at seerne synes det var litt gøy når det dro seg til å se på. Det er mange gode spillere, så det er et minifelt å navigere selv om budstørrelsen er begrenset.
NM, du har jo vært her en uke på Mix Game Festival, så spilte du Heads Up, og så spilte du 8 Game, som jo er et av dine absolutt, så ligger ditt hjerte veldig nært, og så har det blitt Fixed Limit. Hva kan vi forvente av spilleren Tobias Leknes fremover med resten av uka?
Nei, nå er det jo fokus over på denne hovedturneringen veldig snart. Da skal vi spille main event. Startdagen er godt i gang, så jeg tenkte å hoppe inn der etter å ha fått meg en liten matbit. Og så er det mye hold'em-øvelser fremover, og så er det noen artige sideturneringer som jeg sikkert kommer til å hoppe inn i også, hvis det ikke går veien i main event. Men vi får håpe det varer lenge i main event. Jeg har en god feeling.
Kommer du til å... For det er jo en mulighet til å vente med å registrere seg på main event til de 2 første levelene i morgen, onsdag. Så du har en mulighet til å ta deg en luftepause, ta deg en gåtur, gjøre hva du trenger for å bare restarte og rekalibrere pokerhodet til Leknes. Er det det du velger, eller er det bare sånn på med litt mat, og så rett ned på main event?
Litt mat og rett inn i main event. Det er den beste turneringen i året, det med så mange. Altså det er så utrolig kult å samle så mange norske pokerspillere til en turnering. Det er det største man kan vinne, og jeg har lyst til å inn der og prøve å gi det et forsøk i år også, selv om jeg ikke har klart å komme så langt i utlands-NM med main event før.
Men hva er din beste plassering i main event utenlands-NM?
Nei, det er ikke en betalt plassering engang. Det er en flau record vi har der.
Dårlige greier, altså. Men NM i Norge main event, da? Hva er din beste plassering der?
5.-plass fikk jeg vel en gang.
Et finalebord?
Et finalebord, og så har jeg vært på 21.-plass for en gang, så... Ja.
Da er det på tide med et finalebord til. Kan vi bare si det sånn?
La oss være enige der.
Du er enig om det. Hva er dine spådommer for heads-upen i Fixed Limit?
Nei, Espen plukket jo voldsom med moment.
Espen er i ordentlig zone nå.
Han er nok den beste spilleren av de 2, og han er den mest aggressive spilleren, som ofte fungerer veldig bra heads-up. Men først får vi se da om han andre klarer å snike seg inn i kampen. Han må først vinne et par all-ins, tenker jeg.
Ja, for han
sjanse,
trenger
i hvert fall
noen
en all-in.
doblinger for at det skal bli jevnt.
Han trenger en dobling i starten, men så kan det bli match, og da blir det spennende å se om han klarer å gire litt om, for du må spille ekstremt mange hender heads up, og han spilte nok litt for få hender, tror jeg, til at det formatet skal passe han i utgangspunktet, men mange klarer faktisk å gire om når de kommer heads up, så det blir spennende å se.
Ja, for nå fikk ikke jeg helt oversikten, men maktforholdet kan det være så ille som 80-20 kanskje, 70-30?
Mer vel. Så det er vel under 1 million mot over 5 millioner.
Mot 4-5?
Ja.
Nei.
Jeg tror 5 mot 1.
Average er 3,5 cirka, så det er
6,5 millioner i spill, så jeg tror Espen har over 5 millioner,
ja. Da har Marius en jobb å gjøre.
Ja, men jeg sier 80-20 er nok cirka riktig.
Ja. Det blir i hvert fall veldig, veldig, veldig spennende å følge den duellen. Kommer Espen bare til å rulle over og bløffe Espens tog går hele veien til titel, denne gangen live? Eller er det Marius som klarer å kjempe og klore seg tilbake? Det får vi snart, eller kanskje først om mange timer, svare på. Man vet aldri med pokeren hvor lenge det varer.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason and George bringing you live the heads-up affair of the fixed limit 6 max. We are down to just 2 players. Espen Sandvik, WSOP Europe 8-game bracelet winner in 2020, now looking to add a Norwegian title and fixed limit to his resume, and is in amazing shape with a massive chip lead over Maurus Anbach, who somehow was able to just squeeze along, survive, and get to heads-up play. Anything can happen. One double up, and the stacks aren't quite even, but then it gets a little bit more play. So a lot is going to depend on this early action. The slippers are on the table. That's the most important thing. Maybe a trophy, a plaque, and some money, but the slippers is most important. They have already locked up 12,825 euros, playing for 19,170 euros, and into the action, George.
Yeah, so it's going to be about a 6K heads-up match, and as you mentioned, we're mostly playing for the glory of those silky smooth-looking slippers. Want to be slumming our way around the casino in those. That's for the ultimate bragging rights here, but of course the Norwegian title on the line as well, and already a decent situation for Enebakk to maybe get his way back into the tournament. But, unfortunately, more playability you'd feel with Sandvik's hand, who's got the gut shot, the backdoor flush draw, and the overcard. Enebakk is going to fire one into the dark here with the King 10. And the money could be going in here. I feel like Sandvik has got 2 options, raise or call. He's going to just peel one off. That gives him a little more opportunity to potentially stab at it later on. Oh, Enebakk's showing a lot of kind of nervousness, I would say, there. Doesn't turn any equity with that King 10. Checks. Is he going to get bluffed now or on the river? You'd feel like the 10-9, 10-7 is not just going to take it to showdown, but I feel like he is going to take a stab at it on the river if he does get the next check. And this is a perfect card to represent, saying I've got hands like 7-4, I've got 9-7, I've got some river 2 pairs like 6-5 and 5-3.
We've seen Anbach call before with a king high, but this is not the spot in this kind of situation. Espen could just even be betting an ace here, because we've seen him do that before.
Yeah, exactly. Some kind of weird mergy play, and also is capable of going for super thin value, like he could value bet a 6 there, for example. And just too many hands to worry about to allow ourselves the call there with the king high, and it's disaster stations already, as Sandvik takes one step closer to the title. Can Enebakk find a way back in? You'd have felt like he needed to win that hand to have much of a chance, and now it's just in the lap of the gods. Can he find the cards to get him out of trouble, or is he going to bow out in second and knock at those silky smooth slippers? They just look delightful, don't they?
If Espen is able to complete the deal, he's going to remember this event for quite some time, entering the final day as one of the short stacks, if not the shortest stack. When I went by to say hello before the start of play today, I saw that he didn't really have very many chips.
Okay.
And here we go. Now he has almost all the chips, just one hand away from getting them all.
Yep, King Deuce suited perfectly enough off of the short stack to commit. He's got 225 behind, and Jack 9 suited for Sandvik. Does he defend? Does he put him in?
I like how you're assuming he's not folding, which he definitely isn't.
No.
So those are the two options.
I think they're just going to run it. And it's going to be a bit of a flip, really. Over and an under suited versus two middling connected cards. And it's a coin flip for the title here. Sandvik with the slight equity disadvantage, but all the momentum in his sails, and just looking for some kind of middling connected board or a jack or a 9 or some clubs. Plenty of options for him. And for Einebach, it's just a case of avoiding all of those potential outcomes. What's it going to be here? It's a 7, 9,
no.
queen. Ouch. So now just the king, and the king only for Einebach, unless he finds some kind of miracle diamond run out for the chop. He needs a king to stay alive.
Very thin at this point. It's looking very good for Espen. You see the big smile on his face already. You see Einebach with that nervous energy, praying for the king, but it's a 7 pairing the board on the turn.
Yep.
One more card to come.
Can he find it? King, and the king only. Otherwise, we're going to crown another Norwegian champion here in Bratislava. What's it to be? Ooh.
Wow.
But it is the jack. 2 pair gets the job done for Sandvik. And a player that you know quite well. He shares a hug with Tobias there, who went out in 3rd. But look at this. The trophy, the plaque, those silky slippers, and what's that empty bottle as well?
And an empty bottle. But congratulations to Espen Sandvik winning 19,170 euros. Not a small amount for a 400 euro buy-in.
Absolutely not.
He's more than happy about the trophy, about the plaque, about the slippers. I'm sure the cash doesn't hurt, but the pride, having Tobias Leknes, who went out in 3rd place on his rail, rooting along his friend at the very end, was nice to see as well. So massive congratulations to him. And also Maris Einebach, lasting an impressive field. Taking 2nd place is nothing to laugh at, 12,825 euros. No slippers for you, but a lot of money. And we'll be back for the heads up, George.
Yep, looking forward to the continuation of the Norwegian Poker Championships here in Bratislava. Back for the heads-up action. Semi-finals to come later on. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Champagne går til Horstad. Ja, tusen takk. Men Mattis.
Yeah, whatever makes it fast.
Yes, we're trying to be as fast as we can. He's on his way now.
Okay. Well, we're going to build these towers because I know it's going to take 10 days to do it.
Yeah, he can do it, so no problem.
I will do it. Time waits for no man.
Sick of a rap first, straight and out the steps.
What's that?
Sick of a rap first, straight and out the steps.
This ain't a goddamn glamour shots photo shoot. What's that, buddy? You can do whatever you want that gets this process faster than Stasha's going to do it.
I guarantee you Thomas is just going to tear it.
I'm going to guarantee you that he's not going to, and we're going to finish this motherfucker. So, whatever you guys want to do that makes it go faster is all I care about.
He's on his way.
How do you want to build it? You want to build a nice pyramid? Build one. Make it look pretty. Are these yours, Espen? Yes. Now you can buy some wireless ones.
I gave us 3 tries.
Oh yeah, makes sense. You can't lose those ones, right?
Hvem skal da vinne, Ville? Elisabeth, hvem skal da?
Nei, Thomas.
It's actually, you know what a herd of turtles is actually referred to as a bale of turtles.
Så den skal vi ikke ha her.
Oh, it's a club. Why'd you make it so close?
Can you both hold the trophy?
Both of us.
Yes.
It's very, what if we drop it? It's a big problem, yeah?
If you guys drop it, it is really not too big problem.
It is?
It is super easy.
Ah, sånn, ja.
It's beautiful mahogany sapling. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oi, oi, oi. Be careful.
I'm sorry, I do not see that. Sorry. Look at me. Good. Tusen takk.
Det var den.
Kom, hallo.
Hallo?
Yes. Hold in left hand.
Left hand?
Yeah.
And then like
And then
this?
the right one.
Yeah.
If I tell you 1, 2, 3, go, big yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ready?
1,
1, 2, 3, go, come on. Yeah, exactly. Now the chair. Now you can sit down.
It's not done?
No, no.
I hope.
Sit down, please. Here.
And I put it like
Keep the trophy here. I can do that. Yep.
My practical IQ is
No,
very
it's
low.
okay.
It's very low.
Slippers.
Yeah, nice.
Slippers like this.
Like this?
Yes. And sit down. Hands up.
Hands up.
Ah, yeah. Come.
1, 2, 3, go.
Uh-huh. Good. So good. More up. More up. Yes, exactly. More power. That's the champion. Amazing.
That's good.
And the last one for video. The last one. I want all the slippers in the hand. All the slippers in the hand. Give me. Give me the second one. You can hold like this. And then when I tell you 1, 2, 3, go, you push them up.
Okay, okay.
Not
And
too
I will
much.
go sit or stand?
You can sit. Ready? Look at me. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
It's too early.
In the go. Sit
It's not
down.
easy, it's not easy.
I can tell you 1, 2, 3, in go you can push. Ready? Keep smiling. Look at me. And then 1, 2, 3, go. Come on. Amazing. Tusen takk.
And just one for video. Sorry.
Video also.
Yeah, just one. Quick one.
This is the toughest with the final thing.
Yeah. But you can choose whether you want to floppies or just with trophy. Lift the trophy.
Lift the trophy.
But,
I do like this.
You like this one, yeah? Then we do it like. I will like come closer and just throw away. Come closer to the table like. Yeah.
Say start.
2, 3, go.
That was good, but
No, it's very good.
but
Finito.
please one more.
Money.
One more, because it was you were doing action in the front of a trophy we couldn't really see. So, can
Det var litt
you,
moro, da. I'm very bad actor, very bad.
just like more in the front of camera, like no, just with floppies, not behind the trophy, but.
Ah, yeah.
Just getting ready. Recording and go. Super, that was perfect.
Espen, en siste ting.
Kom igjen. Du må gi meg coaching.
Hæ?
Du må gi meg coaching.
Bare gjør sånn her, rolig, se da.
Jeg er ingen...
Ikke lat som at du ikke åpner den her lørdag. Ikke sprut.
Jeg har ingen aning.
skal jeg svare. Det er godkjent. Så holder jeg en skrå, så heller jeg. En nerve sånn? Ja, jo faen. Jeg var ingen vant på opplegget. Siden den største fiksen med holden. Ikke sett noe bord da. Ja, samme. Skål, Jeppe. Må skåles. Terningkast 2. Ja. Skolebilde.
More power. Everything done? Let's go. Everywhere, bro.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
For en finale, for en avslutning, Espen Smørholm Sandvik. Det ble jo rett og slett en maktdemonstrasjon den siste halvtimen, 3 kvarterene der. Han bare feide all motstand til side. For en mann. Og du hørte det her på våre sendinger på direktesport.no først. Espen har blitt til Bløffe-Espen. Og nå har vi en... Jeg må nesten få lov til å si gratulerer, Espen.
Ja, tusen takk.
Er det sånn at det også Smørholm blir til Smørbli?
Nei, Smørblom.
Smørblom blir til Smørbli?
Smørblom og Smørbli.
Smørbli.
Ja, det er jo Elisabeth, så kaller han fotografen, kaller han Smørblom. Så
Ja.
den vil jeg ha.
Den vil du ha. Første live norgesmestertitel. Det er litt deilig å kjenne på det. Du er norgesmester i poker, Espen.
Ja,
Nå er det ikke bare franske stjerner på den trøya, nå er det faktisk en norsk stjerne på midten der også.
Ja, nei, jeg er fornøyd med det.
Ja, det er gøy. Altså, du startet jo når du kom på finalebordet. Vi må gå litt tilbake. Dere var jo 7 stykker fra start, og så offisielle finalebordet med 6.
Ja.
Du lå sånn midt på. Nok av skjetonger til å ikke måtte stresse så veldig mye, men du hadde en person i CT7 der som hadde ganske mye mer. Da tenker jeg på Tobias.
Ja.
Men du var med fra start. Ta oss litt igjennom finalebordet.
Nei, planen var jo bare å spille bra, men det er jo, du må jo ta hensyn til...
Det er en veldig god plan. Spill bra.
Spill bra, ja. Prøv å være så rolig som mulig.
Ja.
Så må du ta hensyn til paydjumps og sånn på finalebord.
Ja.
Så hvor løs, prøv å se litt etter live-tels, men ikke for mye sånne ting. Jeg har fokus på å spille bra, rett og slett. Spille sånn som har forberedt meg på å spille. Ja.
Når du stod opp i dag, tenkte du at dette her er min dag?
Jeg hadde en god følelse, ja.
Du hadde en god følelse?
Jeg hadde lite chips, men jeg hadde en god følelse.
Ja, for når det var to bord, da var du ikke så sterk. Altså i antall skjetonger. Da måtte du ut og jobbe fra start.
Fra start så hadde jeg 250 000 chips, og det var 500 000 average.
Ja.
Så...
Tollefsen satt her tidligere i dag og klaget over at han øya seg over at han hadde sendt mye skjetonger din vei i starten i dag.
Han gjorde det, ja. Men det var jo... Henrik er jo en topp spiller selv, så mye av de situasjonene, sånn som mot han, det spilles selv da, ofte. Hvis begge spiller bra.
Begge gjør rett, og så er det kortene som avgjør til slutt,
ja, litt,
på en måte.
Litt sånn.
Ja. Men så på slutten her, så var det en ganske sentral hånd mot Tobias Leknes, hvor det virkelig var et skred av skjetonger som gikk din vei.
Jeg tenker på den der 4 like.
Ja.
Den var fin.
Tobias hadde et S-par, og du hadde et 5-par.
Der var jeg veldig heldig. Den litt samme spilte seg selv, men jeg følte jeg spilte den lurt da, med å få inn, prøve å få maksa inn chips.
Ja.
Men han hadde jo en veldig, veldig god hånd, som han også har lyst til å få en chips med, så da ble det lett da. Så det er bare en setup, men jeg er veldig fornøyd med spillet og alt sånt, altså.
Men for det er ikke første gang du spiller Fixed Limit. Du er en erfaren Fixed Limit-spiller, Espen.
Jeg har holdt på med holdt på med mixed game en 5-6 år, og vi er en gjeng på 3-4 stykk. Blant annet Tobias, som legger ned en del innsats da, på å bli bedre.
Hva det som gjør at det fixed limit og de forskjellige mixed gamesene? Hva det som tiltaler deg spesielt med det fremfor det som har blitt mainstream, no limit hold'em og tennisgrad PLO?
Det jo bare at jeg liker å spille alt mulig poker. Og så det jo NM-event, det V-cup-event, det verdensmesterskap, sånne ting. Så det gøy å ha muligheten å spille. Og så liker jeg å prøve nye ting, brettspill, whatever. Og da er jeg sånn type som mer irritert, eller det gjør mer vondt å spille dårlig og tape, enn det gjør godt å vinne på en måte. Så jeg blir sånn veldig irritert på meg selv hvis jeg har spilt dårlig. Og så får du lyst til å forbedre det, så det blir drivkraften da. Og så mixed game, som først begynte med det, så begynte å lese seg opp. Og så det som litt gøy med mixed da, det jo at det jo en litt mer avslappet stemning og sånn. Jeg tror på den kommer til å vokse.
For det må jeg si at i løpet av helgen, jeg har jo gått rundt og følt spesielt mixed-gamen, var jeg mye rundt, og det en egen stemning på de bordene under de turneringene, faktisk.
Ja, det sånn, i no limit hold'em, så har du mer press når du sitter ved bordet, for du kan ryke når som helst. Det mer bluffing, det store potter. Du trenger mer guts, mens på fixed limit så det litt mer... Du føler du kan ha litt mer kontroll, da, som gjør folk kanskje slapper litt mer av. Ja, rett og slett mye av det grunnen. Og så det jo et ikke så stort miljø. Det jo veldig mange av de samme som spiller. Så vi blir jo venner og sånn med deg. Du kjenner veldig ofte deg å spille mot.
Fortell litt om det miljøet, Espen. For det en sammensveisa gjeng som litt på lag og hjelper hverandre litt til å utvikle seg både som spillere, men da blir det en del vennskap også utenfor pokerbordet.
Ja, det blir det når det litt samme interesser og mindre gruppe. Og så må jeg jo skryte veldig av Tobias Leknes, som den som har vært den store primusmotoren bak hele opplegget. Han jo deler tips. Han deler tips. Tålmodig fyr. Likt av alle. Det ikke sånn så han helt topp. Har ikke vært for han, så har vi ikke vært i nærheten av det. Han helt enestående.
Ja, men vi kan vel ikke egentlig få sagt det ofte nok. Det mange som sier det, men det en sannhet at Tobias Leknes en utrolig raus pokerspiller.
Ja, uten tvil.
Han deler på kunnskap og deler med alle, og ønsker egentlig bare å få enda flere folk til å dele den lidenskapen du har.
Så vil jeg fortelle en ting til. Det en som sitter hjemme, som heter Alan Wilson.
Aha.
Som vil hilse til. Han hjelper Tobias veldig mye. Også. Hadde det ikke vært for han, så hadde ikke Tobias vært så god heller. Han en superhjerne, så jeg vil takke han for... han har vært min mentor litt av Mental Game. Veldig...
En gang til, kom rett inn i linsa der
ja,
sånn.
Takk til Alan Wilson, Chilolini. Han han ikke her, på grunn av, han kunne ikke være her, men han en veldig viktig mann bak både Tobias' resultat og mine resultat. Og mange kjenner til han, og han en topp 4.
Men Espen, jeg må jo nesten spørre, hvem du, og hvor kommer du fra opprinnelig?
Hvor jeg kommer fra? Jeg kommer fra Ellesvågen, med Romsdal.
Ja.
Jeg har vært en del av
Romsdal eller Møring?
Ja, det Romsdal. Det ikke så langt ifra, det midt imellom på en måte.
Ja.
Så det et stykke fra Nordmøre og Romsdal.
Hvordan pokermiljøet der?
Pokermiljøet der? Ja, det jo en del interesse. Det det en del som spiller. Men det gått litt nedover da, med antall spillere.
Du bor fortsatt der?
Nei, jeg bor i Oslo. Bor i Oslo, jeg har jo møtt deg flere ganger.
Det de hjemme vet jo ikke det.
Jo.
Og du da en del av det miljøet rundt i Oslo som møtes og spiller poker i veldig lag og utvikler mixed game og da spesielt.
Ja, jeg veldig glad i pokermiljøet og mye, så jeg har vært en del av det en ganske god stund da. Og,
Men nå det ikke mer fixed limit eller mixed games i en særlig grad igjen av NM-uka. Det main event. Skal vi ut dit, eller?
Ja, nå blir jeg rett inn i main event. Den nesten
Du venter ikke til i morgen. Du skal ikke feste og feire NM-tittelen i dag, og så komme inn på main event i morgen. Det 2 levels i morgen du kan fra start du kan letrygge på.
Hvis du gir en børs fra 1 til 12 på hvor god jeg er til feste, så blir det en god...
13?
Nei, det en klink 1.
Det klink 1?
Ja. Og det er jeg fornøyd med. Jeg er dårlig på feste, altså.
Men Espen, du skal få lov til...
Men det blir kake, jeg er veldig glad i kake. Søtsaker.
Hvis det noen som har en NM-kake liggende på lur nede i Bratislava, så må vi skaffe det. Og
marsipankake eller jordbærkake eller noe sånt.
Marsipan og jordbær. Soggy cakes, det bra. Bløtkake på godt norsk.
Ja, det er bedre.
Da blir Espen veldig glad, og da kan du kanskje klare å vippe norgesmesteren av pinnen. Så hvis du serverer masse kake ved bordet, så kan man kanskje få litt flytsone mot deg.
Ja, men jeg gleder meg til main event. Det er jo en veldig gøy øvelse å få mye chips i. Du kjenner jo adrenalinet, og du kjenner...
Da skal ikke jeg holde deg for mye tilbake, Espen. Du skal få lov til å løpe ned og kjøre main event. Jeg må bare si gratulerer med strålende innsats i Fixed Limit. Gratulerer med norgesmestertittelen. Og så kan det jo da godt tenkes at vi ser Espen igjen i main event i løpet av de neste dagene. Vi skal også ta en prat med Marius, og finne ut av hvor fornøyd han med sin andreplass. Vi snakkes snart. Da har vi sendt Bløffe-Espen ned i main event. Men nå sitter jeg her med nummer 2 fra Fixed Limit, Marius Vik Enebakk.
Ja.
Gratulerer med strålende annenplass.
Tusen hjertelig, tusen hjertelig.
Er du fornøyd?
Ja.
For du kanskje ikke av de som satt på det bordet, den som har spist aller mest Fixed Limit tidligere?
Nei, det var aller minst.
Ja, vi hadde en som har spilt en turnering online før.
Ok, da leder han.
Men jeg må spørre om en ting til. For meg, dialektfilteret mitt ikke helt fininnstilt, men vi vel i Møre og Romsdal et eller annet sted?
Ja, stemmer det. Vi Søre Sunnmøre.
Rovde, kanskje?
Ja, vi det.
Vi har juksa litt, da. Men du tappte mot en romstøl.
Ja, det sitter så klart langt inne da.
Det kanskje det som smerter mest akkurat nå? Eller
Nei,
ikke den der...
Han kan det da.
Han kan det, så han god. Espen veldig god.
Ja, han veldig god.
Men hvor gøy det ikke å stille opp i en øvelse hvor du kanskje ikke føler at nei, jeg med. Det gøy å spille poker, og så kommer du på annenplass.
Ja, det var helt fantastisk. Jeg registrerte meg helt på slutten i går. Det var late reg.
Late reg?
Ja. Så...
Hadde du spilt PLO-en eller noe først, eller?
Ja, jeg har spilt den også da, men det var ikke på grunn av det. Det var vel på grunn av festligheter dagen før.
På grunn av?
Festligheter dagen før.
Festligheter dagen før, det kan jo gjøre. Men Fixed Limit, har du blitt forelsket i løpet av disse 2 dagene?
Ja, altså det gøy da. det noe...
Altså, hvor mange andre pokervarianter har du gjort det bedre i NM-sammenheng enn fixed limit?
Nei, det er ingen.
Du jo nå en fixed limit-spiller.
Nei, jeg vet ikke, vi får se. Hvis du leverer flere turneringer, du kan dinge i en turnering, da. Det kan du.
Det jo kjempebra, men som en litt uerfaren fixed limit-spiller, da, hva synes du har vært det vanskeligste å få grepet om i forhold til andre pokervarianter du har spilt mer?
Nei, det vel sikkert jeg tror det å være aggressiv nok, faktisk. Du må se, du må fylle mye lenger, så du får et second par da, på flopp, så må du kåle mye mer enn...
Du må følge hånda med fra start og hele veien til mål.
Det kanskje, og det ellers jo, nei, jeg vet ikke. Men når du kommer langt, så får du moment... Det grunn til at jeg tar leit også, da, for jeg liker momentet. Jeg liker ikke å spille tidlig levels, for da det bare,
Da blir det litt for mye drøvtygging, og litt for mye venting. Du vil inn når du begynner å bety noe.
Når hver decision må liksom ha en betydning.
Så du liker å ha litt press på deg når du spiller? Det det jeg leser?
Ja. Det korrekt.
Men du startet jo finalebordet når dere var 7.
Ja.
Så var du nest minst startstack.
Ja, stemmer det. Det stemmer vel det, ja.
Og når han som røk ut for deg, du hadde ikke, det var jo Frode Gerhardsen, da var du klart minst når det offisielle finalebordet startet?
Ja.
Men allikevel så klarte du må jo ha hatt en...
Jeg hadde en bra en der med S-ene, så jeg fikk bra... Det var mot vel, ikke Frode Gerhardsen, jeg tror han heter Frode, han og en til. Så jeg var bra... Jeg var heldig der da, jeg fikk maks, sikkert 2,5 stekk på den handa.
Da begynner det å hjelpe?
Ja, det hjelper. Så blir det sånn at hver decision bygger hvis du treffer. Hvis du greier å få betalt med det.
Ja, det bra. Men det jo uansett, hva skal man si for noe? Men når du sier late reg, så du venter, du skal ikke spille main event nå, du venter til i morgen, du da?
Ja, det blir i morgen, det stemmer det.
Du venter til, du tar deg en liten...
Ja, altså hadde ikke det vært for dette her nå, så hadde jeg kanskje spilt på slutten i dag, men det blir nok late i morgen, ja.
Ja, blir det en liten fest igjen da, eller?
Nei, det vet ikke om jeg kan.
Pass på at det ikke blir for mye resting i kveld, sånn at du faktisk rekker den...
Ja, det en fare der da. Neida, det skal gå bra det.
Ja. Men du, Marius, du skal få lov til å gå og feire og feste og kjenne på den følelsen at du Norges nest beste fixed limit-spiller.
Ja, det gøy det.
Og så skal vi ta få et lite gjenhør med de som har røket ut før Marius på bordet. Vi har intervjuet alle sammen fra fixed limit-gamet. Ja, når det begynner å skje ting på fixed limit, da skjer det fort og gærlig. Og det gikk mest gærlig på slutten, Henrik?
Ja, det gikk vel aldri helt min vei i dag. Jeg startet som nummer 3, men
når vi var 2 bord fra starten i dag, da lå det godt an?
Ja, jeg hadde en fin siste time i går.
Før man begynte å dele ut kort?
Så da, utgangspunktet var bra, men tappte. Aces og Kings som tappte første halvtimen, da plutselig var jeg nede i gjørma, var heldig å doble, så jeg hang jo med, så det var jo helt ok.
Men det kanskje tegnet på en kvalitetsspiller? At uansett om det litt tungt og trått, så lar du deg ikke vippe opp innen, men du grinder og kjemper videre og sørger for at du ikke gjør noen sånn overoppheta beslutninger?
Ja, det jo viktig det. Jeg tror det lettere for folk flest når de spiller limit. Du kan liksom ikke bare mure inn stacken uansett. Men nei, det klart det, men det kunne også gått. Jeg kunne fint ha røket etter det også. Det jo litt flaks og uflaks det.
Siste hånda, A9 mot A-knekt, kanskje ikke heller ideelle hånda når du ser hva han har.
Nei, jeg skulle jo helst møtt en dårlig hånd. Det ingen tvil om.
Kongeknekt hadde vært et veldig mye lettere liv med en gang.
Ja, eller S8. Eller, men ja, nei, jeg er klart shortest. Jeg har 500 000 på 50-100 000 med 200 000 bets, så jeg er veldig fornøyd med å bare få det på.
Sørge for å få det på der, og enten så har du pokergudene med deg, eller så er de ikke med deg akkurat der og da.
Ja, nei, også så short jeg var, så var jeg egentlig, altså selvfølgelig, jeg spiller for å prøve å vinne her, men at den blir nummer 4, det er helt fair. Litt å klage over.
Fjerdeplassen er jo tross alt, det er over 220 spillere du er bedre enn da, i dette mesterskapet, i denne øvelsen.
Ja. Jeg hadde beste fra før, tror jeg var 5. plass, så da forbedret vi den i hvert fall.
Og da snakker vi pallen neste år igjen.
Ja, vi får på det. Nå er det vel 12 år siden den 5. plassen, så kan mulig jeg må vente noen
Nei,
år.
men det tenker vi ikke på. Du har jo tross alt blitt norgesmester tidligere, så det er ikke første gangen at du er oppe og kjemper om titler.
Nei.
Og du skal ut og kjempe om en titel senere i kveld også.
Ja.
Du er en av de 3 som sitter igjen på 8-gamen.
Har en mulighet og en plan om å prøve å bli norgesmester i kveld.
Og der var du også når det finalebordet startet. Du hadde ikke best skjetonger der heller.
Nei, men der lurer jeg på om jeg lå som nummer 2 kanskje. Så jeg hadde litt bedre utgangspunkt inn på finalebordet der.
Men nå i kveld så er du en ganske klar nummer 3.
Ja, klar nummer 3, men mer spillerom enn jeg hadde her.
Ja.
Så
det er muligheter. Som jeg sier klar, de 2 andre har omtrent like mye, og du har noe mindre, men det er nok skjetonger å spille med.
Ja, det er det.
Det er ikke noe hastverk.
Nei, men taper du, blir du skutt på en stor pott der, så er det fort, da er man desperat.
Hvis vi lover ikke si det til noen, hva er dine sterkeste kort mot de 2 andre i 8-gamen?
Det er å være heldigere enn dem.
Er det 2 karer som som har noen svakheter, eller har noen spill hvor du kan utnytte deres eventuelle mulige svakheter?
Jeg tror det er noen av spillene jeg er bedre enn de, ja. Men jeg har veldig stor respekt for begge deres game. Ja, de 4 siste som var der er skyhøyt nivå. Tarjei spilte jeg 8-game mot for 10 år siden, og han har holdt på lenge. Tor William har levert veldig bra de siste årene, så jeg har stor respekt for dem, så jeg må prøve å være heldigere enn dem i kveld. Og det tror jeg skal være.
Så langt, jeg tenker på heads-upen, jeg tenker på 8-game, jeg tenker på fixed limit, har vært knallsterke felt i dette Norgesmesterskapet så langt.
Ja, det er jo litt variert, men det er jo sånn det pleier da.
Det er mange gode, du skal slå ut mange gode spillere på veien for å komme helt opp på toppen der.
Absolutt, og det har vært, finalbordene har jo vært holdt skyhøy kvalitet. Hvis du ser de 4 som er igjen i heads-upen, er jo alle 4 veldig gode spillere. Så det blir mange verdige norgesmestere denne uken.
Får i hvert fall 2 av dem senere i kveld, og skal vi bare si at vi tar et seiersintervju nærmere rundt midnatt en gang i dag? Eller?
Ja, jeg synes det høres ut som en grei plan.
Ja, men da har vi en plan.
Ja.
Tollefsen og jeg, vi har en plan. Det blir et seiersintervju rundt midnatt-ish, eller kanskje litt ut på natta. Vi ser hvordan det går. Ja, da har vi fått på plass 5.-plassen i fikslimiten også. Ragnar Dysvik, Ragge. Er det en skuffa mann som sitter her, eller er du fornøyd med egen innsats?
Ikke veldig glad for en 5.-plass.
Du hadde håpet litt høyere.
Ja, den er skikkelig sur. Når du kommer så langt, og så ryker du rett før toppen der.
Ja, du startet bordet med en ganske respektabel skjetong her foran deg.
Ja, det stemmer.
Og du hadde en periode hvor du faktisk lå veldig godt an der også.
Ja.
Men så har du en til venstre for deg som har stort sett vært chippy gjennom hele finalbordet.
Leknesen er ikke så god her på venstre side alltid, men han har vært ganske passiv, så det har ikke vært så gærent. Så det er hele korta som har rønnet litt feil vei.
Ja, for er det sånn i fixed limit at hvis det blir litt blindekriger, og hvis du i ditt tilfelle kanskje egentlig har den beste starthånda preflopp, og så treffer han der i Leknesen?
Da er det fort.
Da blir det dyrt?
Da blir det dyrt, og da går det ofte til bånd i blindekriger.
Fordi du tross alt har lagt på så mye.
Ja, du får veldig god potholds hele veien der, så du skal litt til å kaste når du havner inn der.
Ja, det er jo leit da.
Ja.
Du har en 4.-plass fra main event for en del år tilbake i Dublin.
Ja, det stemmer.
Vi hadde håpet å se deg i hvert fall 1 hakk opp fra den da.
Ja, det hadde jo jeg også håpet.
Men hvordan er det å være i Bratislava og spille poker da?
Nei, jeg var ikke her i fjor, så jeg første året nå, så jeg kom jo kjørte hele natta fra langt ut i Vestlandet, så jeg sov ikke hele natta i går, og så gikk jeg rett i fixed limit og
Det
spilte
er
der.
et eller annet som sier meg at du har ikke noe sånn, det klinger ikke vestlandsdialekt fra...
Ja, du syns ikke det?
Nei, hvor er du fra?
Jeg er oppvokst i Drøbak, altså jeg flyttet over til Vestlandet sånn i senere tid.
Du er bysbarn med Frode Fagerli?
Ja, jeg kjenner Frode godt.
Og så har du blitt vestlending?
Ja.
Hvor jobber du på den skarrehæren din?
Nei, det blir bare dobbelt så gærent.
Det blir enda verre.
Ja.
Hva er planen resten av uka, Ragnar?
Nå skal jeg jo ned i main event da, og sitte der, litt sånn antiklimaks og gå ned der fra et finalebord, men jeg får gå en liten luftetur og lufte meg litt først, og så skal jeg begynne ned der og prøve å komme til finalebord der også.
For å løpe rett ned nå og sette seg ned, da kan det fort gå dobbelt gærent.
Ja, det kan bli litt gærent.
Du har noen timer på deg før late reggen stenger?
Jeg tror jeg leste dag 2, så jeg tror jeg har litt grei tid.
Ja, men da synes jeg det høres ut som en god plan. Fordøye, kjenne på at det faktisk kommer litt penger inn på konto, og femteplass i det startfeltet her med 200, du har slått 221 spillere.
Jo, men jeg tror ikke jeg skal fordøye så mye, for da ble jeg bare mer irritert på femteplass.
Ikke fordøye det, bare legg det til side,
glem det. Ja, glem det. Så får jeg se på
Tell
penga
og gå videre, men bare pust og tøm huet.
Ja, prøv finalebord på main eventen i stedet for.
Da sier jeg bare lykke til videre, Ragnar. Jeg håper at vi kan ta en pallplasseringsintervju i løpet av uka.
Det håper jeg også.
Så at vi kan toppe den fjerdeplassen fra tidligere. Lykke til, da.
Takk skal du ha.
Takk skal du ha. Ja, noen er strålende fornøyd med sjetteplass, andre er mer skuffet av femteplasser. Sånn er det. Vi har forskjellige forventninger til både pokeren og livet. Men det blir spennende da å se hvem det er som tar fjerdeplassen, og ikke minst trinnene på pallen i fixed limit. Da ble det Magnus Eidshaug som var den første som røyk fra det offisielle finalebordet. Gratulerer med strålende innsats, eller
takk
litt
for det.
trist at du ikke holdt ut
Trist
lenger?
er det jo selvfølgelig, men jeg er godt fornøyd.
Rørvik, Nærøysund kommune.
Jepp.
Norges nye mekka for fixed limit-spillere, eller?
Ja, kanskje det.
Det er dit man må reise for å lære seg fixed limit?
Ja, selvfølgelig.
For du har spilt mye fixed limit live-turneringer før, Magnus?
Nei, aldri.
Første live-turnering, men har du spilt mye online da, sånn for å varme opp?
Nei, jeg har vært med i NM online en gang for 2-3 år siden. Det er eneste.
En runde med online-NM for noen år siden, som oppvarming.
Ja, som oppvarming.
Og dette er ditt andre NM, du var med i Dublin i 2019.
Ja.
Så første cashen, gratulerer.
Ja, tusen takk. Så hadde vi litt treningsrunde på Mixed Game-spill før vi for hit, så det hjelper jo på selvfølgelig.
Da får du jo kjenne litt på den fixed limit-spillinga. Hvordan har det vært å spille disse 2 dagene med fixed limit? Synes du det er gøy?
Veldig gøy. Det går sånn med stekken ganske ofte, gjorde det hos meg. Så.
Ja, for du kom jo inn på bordet på de siste 7 her, men respektabel så
Ja, bra. Jeg hadde jo 300 når jeg begynte. Han vant 2-3 store potter og slo ut en på første hånda.
Så det har egentlig vært en veldig fin tirsdag?
Ja, det har vært veldig bra.
Er det nå at du bare skal gå og ta deg et glass brus, og så gå ned til main event, eller skal du...
Ja, det vil vel å kjøpe seg en flaske vann og gå og spille med en tid.
En flaske vann, og så over til main event.
Ja.
Du får ha riktig lykke til i main event, Magnus, og så håper jeg vi ses igjen i dette studio med nye premieintervjuer.
Ja, takk for det.
Sånn er det. Behøver du ikke ha spilt så mye fixed limit før for å gjøre det skikkelig bra?
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Et par av de videoene der sånn, så kommer jeg ordentlig i god stemning, og det jo fordi at pokerfesten starter virkelig på ordentlig for alle i dag, tirsdagen, når det dag 1 av main event. Vi har nettopp kåret vår andre norgesmester i NM-uka. Det ble altså den godeste Bløffe-Espen, Espen Sandvik. Han norgesmester i Fixed Limit. Han skal nå, på vei ned i kjelleren for å spille main event. Ikke kjelleren, men ja, dere skjønner hva jeg mener. Så han dukker kanskje opp i løpet av main event-uka. Han jo en dyktig pokerspiller. Men vi har da flyttet et main event-bord over på vårt TV-bord. Og vi har fått inn en ordentlig god person, den gladeste pokerspilleren jeg vet om i hvert fall, til å hjelpe Stig Moen med å kommentere. Så hun kommer inn etter hvert, kanskje ikke med en gang, men jeg kan love at det blir god stemning i bua underveis. Da tror jeg at vi klare, men vær klare for main event. Vær klare for main event snart etter hvert. Vi har litt utfordringer med å få rette grafikken til pokerhendene, men det kommer. Men uansett, hvert øyeblikk skal vi over på main event dag 1. Og jeg kan love dere at det en fest av et bord, så bare bli værende.
Mange hender mister du, ja. Det er jo jævlig merkelig. Hvis jeg sier det til han, så er det nice.
Hva du gjorde selv med å find out?
Trykker ikke ofte. Kan gjøre sånn 5-2-4-2.
Det var ikke langt unna det.
5-3. Jeg følte jeg hadde noe sånt. Jeg burde ha vært tørn. Trenger litt protection.
What table number is this?
124.
124 is the table number.
Teorien har du ikke lov å kaste. Skjønner at du kaster. Vi har ikke nok til å holde innom. Da må du jo på en måte bløffe noen når vi må...
Det er en del temportingen og mer annet.
Begynner å gå på vilje stemt.
Still going to be playing 5-1 this level.
Do we get like 3 minutes extra? Do we get 3 minutes extra because of the count? Yeah, I mean, but do we get to play 3 minutes in the break? Like the count took over 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes.
On the channel, we cannot just have the special timing regarding the blind. So I just get so to go. We're gonna play like one and previous and after that.
Yes, but then we lose like 4 minutes of play. Should do the count when we're playing. Something.
Is it too cold?
That makes sense.
Ja, det er veldig rart. Det har de aldri gjort igjen til.
C3 raise 2.5. C4 fold, C5 fold. 2,500. C4 and 5 fold.
form og da går han her.
Ja, det går kaffepausen.
Showdown, please, gentlemen.
Var det skrekt? Uff, hadde slått deg.
Har ikke han vært med? Når han kommer da...
Har slått deg også?
Ja. Det er så sjukt det.
Ja, det er helt sånn til. Typer rev av.
Hadde jo bare uflaks sånn 8 ganger i stad, så endelig vant jeg også igjen. Deilig. Hadde du til med et S at jeg kom inn?
Det var det de sa, nå kommer flaksen til, hvis jeg vant til å sitte på TV.
Det er nå vi bruker noe. Det er kun på TV, ikke sant? Utenfor TV, da, ikke sant? Men se det her, da må vi vinne litt. Prøve sammen. Det er fint. Very lucky.
C3 raise 3,000. C4 fold, C5 fold. C6 fold, C7 fold.
bare hver gang jeg er blind, så skal jeg spille.
Føler det.
Ja, raise.
Raise. Seat 7, 3,500. Seat 8, fold. Seat 9, fold. Seat 2, fold. 3, fold. Seat 4, fold. And seat 5, fold.
Det er neste tur nå å skyte. Ja? Det er neste tur.
Irish Open neste uke.
Ok.
Og så skal jeg til Nord-England, England på kamp, og så dra og spille i Rotterdam. Så blir det sånn 6 lønn på 10 dager eller noe sånt. Norge i 18 timer imellom.
Seat 4, raise. 3,000. Seat 5, fold. Seat 6, cool. Heads up.
Hadde ikke du en kjent sånn fra TV-bordet i fjor?
Kjent hva da?
En kjent hånd? Nei. Det var kanskje bare Magnus Carlsen han hadde. Nei. Magnus Carlsen hadde en. For jeg spilte i Vesom, og så var det folk som viste meg den i Vegas, liksom. Og det var Magnus Carlsen. Ja, det måtte han Sjøstrøm. Frank Sjøstrøm. Faren synte med et annet.
Seat 8, raise. 3,000.
De hadde liksom lagd et klipp av den og dubba til engelsk fordi jeg hører Stigmoen på norsk.
Ja, altså, med gran og gulv.
Ja, det stemmer. Og det er derfor alle bare legger sidvis.
Seat 9, cool.
Stemmer, det er gran la ut på YouTube. Sånn da.
9 is cool.
Og kanskje Dublin da, den hånd.
Seat 4, cool.
Ja, det har du i hvert fall.
Husker du at klipp var det?
Seat 6, fold. Seat 7, fold.
Skal dere få til et legendary klipp her også? Og Jon Arne Riise kaster beste hånd på henne. Hørte du Stigmoen? Å nei!
Var ikke det...
Hvis jeg er mot deg, så skal jeg kaste det. For det er litt til helvete.
Var ikke det mini som synte med stone?
Ja, med quads. Den synte inn i Dublin. Det var sånn bet på river. Han bare, hei på Edge Dog quads. Den. Og stone
9, bet
nuts.
6,000. Seat 4, fold.
Han bare, åja, kunne reise han andre hadde hus. Han sånn.
Ja.
Video. Jeg husker jeg pratet med han fra Dublin i loungen rett før, og så spurte han litt sånn hvordan man spiller og sånn. Prøvde å komme med et par tips, men jeg glemte å si jeg hadde gått en bedre med race. Så langt kommer det. Jeg tror jeg stoppet med det at det var en god hånd som har puttet masse skyldanger. Og han bare, ja, jeg er god å putte en masse. Men puttet ikke nok til race.
Seat 9, fold. Seat 2, fold.
Ja, vi kjører bare oss to, liksom. Snakk om å 10 sekunder siden, så først har jeg kåre samme far.
Dette blir hånda. Legendariske bøfstavtånda til Jon Arne Riise. Kunne du hatt bøfstavtånda, det? Det kunne hatt bøfstavtånda. Alt hadde nok kommet på rivet. Det er vidt. Har det kommet en Kia? Har du det? Det kan jeg love.
Just let you know, once you are on the TV table, you cannot use any device, phones or something like that, so you have to use the phone from here. Okay? You put it on the back, after that you come to use your device, just step away from the table.
Okay. Hørte du? Telefonen ikke ligger her, for det kan fucke opp.
Vi fikk faktisk ikke lov å bruke den her.
Nei, man må egentlig gå vekk fra bordet siden. Det er liksom, de vil ikke at man skal sitte og se på sendingen og få liksom info. Selv om det er delay, få info hva som har skjedd.
Five is 3.5, 6 1, 7
8-3 off.
Men du så ikke det der? 2 på 6? Spilte 9, jo ikke?
6, du spilte 9, tror jeg. 9, ja. Det er ikke det pluss.
Jo, det var 2 leveler til etter pausen. Ja. Full var 8 leveler. Så late rate stenger etter level 10. Så man kan spille 2 leveler i morgen. Ja, for de som kommer kveld eller morgen tidlig. Så siste level i dag er 1000 fokus. 1015 etter pausen, og så 1002. Så begynner vi på 15 til eller 15 til å ta det tilbake. I dag. Jeg tenkte her er det kuttsterk, tenkte jeg. Men det...
Sånn er det. Poker og poker.
High raise 3.2. Six call.
Er ikke det koselig?
Nå koser vi oss.
Yes. Nine call. Three call.
Det på Jørgen må bare hjelpe å ta inn sånn. Særlig det.
4 players. Three check, 5 check. Six check. Three bet game. Five call, 6 call, 7 call.
Lykke til. Straight, ja.
Straight, ja.
Fy søren.
Fikk vi så fortjent. Sjekk og blå.
Jakketrikset.
Han har truffet fakeren med på alt i dag.
Stenger der. Hadde du visst det var så dårlig, så skulle jeg
Ja,
trene
ja. Jeg skal innom en ting.
Helt flott.
Jeg så hadde akkurat tempoet ikke sett noe til. Nå er magien. Nå skal jeg prøve å... Tempoet var din, altså. Det var godt å komme seg med. Hæ? Det er godt å komme seg med. Var du big, du?
Ja, han var big.
Deilig jeg sjekker på. Ja, det kan skryte på, skjønner du.
Så bor du treffer fordi det var pocket.
Ja, ja. Han får jo sett hver gang han var.
Eller kort.
Eller kort.
Ja, ja.
Det er bare mot den andre.
Klar, noen er gir det.
Five call. Six raise, 2.6.
on the streets.
Nei, du må ikke fordele med ting. Du vaser barna.
Ja, men jeg har ikke vunnet engang med det.
Nei, det er ikke vår feil.
Jeg tappet med aces, og kings. Akkurat 3-4 ganger. Men, så lenge jeg vant med S10, det var det viktigste.
Det var det viktigste i dag. Du likte det?
Ja.
Alle skal ikke ha fullt det her.
Nei, akkurat.
7 call. 8 call. 9 call. 2 call. 3 call. 4 call.
Ja.
5 check. 4 players. 4 check. 5 check. 7 check. 9 bet 3.3. 4 fold. 5 fold. 7 fold.
Kom igjen nå, vær litt snill nå da. TV's skyld.
6 check.
Får ikke angre på det!
3 players. 6 check. 9 check. 3 check. 6 bet, 0.6. 9 call. 3 call. Heads up. Six bet 4.5. Nine raised 13,000.
S3 da, hva skjer her? Fire hit, ja.
Six call.
Bra kast. Det var dårlig. Jeg tapte bra på turn, Tore. Du har ikke S-knekt der, liksom. Side 6. 6 ut. Den er sant.
8 call.
Hæ? Han er på. Det kunne vært TV-moment. Hadde du bare fått det på? Hadde du fått det på, så kunne det vært... Ja, det ser jeg også. Bra TV-klipp. Bra form. I søren må gjøre det fast da. Første gang jeg vant for isen, så.
Altså, du får jo de hele tiden.
Ja, men du vant det jo i hvert fall.
Nine raised, 3.5. 4, 3, 4, 4, 4. 5 4. 6 4. 8.
Det var gøy med hjerter, da.
Skulle sint. Kanskje det hadde blitt floppen. S10-hjerte. Eller kanskje litt lavere. Mot mitt toppsett. Det var fint.
9 bet 6,000.
Du bare syne det, altså bare sette på først, så hadde det blitt action da.
5
Siden det var oss to, liksom.
check. Five bet 9,000. 9.
Can you ask for
9
service?
call.
Jeg var oppe for å drikke litt raskere enn deg. Tar ikke tre kvarter.
9 bet 20,000.
Byr jo ikke her uten å slå meg her. Ikke.
For raise 2.6, 5 volt, 6 volt, 7 volt. 8 volt, 9 volt, 12. Three players. 2 check. 4 check. 8 check. 2 check. 4 bet 6,000. 8 fold. 4.
Det er så stille når vi var på TV.
Ja, det var veldig stille. Det var jo helt, du skulle jo tro det var i kirken. Jeg har sovnet lite grann, men det er sant.
Og mer liv nede. Ingen tør å prate piss lenger.
Nei, ingen tør.
Ingen tør å prate piss på TV.
Han er jo veldig seriøs. Det er jo ingen Da blir det litt action.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Og det kom aldri riktig.
Ikke bare satt i 2 timer der, vi fikk bare en tredjedel av det. Men det var kanskje greit da.
To raise 2.6.
Det er litt forskjell. Kål.
Three
Han var rett borte på.
4 fold. Heads up. 3 check. 2 bet 2,000. 3 fold.
Så det er liksom alle under 100 liksom.
hadde han på døren, ja. Begge hadde han.
Jeg er så sykt å sitte fullt på cocktail. Nei.
Hadde hatt deling uansett, men vanligvis det jo...
Ja.
Vanligvis har Vilde S-på der, og så har du svit, og så... Og så blir det deling. Du har alltid kikket på dem, så...
Ja, men jeg er helt treffer, eller? Jeg
tror jeg har sett det 10 ganger.
Jeg treffer ganske bra, så kommer jeg sist, det er bare helt... Jeg lever enda.
Ja, det er det viktigste. Stenger her. Jeg har jo ikke mistet noen på bordet.
De to har jo ligget ganske langt nede hele dagen.
Snart har du bare fått låne det et lite øyeblikk. Jeg skal snart ha det tilbake igjen.
Ja, det tviler jeg ikke på. Det er gøy så lenge det varer.
Ja, det er det. Det blir skjenkt. Nei.
Pratet med en kompis, de hadde fått 4 nye spillere.
Se hvor stille vi er.
Og det er ikke rart de har mye spillere på oss. Ingen har bøstet på oss.
Jeg satt den.
I sikringsboksen.
Når han ene på 300 K etter level 1, så det er jo ikke rart. Det er ikke alle som spiller som er rock. Dette er jo rolig.
Han var kunna vært med litt
God knekt 3 ofte.
Jeg tipper knekt til historie.
Ja,
Fikk det opp.
Han hadde jo 2.
Konge høy hadde jeg sånn type.
Jeg tipper han har 2.
Tror jeg. Fant ikke være han å si liksom.
Trønder ises. 5-2.
Ja.
7-4. 8-4. 9-4.
Det var ganske stille på den svingen der, synes jeg. Nå synes vi... Ikke bare å spille med en prating, han har vært helt bra. Trøtt og sulten og... Ja, det er kjent.
Du er litt grinete nå, han har tatt en
Ja, de to her, det var ikke gøy. Nei, men det plager deg, ikke sant? Det irriterer meg også når jeg prater i skolen. Nei, det plager meg. Det blir jo ikke gøy. Hva er det?
Hva er det nå? Spiller kongen på, så må ha det så bra.
6 raise, 10.8. 10.8.
Again.
Ja, noen der lager han TV. Så det bare... Han lo hele kroppen denne.
Viste ikke AK Aces og AK som gir det beve på.
Nå var hele kroppen i dirre. Her ler jeg innvendig. Bløffer.
Nei, hadde nok vært sånn. Vilde må betale. Skal vi se en først?
Nei, det var snart min tur å vinne på. Noen andre skal dumme seg nå snart. Hvert øyeblikk skal han reise nå sikkert. Og så får vi gjøre noe. Ikke denne gangen.
For a raise, 2.6. 5-4. 6-4.
Nei, du har sjanses 1 hånd.
Ja, den var så dårlig.
en der inne nå? Ja, de flyttet alle ned. Ja, helt igjen, fordi de hadde ikke hatt noe. Hæ? Ja, det er en pause og 2 leveler. Pause og så 2 leveler. De pleier vanligvis å rulle. Ja, de gjør det. Nei, altså, jeg har pause. Mamma bare setter motsatt. Hva er det sånn? Eller, jeg vet ikke om det. Jeg skriver sånn, skjønner ikke så mye, men jeg ser bare ikke noe. Ser du med da?
To raise 2.6. Call. 3 call. 4 call. 5 call. 6 call. 7 call. 8 call. To check now. 3 check. 2 check. 3 check. To bet 5.5. Free fall.
Okay, players, just to make everyone aware, at the end of this level, you'll be all moving downstairs to table 124. We're all going to go together, we're going to have a bag of chips, everyone's going to get their own individual bag, place chips into the bag, and we'll all go down together to table 124. There will also be a chip race for 100 value chips, but that'll be completed downstairs, but before we go downstairs, I'd like one person to buy all the chips off the top. Okay? Thank you.
Du kan kjøpe alle i runde. Du har masse, og kan du kjøpe det. Ja, ja. Det er ikke kortvarig da. Ja.
Du får
Det gjør ingenting.
Det er så kjedelig.
Helt kjedelig. Vi får nok sjansen i morgen hvis vi det. Eller du i hvert fall.
Du er med, du også.
Ja, men først når vi kommer oss til dag, så skal vi få sjansen til det. Det er lang tid igjen.
2 timer igjen, liksom.
Jeg har sikkert funnet et sånt bord med sånn her leknes og katastrofe og sikkert mange sånne. Ja, bare må ha dette som TV-bord etterpå. Sikkert sånn skummo og et eller annet. Linje Meister sikkert.
Bet 3,000. 9 for
Skal jeg stille og kommentere etter vi er ferdige. Heads up etterpå. Lang dag. Først spille og så kommentere. semifinalen. Så når neste tempo ferdig, så skal vi sette seg ned på heads up. Men det tungt for de som har spilt i hele dag, og så skal vi spille heads up rett etterpå. Nei, Syversen sa main must ha må regler tidlig, liksom. Men det kan være noe det gjør, men Syversen skulle inn tidligere. Jeg vet ikke med PN, så husker hvem som er igjen. Nei, Steinbo, det er de tre, og siste det var fint. Ja, husker hvem som er. I hvert fall 100 stykker til oss.
Så lenge vi har slet med det der og bare holdt oss i live.
On life support. On life support.
You bet 9,000.
Oh, I talked to him now. Yeah. B is on it.
Det er timer nå, ikke? Det er det.
Det er bare oppe på frokosten. Kuker dårlig det nå.
Ja, men svinegreier. Jo, men her, altså, jeg vet ikke, det er jo to. Jeg løper ned sammen med
6 ball.
Do we have to carry chips down ourselves?
Yep. Basically what's going to happen at the end of the half is at the end of the level, everyone will get their own chip bag, put their chips in, with the ticket, whoever's got the button will take a button as well, everyone will grab their bag, we'll all go down together, put the bags down, and we can go to the break.
Same position though.
Same position.
Det er så problemet når folk som kommer til å
chips to the chip leader at your table. I see some of you are trying to get out here early for the break. Please make sure you sell the black chips to the chip leader at your table.
That's good. See number 3 good.
Any black chips found in your stack after the break just come out of play. So make sure you hold those up in front of you if you'd like to participate in the chip race. Dealers and clears in our main event. If you start the shuffle, complete that hand. Players, you're on a 20-minute break. 20-minute tournament break, players. Players, we ask that you sell all your black chips to the chip leader at your table. Any chips found in your stack after the chip race come out of play. So please make sure you put those black chips out in front of you. Do not leave any in your stack. Put them out. Be part of the race. Players, 20-minute break. We do ask that you exit the tournament area at the completion of the hand. Players, don't forget, if we unfortunately run out of chips in this tournament, you can go upstairs and sign up for our POKERNM Masters tournament. Players, that tournament has a 500,000 guarantee on it for just €350 buy-in. Registration is currently open for that tournament. You can make your way there, sign up, take a shot at all the money.
He was ready.
He was ready.
Everybody, please place your tickets and your chips inside these bags. Do not seal them. They do not need to be sealed. The button is free. Please put the button in your bag as well. And once you're ready, we'll all go down together.
Let's go. Yeah, break. Good.
Your ticket, Rosa. Your ticket.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Nei, nå det stemning, nå det fyr i teltet. Det stemning overalt. Vi har Linni Meister i kommentatorbua. Vi har folk som ramler inn i studio som har lyst til å være med. Men heldigvis, han som ramlet inn, det han jeg ville skulle ramle inn, Sverre Krogh Sundbø.
Og det godt å være på plass sammen med deg, Mattis.
I dag har det vært en artig dag.
I dag den dagen vi skal ha igjen, men det sånne dager det blir når vi samlet med pokereliten, ikke minst programledereliten som her manifestert av Mattis Koppan, og fantastiske TV-bord. For ikke bare har vi fått fikslimiten, vi har fått underholdning så det monner.
Nemlig, og det var jo i begge ender av skalaen på det bordet som var her i stad.
Ja, men det sånn det skal være. Vi skal ha alle ender av skalaen, selv om noen ikke alltid like fornøyd.
Ja, men så POKERNM skal jo være for alle. Det skal ikke bare være for verdensmesterne og de som har vunnet Norgesmesterskap fra før av. Det jo folkets mesterskap.
Det viktig også at vi for eksempel har noen skarve små Champions League-mestere som skal inn her. Og de må få litt gleder i livet, de også, si.
Han har aldri vunnet noe norsk mesterskap.
Det helt korrekt.
Det altså Champions League-bøtte med et eller annet sånt der lag fra Nord-England. Hvem bryr seg, liksom? Du har vært ute på tur igjen, dessverre.
Jeg liker å ferdes rundt blant de andre bordene, både fordi det det hyggeligste sosiale man kan gjøre noe sted, men kanskje også bare for å kjenne litt på den pulsen, få litt følelsen hvor chipsen beveger seg etter hvert.
Og så tror jeg at Sverre kanskje savner mammaen sin bitte lite grann når han ute på tur. Se nærmere på dette.
Kan godt ta en wipe imellom. Ja, du vet at når du ute på gulvet her under en main event, så det noen sånne faktorer som du føler går igjen fra år til år. Det noe som mer gjenkjennelig enn ellers. Det ene at vi har en Frode Fagli som røper rundt og halvstresset som regel, og sørger for at dette arrangementet her går prikkfritt. Men altså, som sønn av en bobbysocks-artist, så blir jeg alltid glad når man ser den mannen her i ekte sånn bobbysocks-stil på jakka. Goggen, den begynner ikke å bli slitt, den jakka di, etter ganske mange NM etter hvert, da.
Jeg har 2, men den begynner å bli slitt, så det blir Vegas-tur til høsten, og da blir det nummer 3.
Men hva det med paljetter og poker? Det en synergi her?
Ja, nei, det var i Vegas et år, og vi plussa greit, og så måtte jeg bruke opp masse penger før jeg dro hjem. Så da ble det sånn litt tilfeldig at jeg kjøpte den, da. Eller kanskje ikke, jeg liker jo å skille meg ut.
Hvordan går det med pokeren så langt i dag?
Bra, for vi klink edru i dag. Jeg har kartproduktoren min, men det ingen som tror meg, men jeg har ikke tenkt å drikke, så vi satser på en ny trend, edru-vågen.
Et bra bord her, nå går de i hvert fall inn til en pause her. Vi ser jo Mr. Poker himself stå i bakkant, Frode Fagli, han på samme bord. Det chips, skjetonger på plass. Det som helt sikkert at stemningen her nede, etter hvert som alle går i pause og sørger for at det umulig å få seg en matbit neste halvtimen, den god, kommer bare til å bli bedre. Jeg har funnet veien på et av bordene i det som main eventen altså, hvor jeg får lov til å gå rundt og bare kjenne på denne herlige stemningen. Og en som har kjent på mye god stemning, det en mann vi ble bedre kjent med i går. Godeste Øystein Stage som vant denne pot-limit Omaha-turneringen som ble spilt. Og i dag så det jo klart at vinner man en norgesmestertittel, så tar man neste på direkten, gjør man ikke det?
Ja, man må prøve på det. Det må man.
Hvordan har det gått så langt i dag?
Nei, det har vært en dårlig start så langt, men det her et maraton, så vi får bare snu det.
Men hvor vanskelig den følelsen at, beklager, jeg ser du sitter big blind, jeg tillater meg selv et spørsmål til likevel, men altså, hvis du går rett fra det å spille for det første, et Omaha-spill som litt annen rytme på enn Hold'em, så sitte der med bøttevis av chips, du går seirende ut til å starte home fresh, du nede på startstack, alle stiller likt, det vanskelig å omstille seg?
Ja, det klart det litt vanskelig å omstille seg, men det har gått bra, altså. Det gjør det, har det.
Nå har du option i storeblind, så du skal få lov å acte.
Ja, takk for det.
Men i hvert fall her så ser vi en Stage her som forsøker å finne rytmen i Hold'em. Det jeg vet at 35 000 skjetonger på dette tidspunktet her ikke nødvendigvis lite, selv om det litt mindre enn det man skulle ønske seg. Altså et ganske viktig aspekt med et poker-NM jo dessverre, kan man kanskje si, å komme seg til baren, fordi her det ofte at de tidlige exiter befinner seg, der hvor de som har lyst til å drikke vekk sine sorger, eventuelt finne nye gleder og ta tak i, blir stående. Start med deg, Nikolokken. Det gikk ikke helt veien?
Nei, det gikk ikke helt den veien som jeg skulle håpe på. Jeg har spilt en del Hold'em tidligere, men aldri live. Så kom jeg opp her nå for ikke så alt for lenge siden. Litt sukken, ikke helt fornøyd, men sånn det jo.
Står også her sammen med Christian Brennhoff. Så altså, Christian, du har vært med på det meste som går an av reality-konsepter og galskap. Hvis du tar liksom Ex on the Beach, Farmen og dette, hvor finner du mest galskap?
Jeg tror jeg finner her. Her faktisk på Poker Tables. Altså, det sinnssykt, og det stressende, og jeg Har aldri rørt poker i hele mitt liv.
Men er det gøy?
Det er veldig, veldig gøy. Det er utrolig gøy, og det var utrolig gøy å liksom nesten slå ut en fyr. Han hadde plutselig nesten ikke mer penger igjen.
Og der kommer jo da neste spørsmål. Altså når man først er her og blir trigget og synes at man får litt ordentlig smaken, så er det først da et glass til hver av dere, ser jeg. Men neste turnering, når er det den skal spilles?
Vi prøver å kjøre en turnering i morgen, der jeg skal bli litt lært av en som er litt proff.
Så jeg er allerede lovt bort her, men i mellomtiden så kan jeg love at dere har mer enn nok action også fra Boren og Mattis i studio etter hvert.
Så jeg vil bare si at jeg har aldri rørt poker eller gjort noe som helst lignende enn annet. Og når du heller klarer å vinne noe som helst på liksom Norgesturnering, er jo egentlig utrolig i seg selv.
Se, der har vi det. Altså egentlig så har vi den beste gjennomførte turneringen for dagen er akkurat her.
Jeg tror ikke det var mer latter enn det var på mitt bord. Jeg begynte å kødde rundt
litt sånn bort der, sånn at det kommer veldig mye latter fra et bord der.
Ja, det var det.
Jeg merker i hvert fall at dette intervjuet, dette kommer aldri til å avsluttes. Nå må dere bare ta oss, hvis ikke så blir vi stående resten av dagen her.
Vi skåler for den. Veldig hyggelig å være her.
Jeg kommer til å ha det hyggelig.
Ja.
Ja, nå er jeg Christian og Nico. Jeg er jo deres #1 fan. Veldig glad for at du fant dem, Sverre.
Ja, det tok en stund før jeg kom vekk
for du vet jo at jeg er jo midt i målgruppa til disse gutta her. Sånn. Jeg er jo så close.
Voksen hvit mann er akkurat det som treffer best på sosiale medier om dagen, jeg har hørt. Det er den viktigste demografien.
Jeg skjønner jo at jeg ikke vet hvem disse gutta her er. Og det er helt greit. Men vi trenger at sånne folk inn i pokermiljøet. For vi kan ikke bare være hvite menn med hvitt skjegg som sitter og spiller poker. Da dør pokeren ut. Vi trenger å nå ut til de som er litt yngre. Og da synes jeg det er kjempekult at disse gutta er her på NM.
Og det er ganske sant det du sier her også, i form av at det at pokermiljøet er så inkluderende som det er. Det gjelder ikke nødvendigvis for utelukkende grupper som ikke klarer seg der ute. Men altså, hvis du tar en type som Christian Brennhovd, han er kanskje en av de personene hjemme som treffer bredest blant unge mennesker i form av en influencer hver dag. Og så kan man mene akkurat hva man vil om ham. Det jeg har lært meg, er at de to gutta her er noen av de hyggeligste gutta jeg har fått lov å tilbringe tid med i løpet av denne dagen her. De elsket å være på plass og spille poker. Og det å være åpen, å være omgjengelig og være inkluderende, det begrenses ikke til de som har sosiale utfordringer. Det er også viktig å ta inn de som vanligvis ellers kanskje føler at de blir litt sånn tilsidesatt i et miljø, nettopp fordi de har sosiale medieskarer, eller at folk er ukomfortable i nærheten av dem av alle mulige grunner.
Og da, til dere som tilhører min aldersgruppe, man skal ikke skue hunden på hårene, er det noe som heter. Og det har jeg fått en liten påminnelse om i dag. Jeg ser disse gutta og tenker bare, å herre Jesus, tenker jeg. Og så hører jeg dem snakke, og så er de jo superhyggelige gutter.
Jeg synes det var veldig ordentlig. Akkurat pokerspillingen, der har både Nico Løken og Christian Brennhovd litt å gå på, så jeg har lovet dem et halvtimes kurs i morgen før vi begynner sending, så at de kan delta i en ny turnering.
Hva med om vi fikk noen som var litt gode i poker, i moderne poker, til å lære dem? Du er jo sånn old school, Sverre. Hvor lenge siden er du vant Europamesterskapet?
Jeg tror det var et eller annet med å skue hunden på hårene, hørte jeg du snakket om akkurat her, som jeg tror vi er nødt til å gå inn i oss selv, og kanskje være litt mer omgjengelig og imøtekommende,
ja,
og ta vare på litt eldgammel kompetanse.
Jeg synes det er veldig raust av deg, Sverre, at du tar disse unge gutta under vingene og leier dem inn i folden hos den store norske pokerfamilien.
Eller bare lærer hvor det er hyggeligst å tilbringe tiden i baren på kvelden.
Der kan vi jo, og der kan alle være med, tenker jeg.
Så absolutt.
Har du vært oppe i loungen ennå, forresten?
Jeg har ikke hatt så mye tid til det. Jeg kom jo hit og har vært på jobb for deg her siden jeg møtte opp, så jeg har fått lov å tilbringe mye tid med Stig Moen i kommentatorbua i går, og i dag har jeg fått lov å tilbringe tid sammen med fantastiske pokerspillere, og deg i dag.
Ja.
Ikke loungen.
Det er lounge-tid etter turneringsslutt i dag. Da skjer det mye gøy der oppe. Det skal være dealer-sett, det er noe beer pong, og det er litt forskjellig moro som skjer underveis. Men man prøver å skape litt av det som var magisk med Irland og Dublin, og så samle folk av det. Så langt så virker det som det fungerer veldig bra.
Du snakker jo om gamle kunster og slik ting. Jeg må bare nevne da at regjerende mester I beerpong-mesterskapet fra I fjor, Norgesmester I beerpong I Bratislava, ikke en høythengende titel, men en titel jeg er stolt av. Den har nemlig jeg.
For å si det sånn, jeg søker etter en ny beerpong-partner. For han jeg hadde I fjor, han traff ikke bordet engang. Så hvis det noen der ute som ikke har øya I kryss og arma I fatle, så jeg åpen for å teame opp på beerpong. Men vi har nå en session til med main event. Vi har et spennende bord som kommer etter hvert. Jeg har ikke fått alle navnene på plass, men vi må snakke litt om fixed limit-finalen også. Vi har jo endret supringa på deg fra ekspert til europamester. Eksperttipset ditt var soleklart. Leknes, jeg fikk ikke engang stilt spørsmålet ferdig. Leknes, ferdig. Han ble norgesmester. Og Roggen skulle være helseoppmenn.
Det som viktig...
Det ble 5. og 3. plass, det.
Jeg vant til at mine kolleger...
Husker dere der hjemme hvem det var som plukket ut vinneren på forhånd?
Jeg vant til at slike tips kun dras opp på nytt I ettertid når man faktisk treffer, ikke når man bommer.
Men jeg traff. Nei, det var nok litt flaks at ble Espen, men Espen Sandvik hadde en sinnssyk rønn på slutten her. Og han er jo en del av det miljøet til Leknes, og han hyllet jo Leknes etter seieren, for det han har gjort for fixed og mixed spillene. Men fy flate for en spiller. Han hadde så steinkontroll etter hvert at det var nesten litt skummelt. Det var ikke så lett å være motstander på bordet der etter hvert.
Det ganske gøy med disse fixed limit-spillene også, at du merker veldig mye hvor mye rytme og driv og initiativ faktisk har å si til slutt. Når man kjenner den timingen, så får man ofte... Det veldig vanskelig å bryte den, fordi du kan ikke dytte tilbake med bare slå all in når virkeligheten blir litt tøff ute på bordet. Du nødt til å faktisk spille deg til pott etter pott for å klare å bryte rytmen til slutt.
Og det var det flere... Det var 2 stykker som ikke hadde spilt så mye fixed limit før på det finalebordet. Og begge 2 sa akkurat det du sier nå, Sverre. At det annerledes, for du må jobbe gjennom hele potten. Det ikke bare preflop, det ikke bare påflop. Du må jobbe hele hånda igjennom for å få betalt. Det et annet mindset som ligger bak deg.
Absolutt. Det som jeg alltid sier til nye pokerspillere som har lyst til å klare seg I no limit Texas Hold'em, så det få på penga så tidlig som overhodet mulig. Da bryter du rytme, du gjør det vanskelig å styre. Du tillater deg selv å ha litt flaks hvis du treffer. Som sagt, det ikke mulig fixed. Du nødt til å spille hånda igjennom, og du må prestere hånda igjennom.
Ja. Nei, det var... Jeg vil anbefale alle som interessert I poker, og så benytte anledningen I løpet av uka, og så gå inn på direktesport.no, og så finne det finalebordet fra Fixed Limit. Det da dag 3, som vi på sendingene I dag. Og så dagsendingen sånn, der det mye... Det en god pokerskole, rett og slett. Der det mye bra pokerspilling, altså. Ja. Rett og slett.
Jeg gleder meg til å se det også. Jeg har vært sammen med main event-gjengen.
Du har jo vært ute og festet med unggutta, og de gamle. Alle sammen.
Absolutt.
Etter main event, det blir da halv tid, det blir 10 norsk tid på kvelden. Så har vi en semifinale. Vi har 2 semifinaler I heads-up-turneringen. Finalen går I morgen, onsdag kveld. Og så har vi også de siste 3 I 8-game. Vi skal på TV-bordet, så skal vi ha Tor Arne Fenes. Og så, hvor ble det av navnet til Christian Kai? På TV-bordet, og så har vi Petter Solli Berg og Thomas Syversen I den andre semifinalen. Den skal du følge live, har jeg fått med meg.
Ja.
Det blir spennende. Thomas Syversen og Fenes har begge 2 vært I semifinale før I Heads Up NM. Og Thomas
Syversen var vel I fjor, var han ikke det?
Ja, for han var I 2019 hadde det store året hvor han både vant main event og kom på finalebordet I PLO og ble årets spiller I NM. Men han har også et norgesmesterskap I online heads-up som han har vunnet. Syversen, så han den eneste som har en NM-titel I heads-up faktisk. Og Petter Solli Berg kjenner vi også. Han jo en supersolid spiller.
Absolutt.
Det blir to heftige semifinaler som blir... Og da får vi muligheten til å få følge begge to, selv om vi har en på TV-bordet siden du ute.
Jeg gleder meg veldig, og der kan jeg I hvert fall love dere som følger deg hjemme at jeg kommer til å gi oppdateringer på de store hendene, forsøke å få det ut til folket så fort som overhodet mulig, slik at vi virkelig kan bidra med den informasjonen hele veien.
Og så har vi en halvtime ute I den heads-up-matchen, Sverre. Ved siden av deg, på bordet ved siden av der hvor du kommer til å holde på. Der kommer de 3 gutta som skal avgjøre kampen om 8-game-titelen. Det jo da Henrik Tollefsen, som vi så på bordet her tidligere I dag på Fixed Limit-finalen. Og så det Morstøl, og så det Fure, mener jeg husker hva han heter. 3 supersolide spillere. Henrik, da han kom her og snakket med meg etter Fixed Limit-finalen, sa at nei, han venter med main event I morgen, for nå må han slappe av, lade batteriene og ha fullt fokus på den 8-game-titelen. Og det en titel som for mange pokerspillere henger veldig høyt.
Det jo en titel. Altså ikke bare vinner du POKERNM, du vinner den ultimate mixen mellom alle spill som viser at du behersker et stort utvalg, og det jo ikke tilfeldig at det mye større likhet I hvilke navn som går igjen I Mixed Limit enn I alle andre spill, fordi at det å beherske et så stort spenn ganske imponerende.
Nå ser jeg bak meg her at de begynner å sette seg, så da vi skal gjøre oss klare til litt mer TV-bord. Vi skal ha main event, og etter at main event ferdig dere der hjemme, så blir det en liten pause før vi setter I gang med både semifinalen I Heads Up og selve finalefinalen I 8-game. Vi skal kåre en norgesmester til I dag. Vi skal finne ut hvem som skal kjempe om en norgesmestertitel I morgen. Og så skal vi kose oss videre med main event veldig, veldig snart. Følg med.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Yeah, because the problem is we've got the player in seat 2, seat 4, seat 5, and we've got a player in seat 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, so the way they said earlier is they want seat 1 free.
You want seat 1 free completely?
Yeah, and this is an 8-handed table, and this is a new player who's about to go in the seat 1.
Okay, yeah, we've got a new player coming in seat 2 now, seat 3. We have several players. I have a player in seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, seat 5, seat 7, 8 and 9. Yes, okay. Can you send them a new screenshot, please? Yeah, okay. So we have 1 and 2. 1500. Big blind down to 1500, please. Oh, okay.
Or did C2 plus black hand? C2 plus...
Yeah, it was empty.
Okay, apologies. You will come into small blind and you will be big blind.
Okay. Floor? Sorry, yes.
Just big blind. Floor? Okay, big blind system. And you come here for big blind system. Hvor lang delay er det?
Buttons in C2.
We're rolling now and cards will be always.
Hvor lang delay er det? Hvor lang delay er det? Hvor lang delay? Send en melding til mamma da.
C7 raise 3000. C8 fold, C9 fold. Det er mulig. C2 fold. C3 fold. C4 call. Heads up. Bet 4.5. Seat 7. 4,500. Sorry, I say it like 4.5. Okay. I'm trying to make it relax. I'm all good to go. So guys, don't panic. I am talking to production as I'm dealing cards, so if you see me talking to myself, I'm not crazy.
Er det direkte spørsmål da?
C7 fold. C8 fold. C9 fold. C2 fold. C3 fold. Raise C4 4000. C5 call. Heads up. C4 at 4000. C5 call. C4 check. C5 bet 7,000. C4 fold. Big blind answer, please.
Is it possible to order some water? Yes, det stämmer.
C8 fold. C9 fold. C2 raise 3,000. 13,500. See 2 4. See 3 4. See 5 call. Heads up. See 5 check. Bet 8,500.
Excuse me, sir. Just to make the whole table aware, while you're at the feature table, you're not allowed to use any electronic devices.
Okay, I just sent to my mother.
Not a problem. If you want to use your electronic devices, you have to leave behind the red table. Okay? Thank you.
C5 raise 18,000. C7 pull. C5 bet 25,000. C7 pull. C5 check. C7 check. Shut up, please. Pair of eights. It's queen.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, sure. No worries. I'm just shuffling it. Okay, so you don't mind if you just move around slightly for us, guys? Just move around slightly, just so this gentleman can be closer to the camera angles. Let me know if that's good for you. That's what Marvel tells me. Seat 9 fold. Seat 2 fold. Seat 3 fold. Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold.
Whereabouts are 5-5, 5-card, table, cascades, 5-5, 5-card, table,
Jeg går til å sjekke TV-serien.
Kevin Andresen, Lasse Hampton, Oliver Topp, Cameron Nicolai Hara, Youngren, Tommy Strasser, the Wolves William, David Castle, Lady Wade. To the cascade gas, the exact
7 check. Big bets 1,500. Seat 7 fold.
Leader Jakob Sorensen. Jakob Sorensen, leader available.
7, 6, 8 fold. 9, pull. Heads up. Free bet 5,000. C2 bet 5,500. fold, three fold, four fold.
Need a king.
Sure. 36.5. And the call. All in call. Show down, please.
Uflaks om dette er toppen av rangen ute etter noe. Du må veksle litt,
Okay,
altså.
I just need you to move slightly to the right now. We've not got this seat. The camera's going to be changing into that. So you've got more space, okay, guys?
Just tell me what you like.
No problem. Get some change for you. Have some change, please. 500s as well.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Five fold.
Du har syv.
Six fold. 7 raise, 3,000. 8 fold. 2 fold. 3,000. 3 fold. 2 3 fold. 4 raise, 9,000.
Everyone with the name on the list will see on their own when you have a seat.
7 call. Heads up. Nine. C4 bet 9,000.
Ser på TV uansett.
This is 7 fold.
Jeg har direktesport, jeg kan sitte ved siden av meg etterpå og se det.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I totally understand. Just so you are aware, we've now reorganized the time, so the MD will come on every half an hour, so the MD every 2 levels. Every 2 levels will be level change. C6 fold. C7 fold. C8 raise, 3,500. C2 fold. C3 fold.
Har du spist eller Morgan? Spiste du pølse?
Det koster å få den ut. 4 fold. Heads up. C5 bet 10,500.
Available 2-2, Micah PLO, Jeremiah Geore, Rob 1, Tony Dark, T2, Micah PLO, seats available, use them or lose them. Seats available, Uraj Nova, Lenka,
C5 bet 15,000.
Uraj Nova, Lenka Bugariu. Seats available, lot 2.
C8 pull. C5 check.
Ta en slight check back.
Shut down, please. C8 check. What's king?
Come down there.
You have any data, guys? Thank you. I'll see you guys in half an hour.
Ligner med hånden til meg til du ser på.
Seats available, 2-2, Micah PLO, Nikolai Kilo John, Alexander, Timmy O'Geore.
Three raised, 3.5. Four fold, 5 fold.
Vi trodde ikke det var det, men det viste seg jo at de hører litt av det vi sier. Etter tredje kom det litt av full på reilen her og sto og meldte mye syke varianter. Kom 3 opp på bordet, fikk meldinger. Vi hører dere.
Nikolai Nielsen,
8 raised,
Bill
3.5.
Jim Alexandros, Timo Georges. Seats available.
med pent ansikt.
Uflaks.
Du dro opp sånn.
Bordbrytinga.
Hva var det for bord?
Hæ?
Var det fint bord?
Ja, eller det var greit. Bare en veldig greit spiller var her.
Two raise, 4,500. 3, 4, 4, 4. 4.5. Yes. 5 call. 6 call. 7 call. 8 raise, 23,000. 9 call. 2 call. 5 call. 7 call.
Skulle ønske jeg kunne si at det var bra for TV, men det var ikke det. Det var dønn ærlig. Nummer 5. Close but no cigar.
Samme her.
Okay.
Jeg er med på å sitte i baris hvis alle blir med. Du skal bli med på det. Jeg har jo tur nå, da.
3 call. 4 call.
Ja, se. Ja. Er det noen som har mot seg?
Jeg stiller ikke.
5 call.
Den som er mest veltrent.
Ja, til og med begynt å ha løkt til å jage.
6 call. 7 call. 8 raise, 3.5. 9 call. Call. 2 call. Heads up. 2 check. 8 bet 3.5. 3.5. Call. To check. Eight bet 12,000. 12. 2 call.
Geore Carlson, have you lost your passport? If so, I have it. That's the variant. Geore Carlson, I have your passport.
Nine raise 3.5 to 4.
Now some of your property, Sylvia. Kerang. Mainly second floor pesto area for Saudi Arabia.
3 raise 11,000. 9 4.
serious? I can have one extra chip on top of it. It has to be. Is that a rule?
To raise all in. Four fold.
Ja, jeg tror jeg kan gjøre det. Jeg tror jeg kan skåle en ekstra flå og lage et helvete ut av det. Jeg blir da må finne ut at nei, vi kan egentlig ikke tvinge noe. Man kan klone den insisterende.
Det skal der, ja. Det skal der, ja.
Eight raised, 3.5. Nine fold. Two fold.
Skånga det blikksuppa, det kan man si.
Four fold.
Jeg skånga det blikksuppa, det kan man si. Kanskje, kanskje. I hvert fall sute.
Six fold.
Faen, sykt, altså.
Six fold.
Ja, jeg så det var sånn sikkert.
Eight bet 3.5.
Ja, det kan godt hende. Ja, men jeg spiller jo egentlig ikke og Sondre Barlund sa jeg har en kompis som kjøpte dollar her gjennom det.
Ja, det har da blitt solgt meg opp igjennom. Men litt av det siste årene, gitt. Ja. Sliter poker.
5 raise, 3.5. 6 4, 7 4, 8 4. 9 4. Heads up. Good check.
Available, pet row.
5 bet 5.5.
Pet row, competition, Bama, C30.
Good check. Five bet 8,000.
Kan ikke gidde bare hente deg ut sånn at jeg kunne drikke på? Kan ikke gidde bare hente deg en drikke til meg? Et eller annet, hvordan et eller annet?
Vodka cola, ja.
Heads up. Even better answer. You know that. Good luck.
Good check.
500. C2 call.
Skulle gå til 3 hvis det var forrige blinger. Det kostet meg ekstra 500 fordi vi har gått opp, og da øket du racen din.
C4 check. C9 bet 7,000. C2 call. C4 call. C4 check. C9 check. C2 bet 7,000. C4 call. C9 raise 26,000. C2 fold.
Hvorfor må du by der? Da kan du ikke få ta et gratiskort. Der skal man gå.
C4 fold.
Shops. Massasjestol. du ha noen flere unger?
Det er ikke en diskusjon jeg blir å ta på TV-bordet. Spør meg etterpå over et glass vin. Sju fyr da. Five bet 4,006 players all in and four. Det er ikke sjuer på tårn her hver gang.
Jeg tror mer sånn lukker og åtter. Åtter eller toer. Så slipper han svett.
Kula på det i motsatt rekkefølge.
Bedre TV-runde. GG.
Det var litt mye å skyve der.
Jeg fikk en lignende pakke tidligere.
Han trodde han var
Det var galt pakke. Ja.
Det er meget spesielt. Tror ikke jeg snakker så høyt, nå var jeg på TV. Det må gå. Det er greit. Kommentatorene kan ikke være sånn at det er veldig snill. Det er akkurat der. Stig pleier å forsvare de fleste spill.
Advarselstegn er det, ja.
Du må liksom bløffe 3 gater og så klarer du det.
Jeg jobber med å slive på hver eneste
C2 race, 6,500.
Somebody can order a margarita pizza. Where are you at? Raise your hand, let us know. It's here. Everyone's hungry, so if you don't want it, you don't have to take care of it for you.
Rygg du over en, altså?
Ja, urinfritt.
Ja, nå er det.
Så du hadde mulighet på dusjlangen, på førkjørslangen. Jeg gikk og la meg 11:30, altså tok mellomste broderen med seg alle gjestene på byen. Nå er jeg ferdig.
Har du mye gammel? Hæ? Har du mye gammel?
Ja. Har to som lover oss, når jeg våkna så er hele huset klina og rydda på alt.
Det er fint.
Vaska jacuzzen og alt hadde målet, som er jævla hyggelig gjort. Det er den beste bursdagen jeg kan få.
Ingen tror på meg.
Symfol.
Jeg snakker for meg selv.
Jeg tror at det er god nå.
Har du?
Hvor mange er det som leter reggae i morgen, tror du?
En del 12-øks. Ja, 12-øksomspillere i hvert fall. De skal spille
Ja, de skal spille
Geore.
ferdig. Mer enn opp mot 100, da.
Nei, jeg vil tippe 50.
Ja.
Vet du hva den heads-upet starter? Time raise 4,500. I see 2 folds, see 3 folds.
Ja, ble jeg mobba for.
See 4 folds, see 5 folds, 7 folds.
Hatt noen god følelse.
Seat 8 calls. Heads up. Seat 8 check. 85. Nei, jeg får så mye voksenkjeft på. Forrige gang var det var...
Sånn ung og pøbel.
I appreciate the help, but
Yeah.
don't worry about it. Thank you.
Poker players, for those of you that ordered a Caesar salad and Coke,
Ja,
is
jeg
here,
sponset
is
kortene mine
available.
i hånden. Jeg trodde det var headset.
Server's trying to give it to you.
Kom med
Once again,
Flores,
that's a
gjør det en gang
Caesar
til.
salad and a
Så
Coke.
må jeg gi deg penger. Så går det et par en
If you ordered it, don't be shy.
En som byr,
Step right up.
skal jeg potte over. Så kommer han og korrigerer røysen min.
Caesar
Ja,
salad
rett
and a
da.
Coke.
Sier han, nei, det er
Ordered
riktig.
it.
Så ok, greit. Sier han, så gjør det en gang til. Så
Five
henger jeg
rates,
med.
4,500.
God stemning på bordet. Han synes ikke det var like humor.
For about 1-2, not all counting. 6,000 for everyone on the red.
7 rates, 13,500.
Stanislav. Anyone else who'd like to vote in, seats are available. All right, this is your last call when you order the Caesar salad and a Coke. Or if somebody would like a Caesar salad and a Coke, got that available.
Det er ikke lov med solbriller.
Det er ikke lov med vinterjakker.
31,500. 13,500. Seat number 5.
Hvis du klarer å sitte med jakka hele tiden, skal jeg gi deg 5 euro.
Hvor mye?
5 euro hvis du sitter med jakka hele tiden.
6?
Jeg ordnet den.
Ja, ok. Bra det.
Leave your cards in the box for at least 2 seconds, and then you can have them anywhere you like afterwards. Yeah. Thank you.
Det var Geore. Jeg har jo kjempet før i.
Oi, men at jeg husker det.
Ja, ja. Du var Asid.
Ja, vi har ikke ligget sammen.
Jeg er ikke sikker.
Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 6 fold, 7 fold.
Det blir sånn.
Ja, takk.
Seat 8 rates, 4.5. 4,500. Seat 2 cool. Heads up. Seat 2 check. Seat 8 check. 5-5s. Seven raised, 4,500. C8, C9 fold. 4,500.
We're about to 2-2. Table 11. Seats available for Alex Geore, Emil Falk Olsen, Tom Overson, Laszlo Ski, Company Baron, and Geore Carlson. All those players are waiting for 2-2, POKERNM, your seats are available. Up to the passenger area.
Check. Seven bet 14,000. 1-4. Cool. See free check. Seven bet 25,000. Seat free call. Showdown, please. Two sixes. Ace queen.
Attention players, can you please keep your 25 chips and your 500 chips completely separate? They look very similar and very difficult to distinguish. What did you say? Thank you. The big 25 big chips and the 500 chips are very close to being closed, so please keep them completely separate. Thank you.
This is completely separate, I guess?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
As long as they're not next to each other.
When they're together, and if you mix them up, they look very, very similar.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
Seat 5 fold. Seat 6
I morgen, ikke?
Hæ?
Omtrekning i morgen.
Ja, hørt snakk om at det skal være det, ja.
skal sove. Jeg hørte den sexy stemmen til Stig. Se dette er reprise. Det tror jeg ikke han stemmer om. Han har fin sånn sovestemme.
6-7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 2 raise, 5,500. 3 raise, 13,000. 4 fold. 5 fold. 2 cool. Heads up. C2 check. C3 bet 10,000. Two cool. C3 check. C2 bet 25,000. C3 call, shut down please.
Ja. Og Tesla. Det er fint, du.
Du, det har ikke bare vært dette godt, altså. Nei, det er gøy. Nei. Ja, men jeg mener det her, altså. Det er gøy, det.
All right, attention spectators. This announcement is for spectators. It's people standing around watching everybody else have fun. Players, spectators, we need you to exit the area. We need you to exit the area. If you're just standing here chatting to your buddy, please exit the tournament area. Go upstairs, sign up for the POKERNM Masters 350 competition. 500K guarantee. Registration still open for that. Registration is open for the Turbo. You can go get that action. If you want instant gratification, you can go sit down at the cash table. Spectators, there's lots of stuff to do. Do not stand in this poker room and talk to your friends. Use that cell phone, text them. I do need you out of this area. If you're just standing around watching, please exit the area. I know you seem like your friends really want to talk to you, but everybody else at the table doesn't want to be part of that conversation. So please take your conversations outside of the tournament area. We're going to come around and ask you individually now.
15,500. C2 fold. C4 fold.
Arne ta voksenkjeften på bordet. Sånn da, sikkert.
9-4. 4. We raise 4. 4-4. 5.
sikkert noe om ikke får spist der. Vi tar det over dit, så tar vi det derfra.
5 call. 6 call. 7 call.
Vært på noen restauranter og sånn stenger i byen.
Den her stenger 10. Det kan vi ta inn. Men altså, de har alltid åpent litt lenger. Vi sitter og spiser og drikker. Det var at vi når kjøkkenet.
9 raise, 4.5. Call. 2 call. 3 call. Check. 2 check. 9 bet 7,000. Good check. Side check. Bet 11.5, 9 call. Seven raise, 4.5, 8 fold, 9 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Ja, alltid min likeverd.
3 players.
Om ikke
nede, og så blir det pissa. Nesten jeg går i front, og jeg tenker at nå spiller begge, hvis begge er gjester, så får begge kikke. Så det dyrer seg går i front.
Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. Nine fold. Two fold. Three fold. Four fold. Five check. Heads up. Four check. Five at 2.5. Four fold. Det er litt kult å sitte her, da.
Det er så lite kult, det.
Var det? Synes du?
Ja,
Ok.
det skulle jeg gjerne unngått.
Jeg synes det var deilig å sitte her sånn masse lys og
Så er det mye døde skift på andre bord.
ikke så mange flotte menn.
Slutten av dagen.
Nei.
Her er det veldig mange kjekke mannfolk, og det vet du selv. Nå sitter vi og sikler på oss hele kvelden.
Jeg har fått briller på hendene. Seven raise, 4.5, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Ladies, I would like to remind you, 50 game, you're going to kick off with going on the turbo. 9 p.m. going for the turbo, 155, 25,000 times that. 50 blind, radio, official, first 8, incredible.
Three player. Six check. Seven bet 6,000. Call. Six call. Six check.
Hvor mye delay er det på sendinga?
Ikke mye, da.
Så man kan få intro med en det er 30 minutter. Får ikke så mye.
Ja, det er ikke det. Jeg prøver å føle litt logistikk for strømgreier.
Seven bet 17,000.
Ikke hvis man får plass til alle de her i Uber og
Ja, jeg vet ikke. Det er sterkt. Det er godt huska.
Seven check. Jeg gidder ikke å si en dritt, da.
Velger du boller, da?
Andre gangen han faktisk lukta.
Det er 25 år i bånd.
Ja, litt kjekkere størrelse.
Ja, jeg skjønner meg litt ned på skoleblindet. Nå er jeg luring av uansett. Det ser ut til å være så.
Hvis han ikke slår døren, hvis han har noe som har slått, da. Hæ? Ja, klart. Det er selvfølgelig en mulighet. Ja. Det er noe veldig feil uansett. Det er 35 i bånd. Nei, det er jo... Hva kan jeg syne? Nei, jeg tror jeg har utslått, men jeg har ikke feil. Ja. Det er det jeg tenker. Jeg har ikke som er ferdig mot.
Five call. Six call. Seven call. Three players. Seven check. Two check. Five bet eight. Seven four.
Martin Carolina, see available. 5-5 to 11.
Two call. Heads up. Two check. Five bet 20,000. Two call. To bet 40,000. Forty. Five fold.
All right, folks, players in our main event. With that hand, dealers are going to deal an additional 3 hands at your table. We're going to bag and tag the chips and send these players out into the wild. So dealers deal 3 more hands at your table. Then we're going to be completed for the night. Players, you are going to come back tomorrow at 12 p.m. for day 2. 3 more hands, everybody.
Oppfordres til å spille raskt.
Two fold. Three fold.
Race.
Four raise five.
Okay, so if you heard that announcement then, you're going to play this hand, and then swing
8 ball.
Spytter jeg maten din på.
Check. 4 check. 8 check.
Jeg skal gå for valgehjem. Du er hyggelig. Ja, bare
4 check.
Sjekker for at du skal vise deg.
Jeg stilte samme han som han.
Hæ?
Nøyaktig samme han som han.
Nei.
Det er så bra.
Det var det gode.
Nei, bra.
Ja, jeg kastet hesten i prefottenhånda, så jeg har fått opp 2. Så dere hadde noen klubber og sånn, så hadde vi gjort.
Kast det for deg. Hvis jeg kaster han og involverer seg, så skal jeg sitte på brass i 3 minutter.
6 raise 4. 7 call. 8 call. Nine raise 14. Six raise in. 8 fall. 9 fall.
Siste eller en?
Nei, det er
Du må.
Yes.
Vet du hva, jeg dropper maten. Jeg tror jeg kommer på hotellet. Jeg må ta noe bensin. Det blir frist i morgen.
Frist blir du aldri.
Nei, vi er normale kroppen.
5 fall.
Normally we don't have big blocks. 2 and 5.
Six raise 4.
Evan, Wojtek, Roman, David, take your seats in the kitchen.
7 raise 14. 8 fall. 9 fall. 2 fall. 6 fall.
Det var for vanskelig.
Okay, so this is the last hand. After this hand, please do not leave. Everybody is going to get a bag. On the bag.
Bare kaste, folkens, så får vi så mye lag.
5 fall. 6 fall. 7 fall.
Jeg skulle gå til 6 og 7 halvmål i stedet.
Really can stop preparing them. It's like 500 people leaving before that.
Just to let you know that if your horse is not cold, still it can be 2200 hours. Remember, very special.
Okay. First of all, everybody listening, congratulations on making it through to take 2. Day 2 will start tomorrow at noon. On these bags, you just write your full name, your chip counts, and then your ID number. That's on your ticket for those who
My
still
ticket
got
got
it.
lost.
Not a problem, I'll write yours on for you, sir, okay?
Thank you.
For everybody else, please put your ID ticket on there. I'll pass these bags around now. Put your bags in there, seal them, and then see you tomorrow.
Innom morgenen om den
Carl, du er siste år ikke har spilt opp. Ja, det kan vi.
Spennende slipp det, hvis du har tatt gambling.
Ja, jeg håper jeg ser dere alle sammen på halvåret. Det hadde gjort bra,
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
For en herlig dag med main event vi har vært igjennom. Vi har jo bare hatt en halv dag kanskje da, men vi har hatt en herlig dag med poker her fra NM. Og den dagen er definitivt ikke over. Vi har 2 semifinaler i heads-up og en hel finale. Eller de 3 siste, selve rosinen i pølsa, av 8Game Øvelsen, som vi nå ganske snart skal vise dere. Men aller først, Sverre har gitt frie tøyler til å ta pulsen på main event. Vi får se hvordan det gikk da, Sverre.
Når det først er pause der oppe, synes jeg det er en god anledning til å ta en titt på hva som egentlig rører seg her på gulvet i første etasje, hvor det spilles overalt rundt oss. Hvis dere blir med på en liten tur, så kan vi jo starte denne veien her. Bli med her, fordi her ser vi at det spilles på alle bordene som vi går forbi. Og alle disse bordene spilles jo da altså No Limit Hold'em på. Men ett bord, som vi har sett tidligere, som vi kanskje kjenner igjen, det er helt bakerst her, for her ser vi Vilde Fagerbakk sitte. Dette er jo da samme bordet som vi hadde på TV for ikke så alt for lenge siden. Og det vi ser her er jo at det mangler et navn. Ved siden av Vilde Fagerbakk i CT2 så satt jo i sted Jon Arne Riise. Mannen som sitter her nå, han er ikke helt lik. Han har tatt over plassen, og det betyr jo da at Jon Arne dessverre er ute. Det ryktes at han bløffa inn i en pott med tress mot denne mannen som står ved min side. Han hadde S-høy, møtte på en tress, stemmer det?
Nei, par i 10.
Et par i 10, det var egentlig et hero call fra mannen i CT3. Jeg vet ikke om det var erfaring, at Jon Arne Riise han har fyrt litt løskrutt tidligere på dette bordet, men i hvert fall, vi er en mann mindre. Det vi ikke er færre, er jo da Jon Kyte, som fortsatt holder stand her fra Smallblind for øyeblikket, og bygges det jevnt og trutt?
Ja, jeg bygger bra frem til forrige hånd. Da kastet jeg S-knekt. Han hadde S-knekt, lå 2 S i bordet, og han satt med all in. Trodde på han, men vi hadde chopper det sint. Sånn gikk det.
Følte du deg sterk med S-knekt, eller tenkte du bare at her pusher vi han av?
Nei, jeg ville bare ha meg.
God stemning her i hvert fall. Jeg tenker vi fortsetter litt videre her. Det er fryktelig mange bord det spilles på. Hvis vi bare skuer utover lokalet, så ser vi jo da en liten følelse av hva som er. Husk, dette er jo ikke eneste stedet det for øyeblikket spilles. Kan jo også bevege oss ned for å se. Her var det ikke noe interessante potter, så vi fortsetter videre nedover veien. Samtidig så kan vi jo ta en liten prat her borte. Sånn, her skjer det et eller annet som vi ser ganske ofte på disse pokerarenaene. Her er det en av gutta som har tenkt at litt avslappning, det er på sin plass. Tar en liten pausemassasje, og da kommer jo selvfølgelig også buttonbudet når vi er på pausemassasjen. Det er standarden vi prøver å påstå. Og henger det sammen med Ja, det kommer i hvert fall en flopp her. Vi kan få med oss den når vi er inne. Det er 7-3-7 med 2 ruter. Det er small blind som spiller mot button. Check fra small blind. Potten ligger på ca. 13 000. Det kommer et bud på 5 fra button. 2 ruter i floppen her. Får vi også et syn fra small blind. Etter hvert så får vi et spares på turn. Ligger altså nå S7-7-3, 2 spar, 2 ruter i bordet. Det er small blind som skal snakke først. Han sjekker. Kommer et sterkt bud. 15 000 bys det inn her fra CT1. Kast umiddelbart fra small blind. Fikk vi en live-overført pott også fra sidebordet her. Blir man mer avslappet av massasje i potter, eller blir man egentlig bare litt stresset?
Nei, det hjelper jo.
Kjetil som altså vinner en pott her fra første posisjon. Vi kan jo bevege oss et hakk bak, hvor vi har Drea som sitter på CT1. Hvordan går det med deg her?
Jo, det går bra.
Hva spiller du på?
177.
Og hva startet du med?
100, så det går oppover.
Har det vært noen store potter eller noe annet som har skjedd? Vi kan jo ta en titt på bordet også, fordi akkurat nå så har vi en all-in-situasjon. Fordi nå kommer vi jo til den fasen av spillet hvor det begynner å bli mer og mer action ut der også. Hatt et bud inn på først 10 000, gått over, fått en all-in. Det er syn, det er S-paret som vises først før vi får opp en AK bak. Trekker altså til ruter, eventuelt en strit i bordet her. Det er en konge på floppen som gjør at han får 2 outs med 2 konger. Det er 3 hjerter, det hjelper ingenting, og det blir en 8 i bånd, og det betyr at det er S-parene som vinner en all-in-pott her mot S-konge, og potten den er i aller høyeste grad ganske kraftfull. Ser ut som han må ut med 81 500 i den potten her, og akkurat det å plukke opp S-ene på dette tidspunktet, det kommer jo fryktelig godt med. Apropos det, Åsne Ruud Iversen, hvordan går det med deg her?
Litt tyngre, ja. Men det går, jeg lever, så jeg er fornøyd med det.
Hvordan har bordet vært?
Bra, hyggelig. Litt sånn som det skal være på dag 1, synes jeg. Så det, ja, ikke noe å klage på.
Det er ikke alle som er like glad for å komme på TV-bord, eller på en litt TV-innslag her, men det er en del av det at når vi har denne walk-and-talken rundt omkring her, så er det vanskelig å slippe unna. Litt snubling på meg også, etter hvert så vi beveger oss videre. Vi har jo sett mye til Vilde Fagerbakke i dag på TV-bord, og også på et bord i bakkant. En ting jeg kan garantere, er at med Vilde Fagerbakke så får vi fundamentert og godt pokerspill. Godt pokerspill, det får vi også ofte fra mannen som sitter på button her. Inge Fagerbakke, far til Vilde. Om det er like sindig til enhver tid, det står jo klar for å avgjøre. Her har vi i hvert fall fått et oppspill. Vi har fått en kontra til 20 000 fra CT9. Det er umiddelbart. Det har vært et syn fra hijack-posisjonen før det det har vært et oppspill fra hijack før vi har fått et syn fra Fagerbakke på button. Det har kommet da en høyning fra small blind til 20 000. Og det er opprinnelig høyner som sitter med en avgjørelse her. 4 500 er budet. Han tar tilbake de 4 500, går etter skjetongene sine. Og her er det slett ikke snakk om noe syn. Han går på igjen til 45 000. 45 020 var budet fra small blind, og som betyr at det er en økning på 25 tilbake. Avgjørelse nå for mannen som sitter i siste posisjon på bordet. Se bak sitter med cirka ytterligere 120 000 bak, investert 20, så en totalstack på cirka 140. Spiller mot en stack som er litt grann større i CT4. Spennende, her sitter lenge og vurderer denne avgjørelsen. Det er godt å få litt innspill fra siden, men det er jo altså da Thomas Haverstad som har gått på han av S-paret og møter S-konge. Dette er en identisk situasjon som vi fikk på nabobordet da vi fikk en all-in. Det er 2 kløver som er mulig å spille på for AK denne gangen. Glimrende situasjon for Thomas Haverstad. Han får 2 kløver i floppen. Det kommer 2 kløver i floppen. S-konge trekker mot kløver, kommer ikke kløver på turn. Det er fortsatt et kort som kan ta dette. Det kommer ikke noe på river. S-par står mot S-konge i kløver, og det betyr at det er dessverre exit for siste posisjon på bordet. S-konge, det sto ikke nå, men det ble fryktelig spennende med 2 kløver i umiddelbart på bordet, og det gjør litt vondt når man nesten har vunnet en pott preflopp her, når man ser de 2 kløverne komme tidlig.
Ja, men jeg visste at det ikke kom noen flere kløver.
Ja, du visste det?
Ja.
Jeg trodde alle pokerspillere så spøkelser til enhver tid.
Nei. 0 spøkelser her.
0 spøkelser, men også 0 problem. La oss ta en liten titt videre her, få en liten siste følelse om det er noe mer action på sidebordene som er her. Her ser vi at det dras inn en pott fra CT5 etter at han viste frem et mellompar. Litt usikker på hvordan det har gått videre, samtidig som vi ser mye sterke spillere etter hvert som vi beveger oss litt lenger ned i lokalet. Det er godt også for de som sitter hjemme å få med seg litt av det som skjer på disse bordene og se noen av lokale heltene. Vi kan jo ta en liten titt til mannen som sitter i 8. posisjon også på dette bordet her. Sigurd Eskeland, vår tidligere pokerpresident som er involvert i en pott. Vi skal vente med å snakke med ham til denne potten her er over. Det ligger da dame 2-7 på bordet. Kommer et bud fra Niklas Klein som sitter i 1. posisjon her. Har helt riktig cap på seg med Milwaukee Bucks for øvrig, men det er en annen diskusjon. Får syn fra mannen 2 posisjoner bak. Så er det Sigurd Eskeland som har en avgjørelse å ta fra storeblindposisjon. 8. sete på bordet. Budet fra Klein er jo da på 7.500. Potten ligger på 23. Kommer et syn også fra Eskeland. Det betyr at vi fortsatt har en treveispott på dette bordet, som altså ligger dame 7-2 Rainbow. Kommer det en hjerter 9 på turn. Det er hjerter nummer 2. Sjekk umiddelbart fra Eskeland. Det er Klein som sitter med avgjørelsen her i sete 1. Må vi også poengtere her fra CT3, mannen som også er involvert i potten, at det må være den desidert fineste skjorta som er i spill i dag. Om det gir ekstra bonus, ekstra vilje til å involvere seg i potten er usikkert, men det kommer i hvert fall et bud på 30 000 chips fra mannen med hjertekonge. Vi skal følge avslutningen av denne potten her før vi kan sette tilbake, men budet var som nevnt altså 30 000 skjetonger. Det er kast fra Eskeland, det er Klein som skal ta en avgjørelse her. Dame 9-7-2. 2 hjerter i bordet. Niklas Tangen Klein som bruker tid her. Gjør det ikke lettere nødvendigvis heller å få live-kommentator som følger hånden når vi er innom på disse sidebordene. Stor avgjørelse. Hvis vi ser bak på skjetongstacken til Klein, så sitter han på ca. 85 000. Det er klart at 30 000 denne potten er, og fortsatt ikke kommet oss til river. Det er kan være en turneringsavgjørelse dette for Klein. Det er derfor han også bruker lang tid på denne avgjørelsen. Finner frem skjetonger, ser det ut som. Ta i hvert fall etter dem. Har en avgjørelse her. Vurderer lenge. Minner om at floppen var Rainbow. Mest sannsynlig så er det ikke noe hjertedrag inne på bordet. Og med en Vi skal snart bevege oss tilbake til hovedbordet her. Jeg må bare få med oss avslutningen på denne ånden. Finne ut hva han velger å gjøre til slutt. Det er jo litt ekstra spenning også når man har disse situasjonene hvor vi ikke ser hullkortene slik som man gjør på TV-bordene. Da blir det at man ofte blir litt låst av hvordan hvordan situasjonen basert på den informasjonen man kjenner. Nå kan man heller sitte og prøve å tenke litt hvordan denne hånden har vært spilt, hvordan utviklingen kom etter hvert her. Det I hvert fall en Klein som rister på hodet og viser til slutt opp en S-dame og kaster hånda si her. Det kast altså til mannen med dagens flotteste pokerskjorte. Tommel opp. Da setter vi tilbake til dere der oppe.
Ja, det noen ganger man rett og slett må tenke over hva sitter jeg her og gjør? Hvorfor jeg ikke der nede og spiller? Tusen takk for en strålende reportasje, Sverre. Det tydelig at det mange gode pokerspillere og fryktelig god stemning I main event. Det jo det som selveste glad-eventet gjennom hele uka. Men uka den startet allerede på fredag med 4 runder med heads-up. Vi spilte oss tvers igjennom kvartfinalene. Vi skal snart vise semifinalene. Men du husker kanskje 3 av disse gutta fra fredagen? Ja, da kan vi meddele alle som fans av Heads Up at det blir ikke en reprise av fjorårets finale fra Bratislava. Da var det trippelmester Øyvind Larsen som danka ut Simen Kinn Gudbrandsen, og ingen av de har kommet seg videre til runde 3. Øyvind røyk ut allerede I første runde. Simen røyk nå mot Tor Arne Fenes. Gratulerer.
Takk for det.
Det går rykter om, Tor Arne, at du skal ha veldig mange ekstra liv I neste runde, for du har ikke brukt et eneste liv så langt. Stemmer det, eller det bare...
Jeg håper det. Dessverre, så det vel ikke regelen sånn.
Men jeg så på startfeltet, og så tenkte jeg at dette her må kanskje være det beste startfeltet noensinne I Heads Up NM.
Jeg har egentlig ikke tenkt å spille, for jeg synes det dårligere enn mange I feltet.
Og så har du slått ut Julie Klein, og så vant du rett I runde 2, og så slår du ut Simen Kinn Gudbrandsen, som spilte finalen her I fjor mot Øyvind Larsen.
Yes.
Og du har ennå ikke brukt liv 2.
Nei.
Venter du deg sånn at du liksom venter til finalen og eventuelt ta kule 2 hvis du trenger det, liksom?
Hvis
eller?
du må, så...
Hvis du må. Men jeg hører at dette runden på bobla sprakk også, så da det garantert I pengene, stemmer det?
Vi går ut ifra det. Det bruker å være topp. Det ikke kommet noen price pool, men jeg vil tro topp 8.
Topp 8. Ja. Så det 1 runde til I kveld, kvartfinalen. Ja. Vet du hvem du møter, eller?
Lasse Kjøs, eller han, jeg vet ikke hvem
Ja, de sitter jo... Siden du ikke behøvde å bruke liv 2 en gang, klarte du å plukke opp litt fra parkkameratene på bordet, de som du skal møte, eller?
Nei, ingenting.
Tar det som det kommer?
Ja.
Du har jo tidligere vunnet Fixed Limit I utenlands-NM.
Stemmer.
Du har vel også vunnet online, stemmer det?
Korrekt.
Så mandag en glad dag for Tor Arne.
Det veldig bra. Jeg håper det blir et stort startfelt her I år.
Ja. På Fixed Limit, det ditt yndlingsspill, eller?
Nei, kanskje 8-game nå da. Før var det jo, før mixgamesen.
Så det blir kanskje en liten kule på 8-game I morgen?
Helt klart.
Så har du fått med deg Mixgame-festivalen, eller har du kommet ned kun på heads-upen?
Kom I forrige år, så jeg har spilt 3 øvelser I mixgames.
Ja. Du liker å spille litt forskjellige varianter?
Ja. Kjedelig med bare 2 kort.
Og I heads-upen så møter du jo mange varianter også, kanskje?
Absolutt.
Men så langt så har du ikke dratt av affisere noe som helst?
Nei.
Det den fremtidige Norgesmesteren 2024 I heads-up jeg står og prater med nå, eller?
Vi får se.
Vi får se. Tor Arne håper at han har blitt intervjuet som den fremtidige Norgesmesteren I heads-up. I år eller et annet år, det vet vi ikke, men vi skal I hvert fall følge med herremannen I kvartfinalen også. Det helt sikkert. Vi har 2 nye kvartfinalister klare, og ikke bare de kvartfinalister, men de også tidligere norgesmestere I diverse pokerøvelser. Vi snakker om Petter Solberg og Thomas Syversen. Først og fremst, gratulerer med seier, Petter.
Tusen takk.
Var det tøff heads-up-match for deg I dag? Eller, du har jo vært gjennom 3.
Ja, det har vært 3 greier. Det har vært tøft, men ja.
Du har hatt kontroll hele veien?
Føler helt ærlig det. Jeg var veldig heldig nå I siste hånda.
Ja, jeg så at det var 5-par mot 6-par, og du hadde 5-erne.
Det var sånn 14 big blinds deep, og ja, jeg skjøyde på, hadde vel... Om man dobler der, så har vi nesten even stacks igjen, så det ble litt mer spennende, men ja, vi traff 2 out her, så det er livet mitt.
Det er lov å ha litt glid også?
Det var lov. Første cashen i headsup-NM, så det var på tide.
Det er kult!
Ja, det er gøy.
Og Thomas Iversen, det er ikke så mange år siden du vant NM main event i Dublin.
Ja, det er
5 år siden. Nå er det på vei til en heads-up-titel i Bratislava, eller?
Prøv på det, da.
Du er klar over at du må etter kvartfinalen, etter at du vinner kvartfinalen, så er det motstanderen i semifinalen står ved siden av deg?
Ja, såpass. Vi satser på at vi kommer dit, da.
Ja, er det sånn at vi skal ha et intervju med dere 2 om et par dager igjen, eller?
Det virker litt sånn. Det ligger litt i kortene. Vet du hvem jeg møter nå, eller?
Du møter...
Vinneren av de, ja.
Vinneren der.
Det var det jeg tenkte.
Og da, det vil si...
Han lurer seg unna.
Børge?
Børge! Ja, Børge vil ikke bli intervjuet på TV, men Børge har nå slått ut han som slo ut Øyvind Larsen, og han har selv slått ut Morten Klein i dag, så ja, han har jo slått ut noen folk han også.
Ja, det er vel samme som oss 3.
Du skjelver.
Ja, det skal bli gøy. Børge er god kompis, så det blir...
Er det vanskelig å møte folk du kjenner godt, som du er liksom vennskapelig med, og som du har spilt mye med?
Du vil helst møte noen du ikke kjenner til,
ja. Da er det lettere å bare fokusere på pokeren, eller er det...
Ja, jeg vet ikke, jeg føler jeg kjenner mer gode bokspillere, det er mer det ligger i. Men,
så hvis du ikke kjenner dem, så regner du med at de ikke er så gode?
Ja.
Det er greit. Hvordan er det med deg, Syversen? Vil du helst møte noen du kjenner fra før?
Det blir litt sånn som Petter sier.
Men dere 2 kjenner hverandre fra før?
Ja. Jeg har vært i gamet en stund.
Håper egentlig... Men kjenner du Børge også, eller?
Ja.
Så uansett, hvis du kommer deg videre, så møter du...
Det blir en artig kamp uansett.
Cola eller pest, eller hva du sier. Ja.
Cola eller Pepsi, eller pest eller cola, eller hva det heter for noe. Men gutter, nå skal dere få... Det er ikke så lenge til kvartfinalene. Så skal dere få lov til å ta dere en liten pust i bakken. Og så sier jeg bare lykke til begge 2, og så ses vi i semien, gjør vi ikke det?
Jo, gjør det.
Vi ses i semien. Det var 3 av de 4 semifinalistene du veldig snart skal få lov til å se. Den 4. er ikke en nybegynner heller, det er Christian Kai Steinbo. Han skal møte Tor Arne Fenes på TV-bordet. Det kommer til å bli en superspennende fight. Tor Arne har tidligere spilt semifinale i heads-up uten å ta seg videre. I den andre semifinalen så har Thomas Syversen også vært i semifinale i heads-up tidligere uten å ta seg videre. Men han har en norgesmester i online heads-up for bare et drøyt år siden tilbake. Men nå, Sverre er klar ute på gulvet. Følg med.
Det er jo nemlig her det andre semifinalebordet skal spille. Her skal det spilles altså mellom Christian Kai Steinbo, og det er også Petter Solli Berg. En har vi sett ofte i dette formatet, en mann som virkelig vet hvordan han skal håndtere skjetongene i en heads-up, nemlig Petter Solli Berg. Men vi har et litt uskrevet blad i Christian Kai Steinbo, en spiller som vi kanskje ikke har sett spille så ofte i dette formatet. Det skal bli ordentlig spennende. Det som er helt sikkert, er at tar du deg til en semifinale i heads-up, så spiller du drivende god poker. Dette er kanskje det formatet hvor de beste alltid når lengst. Det er her hvor det ikke går an å ha flaks mange nok ganger til at du kommer hit på lykke og fromme. Og i så måte så er det jo veldig ofte vi ser disse samme navnene igjen og igjen. Det som er moro, er at jeg skal få lov å hoppe litt inn her og virkelig delta. Og det passer godt. Jeg skal ikke la disse gutta her forlate meg helt ennå, fordi når vi først har dem samlet her, kan vi starte med Syversen. Hva ser du for deg i dette heads-up-oppgjøret her?
Jeg tror det blir lang og tøff match, egentlig. Så...
Vi trenger mer enn det.
Ja, jeg vet rett og slett ikke. Så jeg tror det blir spennende i hvert fall.
Og føler du at du har noe spesielt du må bevise i år her
med tanke på historien?
Jeg har jo tapt mot Fenes før, da. Så det er vel kanskje det, da. At det er revansjens time, kanskje. Ja.
Og hvordan slår man Fenes?
Det hadde jeg visst det, så hadde jeg heller ikke sagt det.
Fenes, hvordan slår man deg?
Det er bare å sjekke synet. Få han til å bløffe av.
Det var kanskje det jeg gjorde i fjor. Nei, vent, det glemte jeg.
Stemmer det.
Du skal spille opp i en semifinale her. Hvor mye betyr akkurat heads-upen for deg?
Ikke så mye, faktisk. Det er andre turneringer jeg tror jeg har større sjanse. Så jeg er superfornøyd med å være i semi og klare å få til finalen her, så det er veldig bra.
Det er litt av et felt du står igjen med 4 stykker her, og hvordan skal du takle denne gjengen først i en semifinale?
Ja, det er helt vilt. Det er veldig sterkt felt hvert år, føler jeg. Men de som står igjen, tror jeg er kremen, altså. Så hvordan vi skal takle det her, jeg vet ikke. Vi får begynne med syvers, og så får vi se hvem av jokeren eller Steinvold det blir i finalen. Så ja, nei, det skal gå fint.
Men altså, min erfaring er at i en semifinale hvor det står igjen krem, så består den av 4, ikke 3.
Ja. Nå skal vi få toppen av kransekaka her. Vi får se hvem det blir. Det blir spennende.
Toppen av kransekaka meldt her utefra. Et bord får vi på TV-bord, det andre får vi sittende her rett ved siden av med mine innspill på veien. Det skal også legges til at en lite sidehistorie her, bare så at dere vet det, for de av dere som etterspør. Her skal det etter hvert spilles også turnering. Der skal det spilles mixed. Her skal det altså spilles denne heads-up-turneringen. Det betyr at når vi kommer over til meg, så kan jeg geleide dere inn litt på hvordan det går i det andre TV-bordet her. Men jeg skal også holde dere oppdatert på hvordan det ligger an i dette finalebordet fra mixten. Mixten kan vi nemlig se her. Her ser vi blant annet posen til Henrik Tollefsen, som kommer inn med 1.160.000 skjetonger. Vi har fantastiske spillere også her, og det som er gøy med akkurat disse turneringene, her er det bare toppspillere igjen. Det er som jeg sier hver eneste gang. Dette er stedet hvor virkelig kremen skal skilles ut fra resten av disse spillerne som har møtt opp. Bare vit at dere som sitter der hjemme og som lurer på hvorfor får vi ikke mer main event. Main event er da ferdig for dagen for de av dere som akkurat fulgte med, har fått med seg. Nå skal det kåres norgesmestere, og når det kåres norgesmestere, så skal vi selvfølgelig vise alt vi kan fra dette. Bare sånn for å vise hvor ting er i forhold til hverandre. Her har vi altså ene heads-up-bordet, og hvis vi blir med rundt på andre siden, så kan vi jo se at her er det dere kommer til å se på TV-bordet etter hvert. Så det er veldig korte avstander. Dette er altså det området som vi kommer til å få Stig som kommenterer fra også. Og det er klart, her kommer det til å bli action, her kommer det til å bli moro, her kommer det til å bli fantastisk stemning, og jeg vet jeg gleder meg. Og så er det kanskje opp til dere, vet du hva? Jeg har et tips til dere der hjemme. Hvis dere bruker den der hashtaggen på Twitter, hashtag POKERNM, og sender inn deres tips på hvordan disse semifinalene utvikler seg, så vet jeg at også Stig Moen i Bua er veldig klar for å delta i den diskusjonen sammen med dere, at dere sammen kan forsøke å være med på sendingen, kanskje gi deres innspill også til senere, med hvem dere eventuelt har lyst til å få på TV-bordene som vi skal vise utover. Det er i hvert fall slik at vi begynner å nærme oss. Det er på tide å virkelig glede seg til det som blir god stemning. Jeg vet at spillerne, de er klare, de har gjort siste forberedelser. Vi fikk høre fra alle dere. Hvis dere blir med meg rundt litt grann her også, så kan vi se at Railen begynner også å melde sin ankomst. Vi har for eksempel en Petter Katastrofe som er på plass. Vi har en Frode Fagli, vi har en Henrik Tollefsen som står her, som skal i aksjon. Vi har flust med toppnavn. Jeg tenker vi kan gå bort, og ta med oss Katastrofe her. Fordi at vi er live på her, Petter. Jeg tenkte at den gladeste gutten i lokalet, han må vi snakke med.
Jeg kan ikke skjønne hva du mener.
Og hvordan har det gått i dag?
Begge har halv startstack, så det går så det griner det.
Du er videre?
Ja, jeg er videre. Men kjempebra har det jo ikke gått.
Nå skal vi i gang med det som er mixed-finale og heads-up-semifinaler. Har du spilt noen av de turneringene?
Nei, aldri gjort faktisk. Ikke vært med noen av det.
Men kan du ikke si noen ord til de som sitter hjemme om det å skulle møte opp her i et POKERNM, og hva man faktisk får med seg av stemning?
Det er helt enormt. Det er jo den turen som man gleder seg mest til hvert eneste videoår. Jeg elsker det. Og så er det sånn som for min del nå, jeg har nesten ikke spilt kort siden jeg var her sist. Gledet meg helt enormt. Jeg har hatt verdens kjedeligste pokerdag, det skal sies. Men stemningen på bordet, helt tipp topp. Helt nydelig, så jeg er like glad.
Og det kanskje et bra ting å ta med seg. Det fullt mulig å ta med seg en stack selv om du ikke har verdens beste pokerdag her. Halv startstack i morgen, par doblinger, så vi tilbake. Mattis, jeg setter tilbake til deg,
Ja, det var Sverre. Han skal få lov til å løpe litt rundt omkring etterpå. Han skal følge altså både 8-game-finalen og semifinalen i heads-up som vi ikke har på TV-bordet. Spillerne i lokalet. Det begynner å nærme seg veldig. Jeg vet litt lite om hvor langt unna de Jeg har ikke fått noen klokke her. Men de i hvert fall i lokalet. Og det begynner å nærme seg veldig. Vi nok et par minutter på overtid. I forhold til klokka, i forhold til når de skal være på plass. Men de begynner å nærme seg i hvert fall. Og jeg minner altså om Tor Arne Fenes, flere ganger norgesmester, i duell mot Christian Kai Steinbo, som jakter sin første norgesmestertittel. Han har vært nærme før. Og så på det andre semifinalebordet som Sverre skal følge. Årets spiller i 2019 under NM, Thomas Syversen, main event-vinner, PLO-finalist, tidligere semifinalist i heads-up og norgesmester online i heads-up mot Petter Solli Berg, også flere ganger norgesmester. Det kommer til å bli intenst. Og så da, 8-gamen som Sverre også skal følge, der vi har Tor, William, Holm, Morstøl og Tarjei Forus, som har et overtak rent skjetongmessig over Henrik Tollefsen. Og Henrik Tollefsen jo et ekstremt godt kjent navn i Poker-Norge for veldig, veldig mange. Han satt her i studio tidligere i dag, var litt skuffet over innsatsen og resultatet i Mixed Games, i Fixed Limit. Han startet dagen i dag med veldig bra status på skjetonghaugen, men møtte veggen tidlig, og dermed ble det en veldig tung vei med å spille short-handed hele veien, men han kom seg altså hele veien til en 4. plass, til tross for at han satt med ryggen mot veggen rent skipsmessig og hadde lite spillerom. Så han har absolutt evne til å snu dette, og han sa jo også at han har mye mer spillerom i 8-gamen, så det kommer til å bli spennende. Men som han nevnte, Tor William og Tarjei, det 2 supersolide mixed game-spillere, og han følte vel egentlig ikke at han hadde noe sånn voldsomt overtak over noen av dem i hvert fall ikke i alle spillene, men i noen av dem. Så det kommer til å bli spennende å se. Han ville ikke røpe hvilke spill han var sterkest i, eller hvilke spill hans motstandere var sterkest i, eller svakest i. Det nok litt hemmelighetskremmeri der blant 8-game-spillerne, men det skal vel litt til da, å ha alle 8 spillene som sitt favorittspill. Det gjelder nok å få det på å være offensiv når man på trygg grunn, og selvfølgelig ha kortene med seg underveis. Morsom fact med Tor Arne Fenes-duellen mot Christian Kai Stenbo jo at ingen av dem brukte et eneste av liv nummer 2 i de 4 første rundene på fredag. Det ekstremt godt gjort. Da har man hatt godt kortsnitt og flyten på sin side, vinden i ryggen og så videre. Og de slo ut et meget sterkt knippe spillere. Torstein Iversen måtte gi tapp for Christian i sin kvartfinale, mens Tor Arne Fenes slo ut Simen Kinn Gulbrandsen i sin kvartfinale, og det var i åttendelsfinalen, og det var jo fjorårets finalist i heads-upen. Så ja, det blir en heftig match det der altså, og den gleder jeg meg veldig til å følge. Men nå kom plutselig du inn her, Sverre. Så hyggelig å se deg igjen. Altså, du på skjermen, og du her. Altså, har du en tvillingbror et eller annet sted her?
Hvis du ser bak deg, så avstanden overkommelig.
Det overkommelige avstander. Det jeg veldig glad for. Jeg så glad for at du her i dag, Sverre, og liksom kan dele av ditt gode humør, og du drar inn folk overalt.
Altså, jeg har lært meg at det som en fordel i POKERNM, å kunne bekle forskjellige spill.
Ja.
Og du ser jo det gjerne av disse gutta her. Du har headset-ekspertene, du har mixed games-ekspertene. Men da synes jeg det ålreit også å ta del i alle deler av produksjonen og få lov å være med deg i studio, få lov å være ute på gulvet, få lov å kjøre litt rapportering og reportergreier, og få delta på absolutt alle de forskjellige spillene. Eneste problemet mitt er at jeg ikke behersker dem.
Det der kalles falsk ydmykhet. Gi meg litt ros. Du kjempeflink til å spille poker. Jeg har spilt poker med deg for mange år siden, Sverre. Du mye flinkere enn meg i hvert fall. Men det sier jo ikke så mye da. Men du flinkere enn meg da, det kan vi jo si.
Jeg tenkte jeg skulle kaste...
Du skal ut og løpe. Du kommer til å følge veldig tett med faktisk alle tre bordene, fordi de rett ved siden av hverandre bak oss her. Du kommer til å ha nærkontakt på alle tre bordene. Det jo intenst å følge tre så viktige short-handed matcher på så nært hold.
Du, jeg har en tanke her. Altså, jeg såpass nært på alle sammen at hvis noen der hjemme har noen spørsmål eller kommentarer til noen av gutta, så kommer jeg til å være inne og sjekke den der POKERNM-taggen på Twitter. Hvis det noen gode spørsmål som jeg kan komme inn, det nok lettere, bare så dere vet det, å gi det til sidebordet som ikke på TV-bord i heads-up og eventuelt mixed games. Da kan jeg komme inn og spørre gutta om akkurat det dere mener der hjemme. Jeg kommer ikke til å forsøke å stille spørsmål som eventuelt prøver å kaste dem ut av vater eller sette dem ut eller sånne ting, men...
Hvis du har en favoritt, så kanskje du har det spørsmål som vil kaste motstanderen litt ut av vater.
Ikke sant?
Hvem vet? Jeg vet jo også at Stig Moen prøver å få med seg noen spørsmål på X, eller Twitter som det heter i gamle dager.
Jeg kaller det Twitter fortsatt, jeg veldig gammel da.
X-Twitter. Squitter. Hashtag POKERNM. Send spørsmål der, så skal vi se hva vi klarer å få til.
Absolutt.
Og være på ballen, rett og slett. Eller på kortene.
På ballen, men kanskje viktigst av alt at vi kjenner på pulsen i denne konkurransen her nå. Jeg gleder meg veldig til det. Det godt å se at folk koser seg i bakkant her også.
Folk jo med. Det jo det som... Vi har jo lagt oss...
Det flere linseluser etter at alkoholserveringen har tatt seg opp her.
Det flere av dem etter klokka 6 på ettermiddagen, for å si det sånn.
Vi ser i hvert fall bak oss
Nå
at det 2 spillere som sitter på plass.
Jeg ser at de klare. Nå skal vi gi ordet til Stig Moen. Nå vi klare for heads-up. Lykke til alle sammen.
Sendingen sponset av Wabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have a treat for you because we are down to just 4 players in the €800 buy-in heads-up championship, and we'll be focusing on the Tor Fennis and Christian Steinbo heads-up affair. Ignore the stack sizes for the time being. They will be updated soon. We're looking at 400,000 stack sizes on the side table, which will see some of the action as well, will be Petter Berg and Thomas Severson. Players have already locked up €5,180. They're playing for a chance to be in tomorrow's final with already €9,220 locked up, hoping to win the trophy, the slippers, the plaque, the sticker, and the €14,997 top prize. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'm going to be joined by the fantastic George Sanford, and looking forward to some high-octane affair.
Hello there, Jason, and good evening, everybody tuning in. Yeah, really looking forward to the continuation of the No Limit Hold'em heads up 4 left. Already locked up a decent amount of money, so in some senses the pressure's off, but also it's a good time to drive on through, try and bulldoze your way through this semi-final match and get in that all-elusive final of the heads up, playing for 15,000 up top and 9.2k for second, and as Jason mentioned, 5.2k currently guaranteed, so a decent little return on the €800 investment. No re-entries in this one, of course, as it's a heads up format, so everyone's almost up to the tune of €5,000, so exciting stuff. And yeah, going back to the blinds, 1.5, 2.5, but the starting stacks are actually 400k, so just something that needs to be tweaked a little bit on the overlay. But no worries, we're going to get in the action very shortly. Looking forward to seeing who takes the first stab and what sort of game we get. You know, you could be passive, it can be aggressive, it could be a complete bloodbath. We don't know, but usually you'd think in a heads-up game where there's going to be a significant edge between the players that the final four are going to be pretty strong poker players in general.
Yeah, for sure. There's no ICM, obviously, in this affair, but they are playing for a 4,000 euro pay jump. And for some people, that will affect you mentally as well, but probably less so than the bump to the min cash that 4 players already collected, including Tom Storbo, Bjorge Dipvik, who we saw on the main event and had some nice results already this week. Eirik Oppedal and Torstein Iversen all min cashing this event earlier in the week. And it is a second chance tournament, George, similar to the PLO, so players can opt to either start with a double stack or save that extra second chance for later. And we can see the mountains of chips. It looks like one player may have already opted to reload, but it's hard to tell unless we zoom in on those chips.
We will get that information for you shortly, but it looks like the players are ready to go.
And at the same time, we may see some side table action of the 8-game mixed final. There are just 3 players remaining in that bad boy, and they're playing for 24,051 euros up top, already locking up 9,840 euros. Before the break happened for this event, Orion Skomo was the last player out in 4th place for 6,945 euros. But then we have 2 very familiar names straight after him, and Frode Fagerli, the founder of this fantastic festival, in 5th place for 4,820 euro for yet another deep run for him. And Christian Arstad, who we saw earlier, I believe yesterday, taking 6th place for 4,015 euro. That would have been an event if I was Norwegian. I would maybe want to play, and I consider myself a decent 8-game player, but I think I would be an underdog in that field just looking at the players that have entered that event.
Yeah, Norway seems to be quite strong in the mixed game formats. We've commentated on a decent amount throughout the week, mostly bigger bet games. We did see some strong players in the limit hold'em as well, which is obviously one of the mix, but all in all, these guys like to play a lot of different formats, and that's just a testament to how strong these guys come over and battle throughout all of the formats. And that's why there's so much prestige in this event, because it's not just about No Limit Hold'em, as you tend to see in other big tournament series. There's just something for everyone here, so it's great to see so many different events and so many different players jumping in. We got such bumper entrance lists.
Yeah, there were more than 700 that entered on day 1 of the main event, an 800 euro buy-in freeze-out. Players can still hop in tomorrow for day 2 for 2 levels, so that number will continue to grow, but the prize pool was already at around $500,000 in that one.
Wow.
And the Poker North Masters, it just seems players keep piling in and piling in. There's a lot of opening fights for that, but for 350 euros, they're also playing for a 500,000 guaranteed prize pool. So action everywhere, whether it's Hold'em, whether it's heads up, whether it's limit, whether it's pot limit Omaha, 8-game. There's pretty much everything this festival.
Yeah, it's great to see. And an all-encompassing week for these guys coming over from Norway, certainly getting their money's worth in terms of tournaments available to enter. And this one may be one of the more prestigious events, because heads up, when you win a tournament like that, you've really got the bragging rights to say, I was truly the best player in the field, you know. In a No Limit Hold'em tournament, sometimes you could just get aces versus kings, and so be it. But in this one, you've got to battle through so many different opponents, 1 versus 1. It's really a true test of poker greatness, I'd say.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And last year we witnessed Simon Gunbrandsen defeat Espen Jorstad in the semifinals, and Espen was fresh off the WSOP main event win. And no offense to Espen, but Simon did outplay him, actually. Got a couple bluffs through, and something to be proud of. Unfortunately, he was unable to walk away with the title, but that in itself was a title, beating the world champion in a heads-up affair and outplaying him. It wasn't a matter of giving bad beats. It was truly getting the job done.
That's exactly it, just how fiercely contested these heads-up tournaments are, with some grandiose players such as Espen Jorstad. Don't think he was in the field this year, but hope to see more of him in the future. And the cards will be in the air ever so shortly. So thanks for staying with us. Looking forward to announcing the action here at the semi-final of the Heads Up 800 euro event. Blinds starting at 1.5, 2.5. Sorry, Jason.
These two players must feel like rock stars, actually. It's just two players on the feature table. Everybody sees them as they're walking into the room.
Yeah.
And it's just like such an amazing setup just looking at it from this angle. But when you're walking by it, it's even more impressive than what you see here.
Yeah, I didn't think of it like that. Maybe there's a bit of added pressure on the opening few hands, because in the previous rounds, they wouldn't have had this level of almost fame and notoriety. You know, people are watching, some guys that are kind of busting the tournament or going from the cash games up to the buffet area, kind of walking past and taking an interest into what's going on here. So they're really under the spotlight, and let's see how the action develops with that amount of pressure on from an early level. So Christian with the king 3, raising it up. Tor with the 8-7 suited. You can call, you can 3-bet. Looks like he fancies the call.
And once again, ignore the stack sizes that are showing in the graphics. That will be corrected in a hand or 3. And both players connecting with this flop, George.
Yeah, instantly some interest here for both players. Tor with the bottom pair, backdoor straight draw, and Christian comes out top for now with that top pair. So king 9-8, remember, all rainbow. And it's a 3 on the turn after a check on the flop, I believe.
That's a nice Yahtzee card, especially after Christian opted to check here. He knows he's good with his 2 pair. He may get a call by Christian, who does have some showdown value. It's hard to fold here just because a 3 came on the turn after it went check on the flop.
Yeah, so Tor leading out with that bottom pair on the flop. And it's bingo for Christian, as again, playing the deceptive route, checking back the flop, does have top pair, but with one of the worst kickers. So trying to find some balance in that check back, and surely we'll be looking to raise the action here as played. And it's going to be a bit of a tricky one for Tor to understand what's going on. My opponent's checked back the flop. Well, what's he got? Is he repping some kind of hand like kings, or is he turned a flush draw and is now trying to apply some pressure to some of the weaker parts of my range? Does get it through. Nicely played there. Repping hands like 8-3 suited, 9-3, pocket 3s for the most part, but we can see that he did have the sneaky check back with that king 3 turning 2 pair. So an action start. Christian making the 2 pair there. Tor trying to look for some protection with his bottom pair on the flop, and was met with some resistance. Let's see if we see these guys bluffing away at each other, or what particularly develops here.
Last year, the players in the semifinal all had their hand like this. You can't see me, their hand on their left shoulder. Espen was doing it, and I think people were mimicking his play. But this year, it seems like people, at least these 2 players, are freestyling it, which is nice to see as well.
Yeah, Christian looks very comfortable there. Great table presence, really. I think which is an actually underspoken thing in heads up. Because you're only playing one-on-one, some of those kind of non-poker elements can play into your favor, especially if you've got a big burly table presence such as he does there. Really spread across his part of the table. Quite intimidating to deal with.
No love for either player on this board so far. Christian may feel that his king high is good after it went check on the flop, but no point in betting here, and really no point in tour betting either.
No, absolutely. I think both players looking just to navigate to showdown at this point. The king 4, yeah, we've got the future flush blocker with the king of hearts there, but is there any real reason for me to bet? Which better hands am I going to get to fold? Quite tricky. So ace-6 should be the winner here, and they do get the showdown, and that's going to be good for Tor after losing that first pot. A little bit of momentum heading in his direction.
And now you see Tor with the hand on the shoulder. So this is what all the players were doing last year.
Speak of the devil.
Maybe he was doing it for comfort, though, because I don't remember him doing it during the hand play. But let's keep an eye on his body language. Christian's body language is super solid right now, even without the hand on the shoulder.
Yeah, looks very composed and comfortable. And yeah, pretty big guy, obviously hits the gym and stuff like that. So it's difficult to deal with these kind of intense characters sometimes in poker. They really command a presence at the table. And that's exactly what he's working with. Gonna limp the 10-5 by the looks of it, or is he raising?
Does raise,
Does
so
raise,
we're going to
okay.
get some action this game if you're raising 10-5.
Yeah, absolutely. Might be a strategy that he's going to go with of just raising every button. It's a very viable strategy. People do tend to under 3-bet in all formats of the game, so especially when you're heads up and you've got absolute position for the entire hand, sometimes people just like to drive the action and build the pot in position. And interesting flop here. Not really in the case of Christian really hitting much, but he's got some future straight blockers. We talked about the 10-5 always being a bit of a interesting combination because whenever there's a straight, you're going to at least block one of them. So he's kind of got this overcard with the backdoor straight draw. He can potentially barrel some cards like the queen, the jack, the 7.
Meanwhile, this is a spot where Tor can actually check raise.
Yeah.
Not for value, obviously, but to hope to get some of those hands out of the way and still have some outs for that open-ender.
Yeah, well identified. He could get a hand like this to fold, some kind of queen 7, 10-5, 10-4 with the backdoor flush draw. So with those undercards to the board, but the straight draw, you do feel it's the better move to check raise because there are so many better hands that can fold instantly that simply don't have anything. Whereas if you've got the overcards in the open-ender, you almost want your opponent to continue in the form of just calling. So you allow the opportunity to not only get there versus the pairs right now, but build a pot when you do hit.
It looks like Tor has some fans, especially after that check raise he just pulled off. Got the better hand to fold, but it was only 10-5.
Yeah, but still goes to show why it's nice to block, show aggression with the lower card rankings.
And it looks like Tor is not going to be raising his 10-5s, 10-6s, so he's limping here.
Yeah.
Which is more than standard, I feel.
Usually the standard play. It's very difficult to fold in heads up. I mean, you might fold the hand like 7 deuce, 8 deuce, 8-3, 7-3, but for the most part, you've got to get in the mix. There's nowhere really to hide in this format. Just have to VPIP quite a lot, as the nature of the game is. Interesting to see if he works in some balanced limps as well, because if he's going to limp hands like this, there's an awful lot of combinations of these offsuit hands. So does he start to limp hands as strong as like ace-jack suited going for the limp 3-bet? Only time will tell. Christian turning an open-ender here versus the bottom pair of Tor. It has gone check-check. I feel like a big bet is coming from Christian. Yeah, he overbets. I think that's a good play here. We've only got 7 high, but there's so many hands that we can target. Queen 9, Queen 8, Queen 7. Some of those have us dominated, so we don't want to let them call and then river a pair that could dominate us. We want to really just drive the action ourselves. And a jack on the river. Tor is going to probably feel good about his pair of 6s now. Less worried about the jack or hands like jack 4.
Yeah, it does smell like this kind of 5-7 with a heart or 2 hearts in it, that overbet.
Yeah, exactly. Straight draws, 8-7, 5-7, 5-3, 5 deuce, deuce 3. So it's a pretty tough sell now because he didn't raise pre-flop in a limp pot. So what's he really saying he's got? I guess the bottom part of his value range for this overbet would be an ace. It would be quite awkward for him to overbet a jack after the check back. I guess you could in heads up, but less of those available now with the board pairing on the river.
And he can't rep the 6-4 anymore either because that's counterfeited. That would have been one of the hands that would fit a limping range.
Yeah, so he's going to go for the small third pot sizing here, pretending to look like he's trying to milk his opponent with some kind of like ace deuce offsuit, ace 3, ace 5 that may check back pre-flop. And I think gives Tor an easy job with the 6. He's more targeting a hand like king high, queen high to fold here. And yeah, nicely figured out there by Tor. Just going to have to station a lot of these pairs in heads up.
So far, all the early momentum is going Tor's way. And momentum is an important thing with Hold'em, but it can change quite fast in heads-up play. But the emotional and psychological feelings of winning a few pots in a row does help. And on the flip side, after losing a few pots in a row, even though they haven't been big pots, it does get to you a little bit more during heads-up play than it would during full ring.
Yeah, and that's why people often say that heads up is the most tilting format of the game, because when you're playing a full ring and you're losing pots to different players, you can think like, oh, you know, whatever. But when you're playing one opponent and they just keep out-pipping you, outplaying you, getting there versus you, folding when you've got a value hand, it can get really frustrating because you think like, has this guy got some kind of read on me? I can't seem to win a pot. Often that's due to card distribution, but there are many times where there is something going on behind the scenes, so interesting to see how that one develops. If Tor continues this run, it's going to be very frustrating for Christian, and we're interested to see how his body language may change if that does continue.
Meanwhile, Christian is sure to continue on his sixes just with one overcard. Did raise pre-flop once again, so if he's going to raise pre-flop with this 10-5, he should with his pocket pairs as well.
Yeah.
And an easy fold for Tor at this point.
Yeah, just a great board for the sixes here. We've got one of the lowest pairs, so flopping essentially second pair or the over pair to second pair on the board. Getting a lot of hands to fold, denying a lot of equity, but also building a pot versus that deuce X, the 3X, the 4-5s, the straight draws, the backdoor flush draws. Really no option but to bet the flop, and does take it down there. Getting a little bit of equity to fold. Tor had a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and an overcard. So once you work all those ones through the calculator, that's a good chunk of equity, just over 20% going into the muck.
I've noticed Tor has a star on his shirt, so he's won at least one Norwegian championship event. Let's have a quick look while this hand is developing to see what he has won in the past.
Good idea.
He won a Coolbet Open 8-game that had 110 buy-in back in 2019. That was his last win. He's won an open-face Chinese tournament at a Coolbet Open in 2018. He has also won a Chinese poker tournament during the Norwegian Championships in 2016, but that wasn't a championship event. And won a championship event in the Texas Fixed Limit 6 Max for 12,375 euros a decade ago in 2014.
Right, so he's got a real lot of experience across all formats here, so let's see how that translates into his No Limit Hold'em game. But for the most part, it was kind of mixed games there. Chinese, Limit, and what else?
It was Chinese, Limit, 8-game.
Wow.
He even has a cash in Macau in the 2016 Macau Millions in Pot Limit Omaha.
Good Lord.
And I'm not sure what this open-face fantasy Chinese poker 4 max means, but...
Open-face fantasy. Oh, the Fantasyland variant, is it? Where it's like a pineapple version?
Maybe, but it says 4 max, so pineapple can't be 4 max.
Yeah, no idea what's going on there. But,
well, if we see Tor, we can ask him.
Yeah, regardless.
He's a nice guy.
An impressive resume, right? To have victories over multiple formats.
And meanwhile, Christian Steinbo, not wearing a star on his shirt, but certainly we've seen him around recently. Does not have any live wins under his belt, at least according to the Hendema, but does have a lot of cashes. A bunch of final tables as well, and a lot of different variants on top of that.
Good stuff, and takes the lead here with the middle pair and the backdoor flush draw. As Tor once again has that 10-5, continuing the theme of electing to limp with that hand. They are pretty deep stacked. The 10-5 has some half-decent qualities for a bet. You can turn some straight draws. The 6 is pretty much the gin card, really, for this combo. Has an overcard to a 7, which is what Christian's got, although he doesn't want to hit that 10 because he might get into a bit of trouble here. So 8 on the turn, that's a gut shot now for Tor, and he's also picked up the fake spade draw because he's got the future blocker with the 10 of spades. So if he goes for the turn bet and the spade comes, he almost has to follow through on the river, and it's a dream run out for Christian. Queen, not really going to be in our opponent's range when he checks back the turn so often. I mean, he could play some pot control, worrying about some 2 pairs or straights, but for the most part, heads up, you're going to likely see a queen go for the second barrel. So pretty much sat here with the nuts at this stage. You'd feel like all of the spade draws might barrel the turn as well.
And all the heart draws, I guess.
Yeah.
So what? It's hard to range opponents altogether in heads up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because Tor should be c-betting like 80% of his hands.
Yeah, stabbing, yeah.
Because you need to balance your c-bet range quite a lot in heads-up play. It's different than full ring when you're moving from table to table.
Absolutely, and a little bit of passivity there. I think if we are going to bet the 10-5, we're going to have to follow through when we turn some equity here. Otherwise, we're not going to get hands like 4x, king highs, maybe some stubborn ace highs as well to consider folding. So interesting start from Tor. He's been a little bit more ABC than Christian, who's shown some decent aggression with the overbet with the open-ender, for example. So likely two different styles. I'm going to call it early. I think that Christian's going to be the more aggressive player, and Tor will be waiting for his spot to trap him.
Yeah, it appears to be that way because Christian is opening every button. This is a button he's certainly going to be raising, but we saw him raise much, much lighter than this with 10-5 to start things off.
Yeah.
But things can change as stacks get shallower as well. Tor seems like the player that is going to be comfortable playing deep stack and no reason to be bloating pots early when he can get money in later.
And that could be from his mixed game background because he's much more used to the limit function and just, you know, kind of playing a bit slower in general, whereas No Limit Texas Hold'em, you've got to really hang on for dear life, especially in this heads-up format. So 8 deuce. Christian checks back, 9s. Wow, that would be an overpair that I feel like wouldn't be checked back so much. Checking back aces and kings makes sense as you need such less protection, but 9s, you know, allowing overcards a free pull.
Especially a player like Tor so far from what we've seen. Of course, we could see the cards, so it's easier for us to understand that he's going to be folding quite a bit, but he's going to be calling also some hands, but he's not going to be betting out of position in these spots.
No, yeah, you're not really inducing much. You're just kind of allowing him to realize his equity for free would be my assessment on that one. We do follow it up with the big bet on the turn versus the double check, looking to target hands like a 4, maybe even a stubborn king high, but not going to get it done on this occasion. Just picking that one up. Did get some action pre-flop at the very least, so not the worst result for those 2 9s.
This must be also one of the harder games to deal because you're just constantly shuffling cards, dealing cards, and reshuffling every... I mean, there's the amount of hands per hour is double that of pretty much any other format.
Yeah, it's probably looking at around about 150. No, not live, but live maybe 75 to 80 hands an hour, would you say?
Something like that, yeah.
Heads up, obviously, online, you could probably play 200 hands in an hour if both of you are pretty quick. But yeah, live, I think it's almost 3 figures hands per hour. So it's a lot of work for the dealer, especially if it goes raise fold or if someone's not defending their button enough. Right, so Christian defending with the Queen 8. Usually you see these boards, a lot of people just tend to bet in the dark and these kind of textures. Whether that's the case or not heads up, where the ranges are a bit wider, remains to be seen. Tor does have a good candidate though. He's got some backdoor straight draws and he can get hands like this to fold. Queen 8, King 8, Jack 8 that have him dominated right now, which makes sense. Christian, does he hang around here? He's got a backdoor straight draw. He's got Queen high. It is a board where he feels like his opponent's going to bet a lot. He comes along for the ride. Nice post-flop sort of comfort levels there by not just relinquishing the Queen high, understanding that his opponent isn't necessarily always going to hit this board, and maybe he could take it down if the turn goes check-check. And I think when you play an opponent who you perceive to be a little more passive, you can get away with a lot more kind of reverse floats like this because you feel like they're not going to double barrel the turn as much as they should.
We'll see if Tor switches it up, though. If he bets again, then we can take back some of those things, but I think you're going to be absolutely right, and we're going to see a check back.
And an ace on the river, so Queen high looking pretty good right now. He may have bet the flop with some of the king highs, but less likely to. I think it's a bit mergy to bet the flop with king high, so he's more weighted towards missed straight draws, random hands like Jack 7, 10, 8 as he has.
And no reason to bet in fear of the king.
Yeah, and now Tor's decision is, I don't think I've got any showdown. Can I represent a hand like a 6? 10 high is not going to be the winner.
But he might have thought he had some showdown value because there's a 7/8's call, 7/4's call, the 4/3's call.
Yeah, that's true. Most of those probably would have had to bluff the river, although it's just such a tough river to rep anything. You're kind of saying I've got a 5 most of the time, right? Or some kind of 6.
But the stacks aren't deep enough, and even if you overbet the pot, of course, you can do it. But if you're just going to bet half the pot, you're going to be called quite a lot.
Yeah.
But the blinds will go up fairly quickly. I believe it's 15-minute blind levels. And we'll see how players change the way they approach when their stack depths are much lower.
Oh, so we do see Christian fold a button, and this is what I mean about heads up. It can be so tilting. Tor sat there with ace-queen, which is the only real premium he's got so far, and a player that's raised every single button so far just snap folds. It's annoying. You really don't want to get yourself down the rabbit hole of thinking about stuff like that, because it's just irrelevant, you know. In many ways, actually, it's better maybe not to look at your cards. If
I was thinking that.
Yeah, just in case.
And you don't want to give away potential tells while your opponent hasn't bet yet. You know, he could look at what you're doing and maybe gain some information.
That's for sure. Something I'm always quite paranoid about, because some of these guys that, you know, don't play online but seem to be in every stop, you definitely feel like they have a good sense of the energy. Whether or not it's something that's completely conscious remains to be seen, but certain players who you come across on the live stops, they just have that kind of subconscious understanding of the energy field around them, and can really duck and weave their way through a tournament. David Katai would be a great example of that, I think. He doesn't really play online anymore because it's kind of a different game to the style that he brings to the table, but when you play against him, he's just so hyper aware of what's going on.
No, that's a very good example. I think you're like that sometimes at the tables, but not you have obviously the good technical background, but you are picking up things on different people, especially in these late night games where the body language is even heavier.
Yeah, that's for sure. Those are the games I'm trying to avoid at the moment, being on the sober journey, but I see what you mean. It's a good skill set to have.
Decent flop for Tor here. Obviously, Christian has a lot of kings that he could be raising with, but Christian is basically raising every button that he decides to play. Kind of hides his range quite well. But Tor is not going to go anywhere with middle pair.
Absolutely not. I think this hand is a bit light as a check raise for value. There is some ideas that you could potentially take some of your better 8x upstairs, looking for some protection. Maybe even hands like an 8 with a low kicker with a backdoor straight draw, which he had, but electing not to, just playing it safe. The 4 is a great card for him. It's quite rare that the button is going to stab bottom pair. Maybe on a board like this where it's rainbow and you're just really looking for some equity denial, but for the most part, these kind of hands like ace high and bottom pair are going to get checked back. And what a run out here for Tor. And it's interesting because the king plays, so Christian may feel like he could be playing the board here, and that could induce some kind of crazy action here where he feels like Tor could easily have a hand like 6-7, 6-5, some kind of backdoor flush draw that he's chopping with. So does he elect to call here ever, just to try and chop the pot? Massive bet from Tor, so I think any ideas of calling are out of the window. It's a question of whether we think we can raise as a bluff, try and bluff him off of the chop.
Yeah, that's a little bit too meaty. I guess targeting a king in this spot, not targeting the chop, but if he bets half pot or something like that, he likely gets paid.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, betting very small would be interesting there because you induce some potential bluff raising, and then you also force your opponent into calling for the chop. So it's kind of opening the small bet, 3-bet line, which is tough to balance.
Perhaps if he had an ace high, he's calling the overbet, thinking he's trying to steal the pot, so maybe targeting some ace highs that would have opened buttons as well.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's definitely one that he could target there. So Tor with the jack 8, plenty of hand for me to open the button here in the heads-up format. No 3-bets yet, right? So let's see if we can get the first one of the day. No, jack 3. Just going to be a very easy defend. A lot of our suited hands don't mind peeling here. And a great flop for Tor, overcard and the open-ender, where Christian's just left with the bare jack. Not a lot else to work with. He's got a backdoor straight draw, but no backdoor flush draw. I feel like a bet is coming, and maybe that bet is going to be a little too much for Christian to hold on to this one.
Christian taking his time on this one. No backdoors to the clubs, just backdoors to the straight. Perhaps thinking about trying to steal this kind of pot with just his jack, but that wouldn't have worked.
Wow, he does come along for the ride with the jack 3. Once again, a non-believer out of position. Definitely a sticky style that we're seeing so far from Christian as he gazes at the board. Difficult for him to pick up an awful lot. The queen would have been a disaster card, as he would have had to continue versus a turn bet. And it's a second barrel here for Tor. And kind of going in line with the early predictions on his game. The bluffs are going to be quite equity driven and fairly intuitive, whereas going to struggle to find those counterintuitive double barrels. But nicely done there with the jack 8. Can definitely maneuver some better hands out of there, such as some bottom pairs, some queen and king highs. So well executed on the double barrel as he takes the early lead in this heads-up match. So cards in the air once again. Dealer doing a great job so far. 7 deuce for Christian. And Tor had ace-king suited again. So that's the second button he's folded, and both times Tor was lurking there with the monster. So just funny how that works sometimes.
Ace-queen and then ace-king, and I think that's only 2 times he's folded the button.
Absolutely right. So it's pretty sick how that can happen. But again, just a reminder, if you are in that spot, either don't check the cards or try not to let it affect you, because it's just completely random. The universe isn't against you, trust me. It's just a game of cards. 7-6 off here for Tor. Looking to open this one. And 9 deuce now for Christian, so certainly had pretty poor end of the card distribution so far, slightly favoring Tor, although he didn't get any action when he had the big hands. And a relatively slow start. We've not really seen any 3-betting, although we haven't really seen any situations emerge so far where you could think that someone has missed a 3-bet. You know, it's just been kind of standard, but trashy hand versus trashy hand, just taking a flop.
But no fancy play syndrome, at least pre-flop.
Yeah, not like someone piling a 3-bet in with jack 3 off. I think at this depth, it's you really want to be quite suited heavy or high card heavy for the most part, and then balancing that range with some hands like 7-6 suited, 8-7, 5-6, 5-4 from time to time. But for the most part, it's going to be fairly honest.
Curious about what's happening in the 8 game, actually.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
see if that's still down to 3 players. We may see something on a side screen soon from the 8 game. I don't necessarily want to say anything now because
Oh my
we don't
God!
know if that's
Sorry,
delayed.
Jason, it's happened again.
Wow.
Christian folded the button with 10-3 off, and Tor had aces in the big blind.
Holy shit.
That is absolutely revolting.
Now it has to get to him a little bit.
I
He
mean-
needs to stop looking at his cards.
Yeah, look at that look away from the table. He's almost thinking, what the hell is going on here? There's also a lot of noise in the room. I think there's cash game tables running behind. You've got day 1 of the North Masters event, and also some of the late night turbo stuff running as well.
And the fact that it's day 3 or 4 of the Norwegians, and people are treating it like it's a Friday or Saturday night.
Exactly, yeah. Which is just every night here. Doesn't really, as long as it ends in a Y, they're at the bar, pretty much.
Yeah, there's a whole gaggle of people, even outside of our commentating area, that from early in the day, they've been sitting outside the second floor bar.
Yeah. Oh,
not playing a thing.
That rabble, yeah. They're just here for the holiday, that's for sure.
Ah, here comes
Stig, du skjønner nemlig her på sidebordet så det Petter som har fått en lynkjapp start. Vant en stor pott, gikk da opp til 320 000 pluss, altså 720 totalt. Det betyr Thomas trengte comeback. Han har kommet litt tilbake, oppe i nesten 150. Han prøver seg, har ikke brukt livet sitt.
Okay, I could try to translate, George. I think he said that Henrik Tolvsen hit the rail in third place for 9,840 euros in the 8 game. But if I gave away a spoiler, being that nobody here understands Norwegian, very few of you probably do.
I think
that are listening, maybe they said something else.
I think that was the other heads-up table, no?
Oh, yeah. I gave away another spoiler then?
I've got no idea what's going on, but I like the energy and I like the pizzazz that he brought. That was entertaining. I enjoyed it.
Sveti is an amazing person. He's does not only poker commentating, he's involved a lot in other sports as well. He was sitting with us, was it last night or the night before, talking about his golf experience as well.
I was picking his brains in the buffet about that because obviously I'm quite a keen golfer. I say obviously, but you guys won't be aware of that. It's one of my main passions outside of poker, and yeah, I was seeing if there was a link over, but doesn't look like that door is open as of yet. But yeah, to get that kind of work and to work across different sports and outside of the poker realm is quite exciting because he was a really successful poker player himself back in the day, I believe.
Yeah, he's a former PokerStars ambassador, so definitely had some experience in Vegas playing in some of the highest games around, and has done well for himself, both career-wise and poker-wise. Now poker is just a hobby he plays once in a while, but he took it quite seriously for many years.
Absolutely right. He said it wasn't for him in the end. It's a little too intense, too much pressure, and that's fair enough, right? If you can forge your way into another career and still enjoy the pearls of poker from time to time, then not a bad way to do it.
I imagine a player like him, though, would do quite well in this heads-up format. You know, he can put on good poker faces, he can remain composed. Having his kind of position as a combination of a presenter, actor, commentator, all put into one, and some of those skills translate quite well to your appearance during heads-up play.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Definitely some of those kind of soft skills and the personable side of things will help as a poker player. Interesting spot here as Christian turns a double gutter, I believe. A 7 or a 3 will make him a straight. And he might start unloading the clip here, looking to fold out hands like the Deuce X, the King 9 with the backdoor club draw, for example, Queen 10 with one club. All of these hands will have to fold to a big bet. And so it's quite important for him to lay down the hammer. I don't think he'll be expecting Tor to have a hand as strong as King 8, because I feel like in his mind on 8 Deuce 5, he feels like Tor is going to check raise a lot of those strong King 8Xs. We can see here that he's not.
And it's another overbet.
Yeah, it's another overbet. He's repping 6-5, he's repping Ace-3, he's repping 5-4, 8-4, an overpair.
6-7, obviously, getting there.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, 6-7, not 6-5. And it's a king on the river, so Tor really nothing to worry about here unless his opponent goes all in or something like that. That might be quite worrisome. But for the most part, I feel like he's going to be really comfortable with any size that isn't all in. Christian, on the other hand, does he fancy like really unloading the clip here? As far as combinations go, he's probably got the best one. He unblocks clubs, which is great because a flush draw is something that would arrive here quite naturally. If he's got Jack 7 of clubs, for example, there's no way he can call. So do we go for the small size to target the snap folds, or do we just really launch it and try and get a hand like a 5-6 or a 5-7 to consider folding here? Let's see what he goes for.
It looks a little meaty.
I would say he goes around pot here.
He did put in a lot of blue chips. It was interesting with Tor checking both the turn and the river. After checking the turn and facing that pot size bet, I understood the check of the river.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Oh, he's gone for 1.5 at the pot. And Tor's shoved.
Wow.
That's quite interesting because your opponent at this point in the hand is representing a straight or a set. You know, like I don't think this overbet is coming with a king or a hand like 8-7. So I'm surprised to see the all in there. Are you?
Yeah, no, it was a very
Og
polarizing
mens
bet.
de kuler og krutt fra Fenes, har det også smelt bra her på dette bordet. Det er nemlig Tarjei og Tor William som er heads up. Det betyr vi mangler en person. Henrik Tollefsen, han er ute. Det er mannen til venstre for meg her, Tor William, som har en ganske solid chipledelse. For øyeblikket spiller i Fixed Limit Omaha. Vi skal snart kåre norgesmester her i Mixed Games.
So that was the Tollefsen elimination, and before was the heads-up affair. But going back to your point, yeah, I'm really surprised about that shove. It was such a polarizing bet by Christian that either he has the goods or he has air. He's not really ever doing that with just two pair.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you're targeting, is a lower two pair in that spot.
Yeah, I don't think Christian would have bet such a sizing with weaker two pairs that could call, so it's interesting one. Maybe he just got a bit excited or just didn't really consider what his opponent was representing there. Christian with the straight blocker was really going for the jugular, trying to put maximum pressure on a hand like an 8. Ended up running into two pair, but will it be surprised when he watches that back to see that his opponent did actually go for the shove with the king 8. Christian now, though, foot back firmly on the gas, I believe, with the jack 9 here on the button, continuing his mostly raise first in only strategy. I think he's limped one, which was maybe 10-5 off or something around that ballpark. And here we go. We might see the first 3-bet of the match. And once again, Tor has the monster hand. We saw Christian fold the button when he had aces, ace king, and ace queen. Now he finally gets to put in that 3-bet that he's been waiting for.
And winning that last pot will take away any frustrations he had with the walk on the aces. And if he 3-bets a little bit light here, he will get a call. It isn't a heavy 3-bet, it's a 27,000, so it's about 7 big blinds with blinds going up to 2K, 4K. Still, Christian may opt not to play this hand in position. He does have his second chance chip still out there, so his stack is actually effectively bigger in general, but in this particular hand, it's not.
Yeah, I think Jack 9's a little too connected. Maybe if we had a hand like King 9 or Queen 8, we could get away. But this one just feels a little too connected and playable heads up in position, I would say.
Let's see if we get a continuation from Tor. It isn't the worst flop for him. With Christian calling the 3-bet, he shouldn't really have any 4s.
Not an
he has
awful
some
lot.
pocket pairs, though. That's what he should be concerned about.
Yeah, Christian, I think, is going to have a hand like King 4 suited, maybe some 4-5 suited, some 6-4, and some 4-3 from time to time. But maybe an ace 4 suited as well that didn't 4-bet. But yeah, I'd say an above average flop for the ace queen that when you don't hit a pair, of course.
And look at these chip counts, 668,000 for Tor. He still has that 400,000 re-entry chip. Down to 133,000. We might see Christian use his second chance a little bit early, just because even though it's nice to have that behind, you want to be able to get a full value if you wind up getting in a cooler spot with your opponent and you wind up doubling up. You're not going to get full value out of that with 30 big blinds as you would with 130 big blinds.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Tor deciding he's going to be raising it up now with the 5-4, 8-6. So again, two typical heads-up hands, you know, not a lot of hand, but certainly going to have to V-pip. And once again, Tor just coming out with the better end of it. And it just starts to get a little frustrating when you're Christian here. Your opponent's just absolutely out-flopped you in almost every situation.
Are we going to see Christian bet his gut shot here after Tor checked his middle pair?
You'd think so, yeah. 8 high is going to be seeing a lot of hands like maybe ace high, queen jack in that check back line, potentially some hands like queen deuce that he could now maneuver out of the hand.
So it's 2/3 of the pot, 13,000.
I thought he bet 30, or was it 13 for sure? 13, yeah, you're right. So with this kind of sizing, he can still be betting a hand like ace-5 or queen-5 for value. So I think what he's saying is I've got a 5 or better here. Tor does have that 5 and is a little bit skeptical as to this. Lots of straight draws available, some flush draws. So he's going to come along for the ride. And once again, it's just a great run out for Tor. Very difficult now for Christian to represent much. He's just going to have to say, I've got a king or a 9 here for the most part if he's going to follow through on the river. See what sizing he goes for. I think unless he bets something north of 3/4 pot, Tor will be snapping him off here.
For sure. And Tor is playing a very passive, trappy game, and it's working for him so far.
It is, because he's finding combinations in Christian's range where he's actually just firing through. And he's going to go for it again. Looks like 30K. And I like this sizing because we could even value bet ace-5 for this. All of our 9x, all of our king-x, of course. The deuce would be a little bit mergy for the bigger sizing on the turn, so I don't think he's going to have much deuce-x. He probably feels that Tor isn't going to have an awful lot of deuce-x either because he opened the button, and a lot of the offsuit deuce-x might just fold pre or limp.
I think he'll find a call, though.
I think so as well. I think his style is, as we mentioned, quite trappy, quite call-heavy.
And he's playing against an aggressive opponent that he knows has a wide range in this spot.
Yeah, very aggressive opponent.
I like that he's taking his time at least, but yes, he is making the call, and he'll be happy to see that he got away with one, that Christian only had the 8-6.
And look at this already. For the first 400K bullet, Tor has 720K of the 800K available. So is it now time for Christian to take the second bullet? Or do you feel like it's just gone so badly for him that he might want to just wait on that short stack and kind of regain some composure and allow almost a free roll back into the match?
I don't know. I would have actually used my second chance when I had that 133,000 stack, just because then I can get a nice double up still. So I would be doing it at this stack depth, but there's certainly arguments to keep the short stack and see what you can do with that as well. It does put you into eventually a push fold situation, which does make things a little bit easier, and maybe you can get things going. But I would have already used my second chance chip. What about you? How would you approach it with this stack, George?
I think away from poker, I'm quite emotional, so I feel like this would, whether I like it or not, and no matter how strong your mental game is, all of these things will affect you in some small way. So I think I'd just nurse the short stack and wait to kind of regain composure, gain a little confidence, maybe pick up a few small pots and then go from there. But I agree. I feel like Christian, with his raw aggression, has the edge. So surely for him, deeper stack play would be his ballpark, right? Not just kind of waiting for a handoff of 20 big blinds now or 15 or whatever they are.
Yeah, and the emotional aspect is not something to ignore. Most of us are humans. There are a few poker players that are able to be more robotic than others.
Sure.
Espen Jorstad, who is an amazing person away from the tables, he's fairly robotic when he's actually playing, and he's just always going to be thinking of the math, of the circumstances, and not really be psychologically affected by the fact that he's on a little bit of a downswing to start this heads-up match.
Yeah.
So I think it's very player-dependent.
That's a good point. I mean, he's one of those guys that's kind of crafted this almost alter personality on the table where he just kind of switches into game face, game time mode, and that's very important. Very difficult to do in practice, but when you are battling the high rollers and the bigger buy-in events such as the ones that he's entering, much, much important.
It's backdoor for Tor, bottom pair here for Christian. Is Christian going to c-bet his bottom pair? Not this time. And
wow.
Now maybe he will be continuing.
Yeah, it's annoying because when he's getting these big hands, his opponent just simply has nothing, and vice versa. So once again.
And Tor's not firing too many bluffs either, so it's really frustrating. He's playing, I wouldn't say he's playing his hands face up because it's far from that, but he's not playing hands that he doesn't grab a piece of the board on.
Yeah, I've played a couple of these guys heads up in formats such as PLO5, PLO4, and PLO6, and it's very frustrating when you're playing against someone that has loose passive tendencies, that just makes hands, never bluffs, and you just feel like their stack is accumulating dust because you can see it, but you can never really get it unless you cooler them, you know?
Do you think a passive style works in those heads-up matches, or is it better to still have an aggressive format? I'm talking about for Omaha Hold'em. I think it's very table player dependent.
Table player dependent, stack depth dependent as well. When someone is playing really passive, I like to kind of imitate them in some ways when we're short stacked, limping a lot of buttons, making sure that the stack to pot ratio is as high as possible so that you can gain that post flop edge. Whereas if you're just raising and taking a flop at a low stack depth, it's very much a card distribution thing and a bit more of a lottery. So yeah, definitely situationally dependent, I would say. In this situation, I feel like by now I would have taken the extra chip just to try and battle in, because having 507k as opposed to 107k obviously just gives you so much more maneuverability. We've seen that Christian's got a lot of moves in his arsenal when he's just really handcuffed by the current blind level with just 25 big blinds. By the time he's raised, bet the flop, you know, it's almost time to consider whether I'm just going to jam the turn or not, you know, so he's kind of handcuffed in some ways.
Is that a 3-bet with the 7-4 suited?
It looks like he was going upstairs, and yeah, he does. Ace-3 is not typically a hand that you want to fold heads up, but he may feel like, okay, this is the first 3-bet I've seen, quite likely to be dominated if he believes in that kind of thing.
On the other hand, because there was no re-entry chip, it makes it much easier for him to go ahead if he wants to call or 4-bet.
Yeah.
I think if you call, you have to be willing to get it in on most flops anyway, so he may just decide to see if he has any fold equity now.
Yeah, it's a tough spot because a lot of the value is going to be hands that you're marginally ahead of.
So Christian getting away with one there.
Mm-hmm. He's ahead of hands like King Queen suited, King Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, but far behind some of the Ace 10s. And the ace-x suited, so he feels like he just wants to get away from that. It's been a great start for him, and he didn't feel like he wanted to double up his opponent or give him some cheap action there with the ace-3, and gets out the way, and that's kind of in line with the game plan that we've seen from him so far. Not taking any massive risks, just looking to navigate and kind of try and grind his opponent down with his low variance, trappy style. So some respect shown with the fold of to the 3-bet there with the ace-3. Usually an ace heads up, pretty big hand, of course, goes without saying. Just 2 cards versus 2 cards. And here we go. So a raise from Christian, and it might be a case of Tor jumping back down his throat. I feel like now we're on the 6k level. Your opponent's got about 20 big blinds. I'm just all in here with the ace-9. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's the same thing for me. I'm thinking that's the only play here.
Yeah.
And if you run into a better ace, so be it. But yeah, and Tor comes up with the same conclusion. If that's not all in, it's basically saying that we're all in.
Yeah, and I think this is annoying for Christian because the reason why he opened is because he's received so much passivity from Tor in the big blind. Because if you feel like your opponent is capable of jamming on you there, then Queen 10 is a hand that you don't really want to raise fold because it's got so much equity versus basically anything heads up. You know, it's quite annoying to have to raise fold a hand like Queen 10. If we've got Queen 4 off, sure, just raise fold, but Queen 10 hurts because you could be getting jammed on by hands like Pocket 5s where you've got a really considerable amount of equity there. So I'm interested to see if he changes his tactic now that he's seen that Tor is capable in some senses of jamming on his opens, whether he starts to go for a bit more of an open limp strategy to mitigate that risk.
Expect Tor to be opening with a raise with 2 suited cards with the King Deuce. It's a little bit light, but still should be opened with a raise.
Yeah, and it could be a question, sorry, of Christian. Following suit, we've had a raise and a 3-bet in the last 3 hands. We'll get back to that shortly.
Det som det sies, det alltid riveren. For Thomas hadde jobbet seg ganske bra tilbake på det første livet sitt. Sitter med knektepar, møter S konge. Alt blankt når de får på penga, men kongen kommer på river. Det betyr det første livet ute for Thomas, men tilbake, nye 400K, og nå det på jobb.
Thank you, Sverre, for bringing us some of the side table action. It looks like there was an all-in and call there, but it was hard to make out who won the hand. And now we're back to the action. We don't know exactly what happened that previous hand, but maybe based on the chip counts, we can determine whether there was a 3-bet or not. It looked like we saw Tor stacking up some more chips. It's even possible that they squeezed in another hand quickly right before. And we don't not know what Christian had there, but it couldn't have been very good if he's folding. And we don't know if Tor had a monster again. It seems like he must have, because the first 3 times that's happened, he had ace-queen, ace-king, and aces. So Tor in the small blind, aka the button. For now, we don't have our graphics, but we can at least follow along with the betting action. It's an open for 12. And a call there by Christian from the big blind. Nine, queen, 10 on the flop, 2 hearts, 1 spade. We got our graphics back. And now we can see this is an amazing flop here for Tor. Top pair, flush draw, and Christian with the open ender. It's the baby end of it, though. The jack is not necessarily going to help him too much because a king would bring a better straight. But I don't expect Christian to be folding to a single bet here.
So I just got the information that in the other match, Tor Fennis has won the first round, essentially. So Siversen...
Not Tor, because Tor is
sorry,
here.
not Tor.
Petterberg.
Petterberg, yeah. Petterberg won the first round, so Siversen is now down to his last remaining bullet. So they're playing 800, playing 400.
Thank you very much, George. And thank you, Stig, for translating for us.
Yeah, appreciate that.
So what started as a very nice flop for Tor has now turned into a very ugly board for him.
Yeah, this is the disaster. And in terms of bluffs, Christian can't really think of a better bluff because he's got absolutely no showdown value. He's missed his straight draw, and he's faced some passivity on the turn from his opponent. So it's a good green light for him to potentially represent that jack or even a hand like an ace.
On the other hand, every time that Christian has done that, he's been picked off.
Yeah, so that's another psychological thing that may have attributed to Tor actually earning this check in some ways, just because he's been so sticky in every other situation that Christian decides to wave the white flag there, and Tor is going to show the winner. He feels like he's probably got the best hand when he sees a check from his opponent, but he could still be losing to a hand like a king, so just checking it back there, no reason to go for value on the 4-liner.
Yeah, jack certainly would have been betting there. The 2 pairs maybe would have been checking. An ace, paired ace maybe would have been checking, I don't know, but the hand didn't play out that he would have had an ace in his hand. There probably would have been a 3-bet pre-flop.
Yeah.
And it was just a min-raise and a call. And Tor is interested in what's going on that side table as well. Maybe there's a big hand developing, or maybe he's chatting with Elizabeth. And we see our lovely photographer, one of the trio of Elizabeth, Thomas Stacha and Vojta, all doing a great job.
Yeah, nice personalities and lovely people. We've had the pleasure of getting well acquainted with them throughout the week so far. Looking forward to seeing some of their work. Thomas has been showing me quite proudly some of his great pics, and there's some good stuff coming from that camp next door.
Yeah, Thomas has one of the best, if not the best, creativity in terms of poker photos.
Yeah.
There's other guys like Damiano that I also like their creativity, but their creativity isn't about the poker action or the poker players. It's more about the environment and the different angles. But the 2 of them kind of stick out when it comes to creativity and poker photography.
You mean Damian, who lives locally?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Great guy. Great guy. Very warm-hearted person. Really enjoy his company.
He's a good poker player too, by the way.
He is. He grinds cash games in Vegas quite a lot, right?
Yeah, yeah. And he loves going there. He's not jaded about Vegas like I am. I'm looking forward to going back. I took my 10-year break.
Yeah, a lot of people I know sing from the same hymn sheet as you, Jason, saying that that place, you really need to be mentally prepared for it. Anyway, back to the action. Christian now turning a gut shot. After stabbing the flop and receiving a caller, is he going to go for the big barrel on the turn? I think it makes a lot of sense. We can get hands like a 4 to fold. We can exert some pressure on the 8x that is likely to stick around for one more, but setting up a river jam here, and he's probably going to be following through on spades and some scary straight completing looking cards as well with that 10 of spades blocker. Let's see what he goes for. He can obviously still hit the miracle 7, or even the 10 is good, but
Where I wasn't a fan of the overbets necessarily and the other spots, this would have been a great spot to overbet just because you'd be getting those straight draws potentially out of the way as well. But the sizing worked for him. He got the 8 to fold this time. It's one of the few times that Tour hasn't been very sticky after connecting somewhat with the board.
yeah, exactly. So maybe him kind of reining in the sizings and the aggression has actually worked out in his favor, because we can see that he's bet smaller in previous spots where he was overbetting. He was getting stationed off, but now he's reined it in a little bit more and having better success. So let's see if that continues. So 3K, 6K. We are playing pretty short blinds, but as Jason has mentioned, and we've spoken about a couple of times, just so many more hands played in heads up that the clock itself is actually a pretty reasonable structure, I think, for this format.
Yeah, for sure. 15 minutes and heads up online is like an hour blinds live.
Yeah, that's a marathon, yeah.
But 15 minutes live is plenty. It's not a turbo at all.
So Tor once again, the only guy with a piece of it. He's flop bottom pair. It's a board where typically you'd feel like he's going to bet quite often. It's, you know, because Christian's really lacking in some of these hands like Jack 10 suited, King, Queen, Ace, King, Ace, Queen, Queens, Kings, and Aces.
And you don't want the equity realized from a lone Jack or a lone 10 for Broadway.
Exactly, yeah.
Or backdoor hearts.
Exactly, getting them to fold or getting a decent amount of equity out of there is always a good part of the game.
So now Christian is down under 100,000 once again, sitting on a stack of 16 big blinds. So his 3-bets pre-flop may be shoves at this point. I'm not sure if 16 is his number. Typically when I'm playing full ring and I have 16 big blinds, I'm not thinking of 3-bet sizing. My 3-bet is a shove.
All in, yeah. You could go for some polarized non-all-in 3-bets from time to time, but depending on the situation, bounty tournament, yada yada. But yeah, heads up, I feel like you're not going to play many all-in, non-all-in 3-bets because it's so difficult to balance that. It's going to be quite easy to actually just be quite bluff-heavy in some ways because so many hands just want to send it in for the max.
This would be a good spot for Tor to raise. He has 10-9 suited, and it's one of the few times that Christian is limped. The problem is, because it's one of the few times Christian is limped, maybe he's doing that with hands like aces, but being that Tor is calling every raise, I don't think he would be doing that with aces, but Tor happy enough just to check it back. Oh no, he did raise and got the fold, so good awareness there by Tor.
Good job, sir.
He would definitely be a tough opponent, I feel, heads up. It's hard to figure out what he could potentially have at any given time. We know because we could see his cards, but if we kept our eyes closed and just watched his betting and his calling, it would be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Rather unpredictable. He can check back some strong hands. He can miss bets in random situations and then arrive with hands that you can't give him based on the standard play. Now it's Christian's turn to feel a little bit annoyed because Tor folds the 6 deuce and Christian had a pretty strong hand there, heads up the King 7 suited.
The dealers may need a massage after this, a hand massage with all the shuffling. Here we go, Christian with the ace-jack from the button. And just limps it. So this is an example of what we said before with the 10-9 in the previous orbit, that I thought it was a good raise, but then he has to be careful of some sneakiness that might happen from Christian, being that he wasn't really limping buttons, but now he's limped back-to-back buttons. Geore, though, just with the 8-4, checking it back. And it's a king 9-9 flop, not the worst one for ace-jack. Obviously, you're concerned a little bit about the nines, but less concerned about the king. Or maybe the other way around, I don't know. But being that Geore didn't raise and he raised the previous time that was limped, it takes away a lot of those Broadway cards, in my opinion.
Yeah, it certainly does. Facing the small bet, really nothing we can do with the 8-4.
Perhaps if they were deeper, then Geore can think about raising there if he felt that this isn't the flop that my opponent could have possibly hit. But there's really no point in him pulling off any fancy play syndrome at this point with the massive chip lead.
Yeah, it would be quite an outlandish play with just 8 high, that's for sure. Going to have to give a bit of respect to your opponents on boards like that. Christian still electing not to use that second chip. Grinding out the short stack here, getting his money's worth from his first bullet.
If we bump into Christian after the match before tomorrow's finals, we should find out what his rationale was behind it, whether it was psychological, like what we're thinking, or if it was more just a mathematical strategy that we can't think of.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wondering whether he feels like it's worth being in this kind of grind.